little bit of spam at halls as well. G2 looking for some kind of indication of what setup they're going up against.
AK's giving up now, isn't it?
Yeah, giving up the game, but they had to have expect something. They expect some kind of a buy. The only thing that's really given up is, you know, Nico's on the other side with that AK-47, which is scary indeed. It's all down to this play in mid. And Smoke is going to delay that a little bit longer. Look at the time, 38 seconds. It's running low. They might have to go through this.
Flames on the other side of it, though, is going to make that even more awkward if they do run in. And I think Broky's certainly expecting it. Spam, trying to bait them toward him potentially as they go with the flash. That's why he wanted to reveal he was too close for comfort. It didn't have anywhere to fall back to. It baits them into twist, but he's only good for, I'll take it back, I'll take 2, but Broky's the one that now has to hold the site alone as he sits inside behind the box. Lovely headshot to start it off. Tons of damage onto Nico as well. He goes down to 20. But he still has the AK, 8 seconds. He has to grab that bomb, no chance. This runs over, they're already staring it down. He might get it on kills though, if they're not careful. Kerrigan, he's down it. JKS is smart about it. Kerrigan falls, JKS backs off.
JKS might lurk up. He wants to take the bonus money away from Nico. He can find it at the end, but no, round ends a bit too quick. 11-6, FaZe barely hold on. That was actually pretty dangerous. Broky picked a hell of a time to start spamming because he realized when the hit was coming, he had to get the hell out of there. At least took some attention away with him, but he wasn't involved in the fight until a little bit later. Quickly off the back of the pistol, just a 5-round lead, although unfortunately if you're FaZe, you know that AK-47 in the hands of Nico is still in play, and you saw what he could do tapping Kerrigan down with red HP. 17 kills on Twist. The next closest on his team is Kerrigan with 9. All that firepower discussed on the desk has not been activated just yet. They had a real rough offensive half. Trying to wake up here on the CT side.
Jax, one of the players who sits very close to his monitor, looking very focused in this situation. Rops. Swings out, Jax goes down. Man who arrived late to this event, but certainly making his presence known now that he is here. And what a mix internationally we have on the stage right now as well. When you consider, Jason, you go back to 2015 when CSGO was starting to get massively popular. It was very much national rosters.
All regional, all by country.
And now, yeah, you've got an Estonian, a Latvian, 2 Serbians, a Canadian. Not that I'm biased in any way there. Of course not. A Dane. JKS from Australia. I mean, this is the most international stage you could arguably say we've ever had in a grand final, as this round, just Nico to worry about on the AK-47 is already down to 57, and they've lost a man.
Look, anytime Nico has an AK-47, the round's still in play. 30 seconds, it's gonna be tough to boost up. Hunter's given that away. He's found the information of that boost. Nico spots nothing, and he can't get anything done. Alexi over the top, drops down. JKS has got him with the jumping SMG. And is even gonna upgrade to that AK-47, 11-7. They're clawing back into it.
Starts with Rops. Now we'll get a timeout the other way. Starting to see a little bit why FaZe would pick this map. CT side looking very strong indeed, but it'll be the first timeout from G2 in this series so far. Again, yesterday, if you want to get into it now, Jason, we certainly can. It was the T side that was incredible from G2, so they're going to be a little bit worried they didn't quite get that start yet.
It was the opening kills that they were providing, that they were getting, especially on Boomage towards Banana. They did a great job of overtaking that part of the map, but more than anything, the follow-up on those opening kills was so convincing that Na'Vi couldn't even play for like 2/3 of the rounds in the half. They just had to bail out and save their weapons. So again, if G2's going to find those opening kills and start getting FaZe moving around the map, start thinning that defense, and with some of the ways we've seen FaZe quietly kind of creeping into this game, they can deliver a pretty early knockout punch if they're going to have success in that aspect. We'll find out. First gun round is underway. Alexi B relegated to the MAC-10 as he's dropped a rifle over to Nico.
Alexi B already deep inside of the banana position. Smoke gonna go deep to mid. And they are pushing again. JKS and Twist toward the apartment. Hunter's about to find this out in a bad way, but Jax already has the cross now. He's perfectly positioned. That was so well done from G2 to take that back. A moment from disaster, and suddenly they pull it around in their favor as Rops has to come back inside of Boiler. He'll get Jax down.
Oh, almost ate that nade.
Yeah, wow.
Almost perfect timing. Going right at Hunter's position. Him and Jax were heads up looking for exactly that. That's the second time we've seen that Halls push. And now a gamble from FaZe. Trying to make it over towards the B bomb site as quick as possible. I don't think G2 realizes it quite yet. This is one of those rounds. They come B, you got a chance at winning. They go A, you just save the weapons. But Nico's here. Now the MAC-10 is going to get activated. Nico, this is a good kind of baiting. This is letting your teammate figure out what you're up against, and Alexi's got the final. Great round from G2.
Kerrigan so close. He saw the nades being thrown. He saw them going over top, expecting the smoke. Somebody comes around the corner thinking he's got a free kill. Nico's the one that's holding the angle against him. That's the last person I want to run into with an AK-47.
And also, he realized he didn't have the timing to wait for a teammate to flash him into it either. This was the initial hold. The second player following it up, going to trade Jax, but Hunter's still over in Halls. Those two Halls pushes we've seen from FaZe in the pistol, then in this round, they haven't really yielded FaZe a whole lot. Actually, I'll just say nothing.
That's a good point. Yeah, because Rops, again, you touched on it, the pistol was so deep down there. They still managed to win out that round, but it...
Not based off the Halls push.
Exactly that. It was inconsequential. JKS with a nade bouncing off both walls. The top side of Banana, it comes out around the corner and lands on the face of Hunter, but Brokey now rotating the AWP will be smoked off. Goes through that, wants a better angle instead. He goes aware of it. Oh, is he ever? That is so smart to read the smoke and know what you're up against with the AWP on the CT side, and he's not done there. JKS gets removed. And I think the B site is completely open for business right now if you're G2.
Yeah, entire mission here is to get Kerrigan out with that AWP. There was a hero AK-47 for G2 in the second round. FaZe pick up a hero up for Brokey, their star player who's been performing so well, and he just can't handle the shot. Nico takes his head clean off, 13-7. Back to a 6-round lead for G2.
Well, we get that off, all things considered, where it went down as well and how fast Nico came into the site. They got out very, very quickly.
FaZe's successes on this map have been few and far between. This is tough. Nico now up to 22 kills. Hunter at 19, again, pretty decent team affair for the G2 side of things. All 5 players in double digits. And again, just looking clean, a solid defense. Offense is starting to get rolling as well. We mentioned those 4 rounds that FaZe was able to eke out in that first half. That's all to just give you a pocket of opportunity, just to be able to kind of cover for one mistake, give you a chance to rebound. They don't have a whole lot more chances. This FaZe defense better get ignited right here, right now.
Sick shot from Nico. Just a fraction, a fragment to shoot at. It's all I can see. Silhouette, and it's good enough for him to still place a bullet perfectly on his head. FaZe Clan all in on this buy. G2 looking very, very near the end of this one at 13 rounds now in m0NESY. He's gonna get up toward the bench position. Twist doesn't peek out far enough, so m0NESY actually has a good hold already. With Jax and Hunter, we know how aggressive they've been toward this boiler, the FaZe Clan side, but they're not looking to push this time because, as you say, not working for them on each other occasion. Touched on it yesterday in the Mahone pre-video as well. When they take brackets, they'll bait it out with just utility, but when they put bodies here, you know pretty much it's going to be an A execution. So Twist's giving up space, but he's worried that it's going to go the other direction. This might actually be G2 changing the game a bit, changing from their standard. They're going to fake that out. They force the defense back. They never had anyone peek or play, so they know they're turtling inside of the site, and they don't want anything to do with it.
Twist has flash cleared the rap side, so he's calling out that there's actually nobody here. Now silence on the map over at A, but double and pit, they can't get information at top mid. This round is going to be based off Kerrigan's utility usage. He's got a Molotov, he's got a smoke as well. There's the first, there's the flashbang out, so G2 is going to be held at bay. That's buying time for Brokey and Twist to start rotating over. Kerrigan burning alive inside of the fountain. He never thought it would have spread inside the water. Why would you? And JKS up on the bootstraps 1. Falling away finds Nico as well. That's huge. And now the cavalry has arrived.
Solid hold from JKS, not aware that Hunter's planting the bomb, and where he's planting the bomb. It's not toward default, so he can't land the shots inside. Hunter's going to elevate himself as well toward the emo box. His Twist's waiting as well. The rotate needs Rops to clear CT. They didn't have the information toward mid-late, so they are late to arrive. JKS even getting desperate enough to fire through the ruins, the chapel window. Giving up a ton of space on this. Kid in play. Rops the one to hold it. m0NESY out early. Twist will take him, but they're not ready for Jackson. He has the crossfire with Hunter as well. They need to clear both angles. They do it. They spin fast enough.
No time.
The bomb, no time. Absolutely not. Rops is nowhere nearby, and G2 will take another round.
Oh, that's so rough. It just took a little bit too long. A little bit too long. Looking for that mistake. m0NESY gave it to him. m0NESY gave him the mistake, although born by the fact he's so deep into the bomb timer, he was almost probably confused. Oh, it's got to be gutting for FaZe. Successfully finding the kills, but just not going fast enough. This one hurt for Kerrigan. He puts out the Molotov in front. He never knew there was another one coming behind him. Brutal, brutal way to get killed and a brutal way to lose a round.
Shoot through your teammate if you have to, but unfortunately it doesn't yield in the round. They were slow getting in, slow to rotate, held up at middle. We saw Rops and Twist. They were so concerned that someone had actually gotten inside of the arch.
Yeah, very concerned. You have to be. Twist had good information. He was continually peeking, but one definitely could have slipped by the net. 7-round lead. G2 just 2 rounds away from taking the opening map, starting these grand finals with a 1-0 lead. And FaZe trying to come up with one final adjustment to get them on the right path, to see if they can take that first step towards a comeback.
So 3 to beat to start it off. Twist will be deploying the reserve utility, as we saw G2, and I think everyone in the future are going to be doing. It's become very common. Jax with the taps toward the smoke. Rops way back, windowsill position, not even playing top quad. He can drop quickly, but it does rely on support from apartments, as Twists will sneak up underneath instead. No one this time at the arch side of the brackets, which is an interesting thing to consider when last round that was also where they lacked information.
Ooh, Nico the spam, okay. Exchanging damage. This defense is all to stop this play, is all to stop mid control. And I think Jax with that boost, it's given away the indication. They've got numbers here. Maybe they don't want to do anything with it, but Twist sticks around. Couldn't get away in time. A 1-for-1 trade, and Brokey's shifted towards CT spawn. He wants to get involved in the action. It's time for him to step up, but Modesty has him closed off entirely. Flashbang, and Jax could get 2. Doesn't expect Rops in that position.
I just swing it around quickly, couldn't do it. Rob's already back up behind the box. Hunter's got him down already, as it is just JKS.
These hits from G2 are so nice. They've got this defense scrambling to get into effective positions, and there's nowhere safe.
This is for map points. FaZe's map choice as well, and he's not even gonna go for it. He's spotted Hunter, thankfully, and rather was not spotted in return. Just wants to get the AWP further
He's gonna
back.
go for it now.
I think he's expecting that he's gonna be pursued.
He's got a one-on-one.
Right.
Nico's already bailed out.
Do this. He actually could sneak in on it. He's got a kid to play with. There's still enough time on this bomb, and he's got the AK. With that single kill, he's gonna work his way toward the site. Monacy as well, already looking to get down toward top middle. JKS could be sneaking in completely undetected.
He's unspotted.
Monacy spots him, comes back in, and now the fight ensues, and now the time will run out. JKS, I think, goes down with this bomb as well. He's gonna try to run. You gotta admire the effort, but unfortunately it means they've lost the round. They've lost the chance of saving the AWP, and Nico was always gonna be hunting for the whole time.
I actually really admire. That's a legit effort from JKS. That's almost, I mean, with this kind of a scoreline, yeah, why not go for it? You get the kill on Hunter, you show like you're backing away to save the AWP. Nico wants to chase that down, so kind of clever from JKS to go back for it.
I actually think Modesty as well probably wouldn't have rechecked site, but Nico was so far over toward B and saying, I still haven't seen anything, you might as well just take another peek.
That's the other X factor, right? Is you know, the trust to having the rookie up on the stage to watch the bomb in that fashion. Modesty delivers again, 15-7. Brokey left just with the Deagle. Same with Twist, same with JKS.
Tick of damage, the Molotov gives Alexi B away, he'll burn alive. Kerrigan even hunting down with that MP9 will upgrade onto an AK, so they hit the opening pick again, and Monacy as well tagged onto 44, will have to fall off at his angle. FaZe can slow this early advantage down.
Well, G2's done a pretty good job of finding equalizers after losing that opening kill. This one might be a little bit more tough. Everyone from FaZe has kind of fallen back. Passive at the A bomb site as well. No one really exposed to danger. Same things happening over at the B bomb site under the cover of the deep smoke. And one more time, again, bodies in a crossfire set up by FaZe to stop this mid control. They couldn't do it last round. Here we go. Brokey turning from flashbangs. 4 players are here. There's the opening kill. G2 in trouble. Hunter springs to action. Modesty can't find the shot through the smoke. It's all Hunter. It's all Hunter bulldozing around mid. Now attacking Rap, and that means Twist has to address his aim in this position. It better be perfect. It better be stellar. Now he knows. Graveyard under attack as well. And so many people to find.
Kerrigan's still the one that holds the AK as well, and he's removed. He's far over toward the B site. He needs to hurry up. You give Twist the AK in that situation, which, again, it's situational based on where he grabbed it from, but that's a clean kill. Monacy holding and trying to work with his teammates, doesn't want to overcommit to the peak. Bomb is up above. That's the hard part in all of this, is that they got to swing around, but they've got the clean kill. Hunter looking for another, they now know where Rops is. Monacy up close, and he's not even going to bother with the scope. He tries to get in quickly, clips the box, and turns it around. Monacy's monastery prays once more, as everyone has to just witness greatness, but unfortunately it's not enough for the round. Time expires, and Kerrigan will carry the AK over.
Tough round, close round. FaZe does just enough to stay alive. But still, 7 rounds back. That's not even a reason to be hopeful yet. Good shot from Monacy in the closing seconds of the round. 7 more in a row for FaZe to force overtime.
Don't rule them out of that situation. As Maniac said on the desk, there's so much skill within both of these teams individually. And at any given point, someone can turn this game on its head on their own. Twist is the one that's relegated onto the MP9, and again, it's not the one you'd want to be on that weapon, typically speaking, so is that still an issue and a concern? Kerrigan removed already.
What are you supposed to do about that? What can you possibly do about that kind of a peak from Nico? 5 on 4. Bomb is way far back. Jax is going to pick that up. There goes Alexi B, but Rops is brought down low. And look at how many players from FaZe have come over to address this problem. They're so scared of this B-bomb site at the moment. They've used all their utility, all their smokes to delay this hit. There's a minute left in the round and only 1 flashbang left.
And they've left Twist as the one to hold, so he's trying to play this off angle inside of the cubby because all he has is the MP9. That's why Brocky's going to go directly past him and actually head toward the site himself.
He's got to work up some courage and actually get into the bomb site. You don't have the resources for any kind of a retake. Brocky does have the only kit. He's so worried, so paranoid, and also you're right, with an SMG on Twist, probably wanted to stick close by just in case. Now he's finally found his way into the A bomb site. Now the question becomes, is that even enough?
Twist trying to take advantage of the smoke at least to get that SMG into a much closer position. No movement yet from the players on B. 23 seconds, Twist goes through, he finds Nico, that's an upgraded gun. Brokey as well will find Jax, but Monacy's turned around to take down Twist, and now Brokey just trying to buy time. He does drop bomb, he's gonna do better than that, he's gonna drop everyone left alive for G2.
Okay, a 9th round, and probably a little bit of energy that FaZe desperately needed. 6 rounds away, and Brokey's got the op in hand. We touched on it in the first half on the T side, can be difficult, had a very, very slow start to this game. Still not fully into it. 11 and 20 for Brokey, the highest rated player coming into this grand finals. They'll need him now more than ever. The cousins for G2 leading the way, 23 kills apart on both of them. Rops just spots a lot of intel. However, the economy from G2 has been ripped out of their hands. It's just unarmored pistols. So a little bit of breathing room for FaZe, a little bit of a reprieve from all the pressure that's been on them.
JKS again going to be pushing down. They have started to look for consistent pressure on Banana from the FaZe sides. Brokey starts. AWP top side of Banana. Surely there's no one else deep, so this could be beneficial for JKS. That's the setup in the play. It's the ambition. Pop's even going back out, knowing that they're not inside of the arch yet. He'll take the fight from top middle. This is a slaughter. I know it's against pistols, but this is good ambition from FaZe as they have every angle covered off and they work in tandem.
All right, 15 to 10. It's not just pistols this round. AK-47's being picked up by the G2 attack. They just need one more. 3 in a row as FaZe is building back up into the game. Staying alive, keeping their head just barely above water on Inferno. Map 1 of the IEM Katowice Grand Finals. Fast pace towards Banana, the play has been called. Hunter's gonna turn that corner, JKS has got him. Huddled behind, another flashbang from Kerrigan. Utility starting to be impactful. JKS starting to be impactful. And this round is all but done.
Still a tough task to find these 5 more, considering what they're up against and how much firepower, as we continue to say, G2 has had in this event. But it's a long series, and arriving in this fashion late will certainly build them into it. They're not done with this round, certainly as the bomb sits in their possession. Brokey expecting a boost perhaps, and likely they know that he's going to be on the corner somewhere holding this angle. So a boost might not be out of the equation. JKS sees the flash, makes no mistake on it. Jax will at least punish him back in return. However, that's the only kill thus far. And with 50 seconds left and not a whole lot of map to use, Jax is really just waiting his time out in this one.
Yeah, quad kill for the stand, and that's magnificent. Ooh, good shot from Jax. Nothing gets taken away, though. And you gotta, I imagine in the G2 camp, they're starting to feel it. They're starting to feel a little bit of pressure building. This is now 4 rounds in a row for FaZe. Coming back into things. This round was convincing. Last round, they didn't really have a whole stand into the bomb site either. A pair of rounds now that has just fully slipped away from them. Round 27 is live. Weaker investment as G2's economy, without access to these bomb sites in the past 4 rounds, it's been completely busted and they're being kept as low as possible, even with the full losing bonus, not able to fully invest.
JKS getting more and more confident in this position, just pushing down. He's now 1 in 6 in opening kills. I know that's not a great statistic, but at least he's gotten one in his favor in that situation, but also he's tied with Twisted and Rops for the most amount of multi-kills, his 5th in the previous rounds. So he's definitely having an impact, as you say, Jason, getting closer and closer to a tied scoreline and trying to force out this overtime. Nico gets a spot toward top banana, but doesn't land the shot.
Hunter's at the end of halls over towards A. He'd love if his teammates could take some attention away, probably towards mid as they come back. Gonna try and lurk, and if there's an opportunity to hop out and wrap around in lane, that might be the opening provided, but Rops has his eyes trained on it for the moment, and that also depends on his teammates having some kind of success. There's the move. There's the shift into position. I'm not sure if Rops realizes it. Molotov out towards lane. JKS with another opening kill. Let's make that a second. He's doubled up. Over towards Rap side, it's Brokey. Just a standard shot, but he makes it look good, and oh, Monacy's jumped right past him, and the pistol comes out. Actually, he hit Jax all the way behind. A missed shot that still hits, he'll take it.
Not bad, right?
Yeah.
Exactly that. It's, why am I catching strays back here? As he actually hits the second player that was inside of the smoke. Either way, that works beneficially for him as he takes the pistol out to close the round. We are now 3 apart.
Second timeout called by G2 as well. Time to talk things over.
FaZe now leads in opening and multi-round kills. Now, the multi-round kill statistic, we go back to what we said yesterday with Na'Vi. It's because everyone on G2 is firing, so you're not going to get as many multi-kills if everyone's contributing. But the opening kills for FaZe is both impressive and worrying, because they haven't been able, especially in the first half, to take advantage of those man advantage situations, those 5-on-4s, those 5-on-5s.
Yep.
Yeah, poor Jax never had a chance.
No, he didn't even see it coming, did he?
Just a homing missile.
It happens. All right, 15-12 out of the timeout. What's G2's call? Where do they go with this? Monacy is going to have the AWP back in his hands. FaZe got a little bit of life in him. 3 rounds remaining in this map, or it's overtime. 3 more chances for G2, and boy, have they had so many. Hunter burning down very, very low. Going to evacuate the position away from the flames. Remember, they started with 8 chances to close out this map in regulation. That's dwindled so quickly.
And it's confidence inspiring for FaZe. Even if they don't close this now, you know that Kerrigan, with all his experience, with all of the leadership he has,
yeah,
first thing he's going to say between maps is, hey, we came back. We had a slow start.
We play like that earlier, we win this game.
Exactly. It was just a slow start, guys. Let's just come out flying next game. It's going to give them just that little bit of motivation they need.
That's the future speech, but now for the moment, this speech is all about 1 round at a time. 5 in a row for FaZe. Looking for 3 more. Nico at the half wall. They have banana control. Hunter with that HP is just going to have to lurk. He's got 1 Molotov as well. Marching up. JKS and Brokey to defend, and they have another smoke between them. I think G2 might have to come through at least one smoke here. Time is running low. There's the flashbang. Here's the hit. JKS tucked into the corner, blinded, but Jax doesn't fully clear it. He didn't spot things. Nico's going to wrap around, but there's going to be no one available. Ooh, this is going to be tough to break into. One kill towards CT spawn. Still two defenders to address inside the bomb site.
Alexi B's trying to keep his head down because he's buying space for the wrap. Now Nico will be known. Brokey can only do so much. How does he find Nico as well as Hunter? Oh, you almost thought he was going to land that too. Rops will come around. Monacy falls. And it is just Hunter remaining with ball, trying to plant to keep his head down. He had to hold. They were in the reds. 9 seconds, but he's now dead, and it's going to be FaZe. 1 round closer.
Talk about gaining energy and gaining confidence in this comeback. That brought Kerrigan onto his feet. There's Brocky arriving, finally making some noise in this game, having a huge impact. If he doesn't get Nico there, that round is done. It's over. He's kept them alive here, going into round number 29, 15-13. Oh, absolutely spectacular the way he stays alive. What a great adjustment as well. Monacy not quick enough to handle Rops. He's cooled off on that T side. Both offers having rough T halves.
Yeah, absolutely true.
And look at the buy that G2's got. Even with 2 rounds remaining, only one of them is going to be a gun round.
We haven't really seen Monacy as well. I mean, every series we've had so far on the stage was 2-0. We haven't seen Monacy be in a position where he's under pressure, where he has fallen off. And you could argue in the first series, the second map, he didn't have to do as much, but it wasn't like there was suddenly a focus on the need for the off. So how does he actually overcome that? I mean, there's still things we don't know on this stage from him. He's passed all the other tests so far. JKS is certainly passing the test of being the most incredible stand-in you could possibly imagine, but hang on, Hunter's wrapped. Kerrigan has to look in both directions. He does get Hunter down, but he's lost a lot of HP in the process. They still have the 1-man advantage. Bomb is planted, however, for G2. And an M4 picked up for Monacy as Jax is going to try and cover him with the Deagle. Double peak position, Kerrigan, clean, concise, headshot kill, and Jax wants the weapon back. If he picks that up, though, Kerrigan's going to identify that immediately. Instead, though, he'll play on top of the bomb, knowing they're going to come from both directions. Shot out, can't quite catch Kerrigan. He's off the mark, and we are now 1 round away from a tie game.
Oh, that's so dangerous. G2 has actually found success at wrapping around this bomb site in towards ruins, in towards construction, and making that portion of it work, but they have not really been able to cleanly take that bomb site, even with that solid position. 1 round left. 7 straight for FaZe. Most of this map was scratching your head, wondering if they were ever going to show up. And here we are, round number 30. G2 with 1 more chance. Trying desperately to marshal G2. Don't subject your fans to overtime. Don't subject yourselves to overtime. Not in the first map of the Grand Finals, not when you had such a lead. And look at the confidence instilled in Brokey now after a quiet start to the game. Now he's pushing up in towards halls. He's getting information. He's shrinking the map. Oh, miscommunication though. That's a disaster. An absolutely crumbled defense. Thank God for the trade, but man.
Hunter gave that back. Nade out. You're absolutely right. That could have been catastrophic. You do all the work to get back in this situation and one small detail missed. And the other aspect of this mental game is what we talked about getting back into it for FaZe, but Nico's nightmares. Again, on this stage, does he start to crumble? Where does his mentality go? We've seen so many times the emotion that he has.
Well, they can't punish the evacuation from Closet. Twist, goes down. Jax is blind. Unfortunate, I think he spots him just before the flash pops. I'll tell you what, though, you want to talk about mind games. Kerrigan over at the B bomb site says, we've stopped you here so much in this comeback. You have to go back towards A, but that's crumbling as well.
Ops is in a huge amount of trouble. He's going to try and take matters into his own hands. Couldn't find the second shot fast enough, but Jax, he drops in. Oh, talk about a custodian. Talk about a superstar. Talk about the elite. Rops is on a romp, and we're going to overtime, baby.
for that true blueness, exclusive. I call that the Tribe Called Quest, featuring Q-Tip. I do this, coming out the wazoo with newness, shocking these con artists with the ruthless. Pioneers laid the foundation with the blueprint. All you gotta do is what you feel, ain't no rules to this dish. We hostile, so when you see smoke coming out my nostrils, I'm about to breathe fire through my tonsils. Dock you, give opinions and not the gospel. If you ain't holding the door open, then you an obstacle. Baby Bam spitting out the wop bobbaloo. Without a DJ, none of these jams will be possible. I walk tall, carry a big staff, and when I go back to the home of hip hop, they call me Af. You don't see me where I'm at in the lab, with memories on my mind that never could be gentrified. You get down. Seen rock fights turn into gunfights, but now we rock mics. I used to roll dice, but now my flow's tight. I got some cold rights to hold me down till my dough's right. Back on the road, I tell myself this is your life, your life, your life. Whether I'm at the bottom or top billing, I still got a ghost face killing. Don't catch feelings, as long as my milk is chilling. If not, then bam, make 'em run DMC, cause you be illin'. Real talk, I got so much funky ish inside my brain. Black thought, how many years these brothers been up in the game? Support, just drop the beat and quest level, make it bang. Report, the JB's gotta go against the grain. Ain't no play-ish, we on some payday-ish. Before that Mayday hit, I dropped the mixtape quick. Before that due date hit, put on the boot camp click. Jump on my iron horse and feed it heyday quick. I'm still the Sonic on stage with the hip-hop.
Where, oh where was FaZe for the first half of this game? Well, they certainly showed up now. They force out 8 rounds in a row. None better than this. None more death-defying than Rops to put us now in overtime. Remarkable.
I think he got that was an ace. He got all 5. I mean, look, what a great recovery as well, considering. I think he was the one who kind of miscommunicated and let his teammate die, let Brokey die up in hole. So, I mean, he stepped up, and you have to remember that's one of the hardest positions. That's some of the hardest multi-kill to have when you're getting wrapped upon from behind. That play jumping out of balcony in towards lane is the direct counter to that, and he still handled the situation just so perfectly. Man, both these pickups for G2 and FaZe that they made at the start of this year have been delivering throughout this tournament. This has been phenomenal. 15-15.
It's two teams that are literally built with so much firepower that when they're going off like this, you are guaranteed excitement. It's so sick to watch. But now, we start overtime. 12.5K money, just to note.
Before we get too far into this, because Rops is going to have that crazy highlight and obviously a massive impact. Brokey started here as well. I guess let's make sure we're giving some props over to Twist, who is carrying FaZe in terms of fragging, in terms of impact, really early on in this game, allowing his teammates sometimes to wake up into the series, wake up into the first map of the Grand Finals. G2 have lost 8 rounds in a row, all of them on this T side. That conversation, that communication between regulation and overtime had to be a nightmare, and it continues. They've lost everyone, this time through smoke. Nico goes down.
Brokey looking sharp as well. CT side certainly been the stronger. People have been talking about it quite a bit lately. The M4A1S being so powerful, as well as, again, I think especially on a map like Inferno where you can hold B with such a specific amount of utility that being able to have that sort of cash that everyone's putting there outside of the ruins is super significant also. As AlexCB sneaks into the site, Kerrigan will drop him down, and they start off the overtime exactly how they finished regulation by taking now a 9th round in a row.
Absolutely wild from FaZe to take control of this game. This is huge. Brokey playing very well so far. A couple of kills here towards middle, even taking down m0NESY. Gotta say as well, Nico, we talked about kind of his struggles on this stage, on the IEM stages around the world. You lose this Inferno to this kind of a comeback, and then all of a sudden you've got a plethora of really, really nightmarish comeback losses on Inferno.
There's one other
there's a big one
on G2 that's used to losing games that arguably should have won in this arena as well. Ocelot's looking to overcome that today. Not going very well for him, but we're not done yet.
Still early.
Started. JKS takes down Nico. Good start again for FaZe as it sits to a 5-on-4 early. m0NESY still sitting way back toward behind the smoke at bottom mid. We'll take a shot into it, but no one trying to retake that position yet from FaZe.
What do you do if you're G2 at this point? Have they just completely run out of gas in the tank? This is a disaster. 4-on-5. They need this, but now it's a 3-on-5. Brokey, he knows he's close up. He's ready. He's ready for the second swing, and that's great from m0NESY, but can you actually build upon it? Hunter lurking up to have some impact. This needs to go quick.
m0NESY, oh, Rops again. I was gonna say m0NESY's wrap is so important. I didn't think Rops had the vision through the smoke, and Twist holds the crossfire. He was a dead man. Twist was dead if Rops doesn't hit that shot. 17-15. And still no response on this T side from G2. Thankfully, they started this game so well, they've got timeouts left over.
Yeah, exactly.
One now.
They didn't have to use it. I think they even got one more after this, but I mean, you just think of the streak, think of the pressure that's mounted upon them, think of how difficult this has been. This is 10 rounds in a row for FaZe.
Remember a moment ago, I mentioned JKS 1-6 on opening duels. Now that he's been rolling on the CT side, he has been on fire at Banana. He has 5 of the last 7 openers in that position.
Yeah, and what an important thing to have. What an important part of the map to be able to hold on to on your CT side. We've seen Kerrigan very much just start trusting him a little bit more to stick there alone, able to rotate some extra players away, able to stack up towards that A bomb site. And under his guys, under Kerrigan's leadership, FaZe has closed off both bomb sites. There's no access anywhere on the map for G2. Now they're even struggling just to gain a foothold at brackets, at top mid. They're struggling with the basic elements of map control.
Early smoke, top middle. We saw yesterday Na'Vi use this brilliantly for a run boost with Simple. That's not the ambition here. Instead, they just want to cross over. Rops even going through the flames. Goes down to 55, but he's there to strike before Jax had any idea he was there. He backs down the hall, no one to spam it. He's clean to get away. He'll fall back inside of the site. Meanwhile, Nico, the Bosnian, as I said Serbian, Yanko's got me confused on that, but the Bosnian working his way up Banana.
Yes, it's all Yanko's fault. That and all the tech
I always will blame him for everything.
2-round lead for FaZe. Final round of this first half of overtime before they switch over. Opening kills was the name of the game yesterday for G2 in the semifinals against Na'Vi, but this time they're all going against him. The tides have turned completely. Another 4-on-5 scenario. Brokey rotates over to the B bomb site, feels the pressure there. Might be thinking that possibly the attacks on this side of the map could be coming back after so many rounds of silence here at B.
Slower pace to this round after that opening kill that came quite quickly from Rops getting to the position, but now it's looking like we're going to be heading toward the A side of the map, and Kerrigan, oh, this is perfect. He's pushing down Banana exactly at the time they want to set up. He needs to slow his pace slightly, though, because Nico can hear him coming. Doesn't matter, he's already got him. And m0NESY, Kerrigan not done there. Kerrigan carries them all in caskets away from middle as Rops closes it out with the grenade.
Oh, that's so brutal. That is absolutely insane. I have no clue how to recover if you're G2. I don't think they have any clue at all. I think all the ideas have been taken away from them. I think they've been ruined.
This is like mental victory as well, right? This is map 1 of the best of 5. You have a huge start, and then FaZe come back right now already.
Ooh. And you brought up a very good point, obviously. They haven't felt this level of pressure throughout this run of the Spodek, throughout these playoffs. This is a whole new animal. This is a whole new thing up on this stage in the Grand Finals, trying to overcome all the demons in the past of the organization, of the individual players. We talked about it. Nico has lost the most IEM Grand Finals of any individual player that we have in the scene. There's a lot to overcome here for G2. There's a lot of baggage that comes with this Grand Final.
That is certainly something you have to look at in Nico's career. I know a lot of people are considering him now in the argument for greatest of all time. Greatest of all time, maybe not so much, but it's #1 player currently in the scene, right?
Certainly playing at it like it at various points, yeah.
Definitely the best rifle as well, which is worthy of note because #1 player has not taken over that position using the rifle for, what, 3 or 4 years now? Cold Zero, the last one to do it. So he definitely has an argument, but if he can't keep winning titles, if he keeps losing in finals, that's always going to hold him back.
This is a team loss, though. I mean, I don't know what the conversation is going to be. FaZe has won 11 in a row. If you drop this map with an 8-round lead in regulation, 12 straight rounds for FaZe, I don't even know how you begin to recover for the next map. Here we go. FaZe lining up. Hits coming in. m0NESY has to wake up this second half on the T side. He struggled. Can he get his confidence back on the defensive side? G2's defense was a wall in regulation. Hunter's going to carry it on here for the opening kill.
Be in for a long night on just the opening map, but the T's finally coming alive. That's the side that's been haunting for them. m0NESY can't step up this time as he tries. He lags. He does all the damage. Kerrigan's on 1. Brokey's on 14, but it is just Nico and Alexi B that remain as the bomb is planted. Rob's already in good position. Sprays in. Damage is there. Alexi B is on 12 HP. He's got 12 kills in this game, and no more this round either as he gets taken out. That nade is well placed from the grave. Not going to matter. It's over as FaZe somehow turn this back.
And it's Rops again. He ends regulation to bring him into overtime, and he ends it there as well. What a stunning performance from FaZe. That is absolutely brutal. I have no words for the pain that this has to be. It's just map 1, but there's plenty coming. I just don't know if we're gonna see it. G2, they better find a way to reset, and it's gonna be the hardest reset of their careers. We'll be right back for the second map.
Okay, slow.
Got apps.
Out taps. Let's go.
Let's do default.
Let's do default. Come with me up sometimes.
You want the flash for boiler?
No, well, maybe you can. Yeah, you can. I will do molly and flash Ama for... Okay, one flash. Okay, save both. Save one. I will do flash second and myself.
Hold us 146 next, okay? Yeah, I do. Please be ready for set up mid, guys.
Okay.
Flash
Molly deep, molly
Flash,
deep.
flash.
Flashing.
Get ready, Nexa. I'm ready. I'll call the flash. Wait.
I have apps.
Flash. I'm full blind. Broken.
Molly mid.
I'm dodging flash. What is the boost? Not. Pull back.
Molly depths.
Nice. One HP. He's easy to watch out.
No. Depths. Watch out short, Ama.
One HP on D, guys.
Oh, sorry, 3 on the B bomb site, and alone is Magiska on A.
Nico, you have to send us. Next have fake. Next have fake B. Give me C4. Jackie, fall back. Jackie, fall back, please. I want you to search next as well, okay? Yeah, go. Wait. We need to wait for Jackie. I'm going up. Start faking on 32 next, okay? Yeah. I flash for you, cheminée, okay? Enter and Ama.
Don't just jump, Jack.
Get ready,
Don't
guys.
flash for us?
I'll flash.
Making more jump with Ama.
Flat pit. I smoke small pit. 2B.
Short.
Nice.
They're 2B. One more short.
It doesn't even spoiler. One more has to be A.
Nico, and it's Hunter. It's the two cousins left alive for G2.
Pit,
Touch smoke. Touch smoke. Spike came on flash.
Now, he's got to keep the hopes and dreams of G2 alive with the man in question.
Mam flash za kratko, daću ako vidím nešto. Hej, tal flash. Kuća možda.
Kratko. Ci pode do Gusco.
Cut way.
Gun them.
Nice.
That's why they've got these guys in G2. That's why they want to be.
This is props. This is props, guys.
Library 1.
Planting. I'm on HP.
Yeah, 2 will go HP.
Can someone hold library for me?
I'm with you. Flashing library. I have library.
Oh.
Have library.
One HP, everyone.
Library left side. Right side library.
Out. I have him. Straight my contact, guys. Straight.
Library last.
On my contact.
Oh dear, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure how to break this news to you. From FaZe 11-4 down at the half to G2 blowing a 15-7 lead. That's right, Yanko Paunovic here and Maniac on the case with me. And that is not how we saw this one in and up. 100%, this one looked a little bit more concrete for quite some time, Maniac.
You want to talk about emotional warfare? Well, G2 just had the absolute worst start possible of a grand final. It is as simple as that. Very simple words. Things clicking at the very beginning. You catch the wind behind you. You have full speed. You have momentum. You think you're going to do it. And then you just see the victory slipped away from underneath. That is so hurtful. I would like to be a fly on G2's wall right now to listen to how they're going to try to come back in.
Yanko, you've got to ask, you know, WWCD, what would Carlos do? In this moment, I don't know what Carlos says about it, but what does G2 have?
I think if you're a Maniac and you're a fly on that wall, you wouldn't live for very long because there's a lot of like slamming and throwing things against the wall.
I can see that
right now. I mean, the reality of the situation is it's a best of 5. It's a marathon, right? Like not a sprint, and you need to find ways to pick yourself back up. Like you're still very much in it. But yes, it's excruciating to lose in such a way because things were looking so good in the first half. Like they were so on point. Like the CT side was great. They were getting great reads. They managed to reset FaZe on basically every step of the way, concede a couple of rounds at the end, and then, you know, everything goes sideways from there.
That's the word I'm looking for. Resets. A game full of them, but obviously some we have highlighted.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they win the pistol, they lose the first gun round, G2 does, but in that reset round, round number 5, right, like you can see, m0NESY finds the entry kill. He was great in the first half, and if you look at the radar, there's 3 players on B, so they're reading this very well. Like they understand what FaZe is trying to do, and it's an easy cleanup here in a very important round for G2. Second time around, again, round 12, another recent round. m0NESY again is the focal player. He gets a triple kill, but look at the setup again. Even without full banana control, G2 is playing 4A. They just left Alexi B alone on B, so they have like a really good read on FaZe in these situations.
Yeah, that was G2 being a step ahead. Absolutely, and you mentioned it. It starts with m0NESY. It starts with that re-peak, that regathering of information, making the difference, and then Alexi B a step ahead, having the right setup. At that point in time, it felt like G2 were locked in, absolutely locked in.
But then there's this guy, and he goes by the name of Rops, and he might be the coolest cat in the whole server, no pun intended. Talk about round 30 here, Maniac.
Yeah, let's try and dive into the madness that was round 30. 15-14. Here, Hunter catches Brokey off guard, pulls out a nade, which punishes instantly by Rops, and then it ensues a 4 versus 4. A side has been taken. Jax gets that lucky kill onto Twist. Hadn't really done nothing to deserve that, but at that point, you can feel that G2 are constricting FaZe second by second. There's only 2 defenders on the side. Nico finds Jakes. That should be it. This should be it right here. It should be over. But Rops will maneuver this 1v4 in an absolutely phenomenal way. The spacing from G2 is wrong. This is 4-1v1 at a time, ended up in a beautiful way.
Yeah, the 1v1s, that spacing, Yanko, it fell apart. Not the right way to go about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're in a 4v1 situation on that side, and you give him just 1v1 fights all the time. You can tell, it's the pressure and some of the, Modesty is coming out boilers. Like, Rob's killed the guy in app, so he can be pit, he can be side, but he can also be on short. You need to just compose yourself, make sure, like, someone needs to say, guys, spacing, right? Like, let's make sure we go in at the same time. That didn't happen, and Rob's punished them.
Basically, if you compare the clips that Yanko pulled and the one that I pulled, you will feel in-game the difference between G2 being online, activated, composed, and them having just lost 7 rounds in a row and not knowing exactly what is the quickest way to victory. Am I supposed to peek now? The doubt, the millisecond of doubt in Counter-Strike that makes the difference. In that round, we saw it.
Yeah, and in that round, it might have really just put a thorn in the side of G2. That was Rob and Cool, and we get the opportunity to hear from him now. It's Rob's.
Hey everybody, right now I am joined by Robs, by the man, the reason why we got to overtime. Robs, can you explain what was happening in the comms in like that round that got you to overtime?
The round started off good. We got the trade flag on Brokey, but then it kind of fell apart on A, and I mean, I think I just had a really insane position in short, and I played it, I guess, near perfection. I managed to get, I think, 4 1v1s in short, and I just isolated all the angles, and I think that's just peak CS right there.
That's definitely peak CS. Well, yesterday you won against Heroic, and on the T side you managed to get like 10 rounds, but here right now against G2 you took only 4 rounds on the T side. Like, do you feel like they were like really prepared against you?
Not really, actually. I think we managed to get a lot of entry frags on the T side. We lost the Bristol round, okay, there was 3-0. And then we had a lot of entry kills on the first few con rounds. But whenever we tried to advance on bomb sites, we just couldn't get the refrags, and they were superior in that sense. And yeah, they just won the 4v5s, I feel like. If we win those, I think it could have been a much better T-side for us. But yeah, they just played better Team CS, I think, in the beginning.
Well, the next map is going to be Mirage, and we already saw like your team play against FaZe. I mean, I'm sorry, not FaZe, against G2 on this map. And last time, unfortunately, you guys lost. Do you think now, with all the roster changes, you'll be able to win against them?
I mean, I have no expectations. Honestly, the arena here is incredible. The support for both teams is insane, and it showed now what Inferno was like. I mean, if Mirage is that as well, then this is like one of the most amazing matches I've ever played. I'm hoping for a win for us, hopefully. But whatever happens, I think we will put up a great show.
Awesome, then good luck. And while the teams will get ready for Mirage, let's check out Plan of Attack with Mahoney.
Hello and welcome back. I'm going to go over the key tendencies and strategies that can be found when preparing against FaZe's Mirage. Starting off on the T side, we want to look at the key positions and who plays them. We should be looking out for Rots to be towards the A side, Rain to be contesting middle, and Twist as the main underpass B extremity player. Now the first thing we want to look out for are these double smokes where jungle and connector thrown by Rops. These smokes are often used in tricky ways, but the most common approach FaZe have is to throw these smokes, have somebody fake B with nades, and then 2 people pop out of Palace. Watch out for this potential double fake when these smokes are used. The second thing we want to look out for are FaZe's 4-1 hits when Rain is solo at middle. When this happens, typically Rain comes up middle alone to establish control, while the rest of the team either hits the A or B bomb site. It can be a simple pop or even an execute. In the most recent matches though, whenever FaZe do this 4-1 hit, they've preferred the A bomb site more than the B bomb site, so we'll see if that continues to be the trend. Now over on the CT side, we also want to know the basic positions of players on the map. We should be looking out for Rain as the A player, Kerrigan as the B player, Twist as the short player, and lastly Rops and Brokey floating in the window connector area. One tell to look out for is when there's only a shallow Molotov at upper B. Whenever there's only a shallow Molotov, it means that Kerrigan's alone at B while Twist is at middle, and that's because whenever Twist is at B with Kerrigan, they double Molotov, both shallow and deep. Twist will throw the shallow Molotov while Kerrigan throws the deep one. That's gonna wrap it up. Look out for these tendencies the next time FaZe play on Mirage.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Hey guys, I'm going to be showing you a couple of tips and tricks on the Mirage and connector. I hope you enjoy it and let me know how it works out for you. So I have two ways to open the round. One is starting from CT towards A, then connector, and then starting from window. When I start towards A, I usually use my Molotov at the start every round for the guy on A, so we stop the rush. Like rush there, sometimes I jump, sometimes I pre-fire because the upper can be holding this line or if they're boosted, so you should be careful about it when you cross. When you have the worst spawn, try to maybe sometimes flash or nade in the Molotov so they don't see you crossing. Then you can do a couple of things here at the start. You can put the smoke and just hold the... Listen a bit if they are rushing out mid, if your teammate is smoked off in window. The most important thing when you're coming into connector, the first thing that you can get in your face is the guy pushing a catwalk or pushing down here, but you have a smoke here. So the only thing you need to be focused on at the start is the guy who is peeking a cat. So just kill him or to be aware at least of that guy. So you don't have to smoke immediately, you can smoke on the timing when you hear the steps close, or you can do the shoulder pick from here, and once you spot someone or you see smoke top connector flying, you can just smoke down connector like this, and you can still play around it. I guess this is the most important smoke when you're in connector, and you should know how to play around it and not waste it just for nothing, because always try to have purpose with the smoke and how you play around it and how you delay the opponents, peek above it. So just learn a couple of ways how to play around it, and you're good to start the round with at least. You cannot really stay in connector the whole round, because if the opponents wants to take the connector, they will take it with their protocols, with smoke here, molly here. So there's no really space for you to stay around connector except of this box, but it's not really great angles to fight when you're here. So it's the best, after your smoke disappears, it's best that you leave this area and you try to play from around the jungle or window. Couple of angles that you can hold is this one. This kind of an off angle that you can kill people if they're coming up. The second one is that I'm using sometimes is this one. There's not many people are really fearing that angle, so I think you get an advantage here as well. It's the way I'm killing people. And the third angle is I'm sometimes holding window like this and checking palace, and if they split like this. So this is the three positions that I'm using around this area if I'm alone. Sometimes I'm here, but this position is not great because they see you first if they clear you from this side. So if you're here, you need to play smart and make sure to always check this position so you don't die for free basically.
Well, there's no more time now to talk things over, and I can't imagine the talk that G2 would have had between maps. How do you overcome this? How do you recover? Especially with the shortcomings they've had from different individuals on this stage. It's not like Nico is a stranger to being in these situations, but Alexi B wants to overcome it, and he's also struggled in the finals of Katowice before. So it's a tough conversation to have as we get ready to go on Mirage.
Tough conversation to have after the map ends. Certainly tough conversations during the map when that comeback is occurring, with the added factor of Remember, Xtaz, the coach that was brought in for G2 from Vitality, not available to have any conversations during the game. He's currently stuck back watching at the hotel. That had to have been an absolutely devastating experience for him, unable to have any kind of impact once that game went live. All down to prep for him. Man, I said it at the end, I don't know how you bounce back. I don't know how you recover from a comeback loss in that fashion, of that magnitude.
Interesting to know as well if they actually had communication between maps with Xtaz, who obviously would be watching. And no reason you can't pick up a cell phone or jump on a computer in their respective team rooms and get on TeamSpeak with them. But you're absolutely right. Obviously, Aminuk stepping in behind them again as he was yesterday, brought in very quickly to remedy the situation of not having a coach on stage with them. And there it is. The Silver Heart, what everyone's trying to capture at this event, the incredible IEM Intel Extreme Masters Trophy. And new names guaranteed will be engraved on it this year. There is no one on this stage that has ever hoisted that before.
Yeah, names engraved on it in all time. Pictures put up in the hallway as you walk and enter onto the stage to begin with. Everyone chasing that. Are having a little bit of an extended break before the second map gets started. There is a little bit of a monitored swap going on the stage.
Kerrigan is the one that was getting switched over, so I'll let you know when he gets back in the server, but maybe that's a bit more time for G2 to settle down. You can see as well.
That was brutal way to end it. And I mean, look, it's great fashion. If we switch over to the more positive side of the equation, to the FaZe side of things, what a slow start that they had. All that firepower, the conversation around them, all the talent and all the skill spread across all 5 players, just coming alive in that second half and burning through G2's offense that looked so clean, so efficient just yesterday. Today, it was shut down on Inferno, and they're going to have to do it all over on Mirage.
Talk about momentum as well, because they do that on the CT side. Yes, they shut down G2 completely, but then they swap over one round.
They had all that firepower, the conversation around.
At that point, you're just mentally on top of the game, of G2, of the situation. So, yeah, definitely a tough position for them to be in. Speaking as well, you have to go back to the AWP battle. Bit more opportunity and a bit more open on Mirage than it is. We said the T side, it struggled in both respective teams on Inferno, so that certainly is more promising for each of Brokey or Monacy. Obviously, the two youngsters. Brokey was the highest rated player coming into this final, so that's, you have to see him start to hit those shots both ways.
Well, look, just by eye test alone, this is one of the maps that had first caught the glimpse of how comfortable Monacy felt on Mirage as an AWPer. He's very, very powerful. We saw the magnificent clutch yesterday. That's going to be a memorable moment for the rest of his career as really a starting point for what he's going to be able to deliver. But man, he's going to have to be a monster on this map no matter what happens. All the issues are fixed, except for the one of G2 dropping an 8-round lead on Inferno. They've got to forget about that. Map 1 is done, it's over. FaZe take a 1-0 lead in this grand final series. It's G2's map pick, it's Mirage to have them bounce back, get started, find some redemption for the collapse on Inferno. And we're gonna go live into the pistol round. It's gonna be utility for Alexi B. It's gonna be utility on Nico as well. All USPs one more time for FaZe Clan. Kerrigan holding on to that the defuse kit. So keep an eye on his position as this round unfolds.
Very B-centric defense right now from FaZe. Interestingly enough, it looks like it's gonna be an executed hit toward A from G2. Rops inside a connector, JKS back toward ticket booth. C1 dropping off balcony already, and the rotations are on, so they just need to hold them back, hold them off the bomb site. JKS starting off resoundingly with a headshot on a falling Hunter as he tried to land inside of the site, flashed. JKS goes back around the corner, they check behind the box, they know now he's alone and not far back, but he's got another, and good damage as well onto Nico. Tags him down to just 14 HP as the rotations and the cavalry all marching on the stairs. Alexi B, he can actually swing through this potentially. No time now. No time now. I thought he might try and go through the vent and get in behind them, but bomb is already going to be defused. They're going to be chasing him down no time at all.
Yeah, it's not even planted for him. That was a good kill. That kill Alexi B gets in connector is one they needed if they were going to recover the round. It sets up a crossfire, but so many bodies from FaZe retaking up those CT spawn steps. Just packs ticket, and no one from G2 able to land the shots. 1-0 for FaZe.
Important pistol rounds.
Ooh, even the follow-up. Good shooting from Twist. Ooh, and the third one as well. He's got to be happy. He's got to be pleased. What a comeback they had. And he's got them powered up in this first round of Mirage. 2 AK-47s picked up off the back of that plant. It's going to be a Hunter and Nico with those. 3 Deagles to surround it. And a lot of bodies for G2 already lined up on A ramp. They want to find a timing for this. Alexi B over in the B halls with utility.
Nico looking for the gap. No one on the other side of it yet. More standard across the map this time. Rops, Shadow, Alexi B trying to make some noise over on the B site. Keep the defense contained. This is all a ruse. He just wants to pull them in that direction, but a clean kill.
Smoke is just kind of streaming over.
Smoke must have been in the air, because when I looked, they didn't have one. So they still at least can cover off connector. This is the bigger
one. More kill. 2-0. A little bit dangerous, but FaZe handles it well. The kills don't really matter. They're just happy with the win. Should be back to pistols for most of G2. Maybe a deagle on Nico as they give him a chance to find an opening for him, but with only actually picking up a few more deagles as well. So they've got some dangerous elements here. It's FaZe off to a hot start. They started Inferno, what, 4-11 in the first half. It was an atrocious beginning, but they've come alive in the series. Nico gonna head towards top mid, and Brokey's gonna drop down into the underpass on an information play. He's only got a USP, so no real, Rops is gonna be there as well with the SMG. Here we go, Hunter sees the leg, connects the shot, Brokey the follow-up. He didn't expect that, but he adjusts. Okay, now it's a problem.
Massive problem. Twist needs to hit these shots as well. He's getting tapped. He gets two, making a third back. That's massive because it controls the round and they have control of the weapons once more. He was tapped down to 45. I was starting to get a little bit worried for him. But Hunter is still alive in this round, and he already showcasing that he can hit the headshots with the deagle. Is going to try and do exactly that. 3 more left alive, and Twist is backed off the window and switched over to connector instead. Only 8 HP for Hunter to work with in this situation.
Twist could get the ace here. 3 kills. Alexi and Hunter trying to trade this one off. Where's the first peak? Twist, his attention's not taken away. He's got the 4th. 1 more to find. 20 HP. He's gonna back away from the fight. Doesn't want to go down. They still haven't spotted Alexi. No real chance of G2 actually winning the round, and there goes Twist. He gets the 4K, nothing more. Full HP on Alexi, but no armor. A little bit of utility, but how can you possibly know where JKS is? How can you Shadow shows.
Shadow shows and the nade thrown. That's certainly one way to give away the position. He transfers inside of the site. Alexi B will try and jump upon his position. Over the box for a quick check. I don't think he's realized he's transitioned back toward the CT stairs, so JKS gets the angle for free. We go 3-0 for FaZe. That now puts us, do my math correctly, 15 rounds in a row for them. I know it's tough to connect 2 maps together. There's different circumstances, another pistol round, but also there's only been 9 T-sided rounds so far in this game.
No, but it's a good thing to speak to in terms of the psychological aspect of the game. I mean, there's been nothing positive for G2 in so long. As you said, 15 rounds. That's a long time to go just taking L's left and right. Good shooting from Twist to recover the round, because that was a pretty dangerous situation, especially considering Nico is one of those deagles. Monacy with the op has made it towards top mid.
Nothing out of character yet in terms of mid position from FaZe. No one trying to get down below. Or hold the underpass, try and get toward the fence. We've seen people boosting more recently than going for the jump itself, and it is going to be G2. They're going to use this spot a lot. They did it yesterday against Na'Vi. We saw on both the CT and the T sides. You know that they want to take mid with this position. Monacy as well, just waiting to hold this angle as Hunter's going to clear it. Oh, does he look? Not quite. He's got the crosshair firmly fixed. They'll see JKS if he slides out, but the timing is everything. JKS, they didn't get him and they shot. Now he knows the situation. They have to back off.
Yeah, kind of calling a stalemate to see the utility rain in. Twist, blinded, stuck in the corner. Easy kill for Alexi B. No help for Twist. Remember, they know this position. Another pop flash in. Huge kill from JKS. Molotov is going to prevent anyone from the follow-up peek. Rops was able to find one as well. It's a 3-on-4 for G2, and Monacy cannot find the equalizer. Had the chance on a JKS.
Brokey can, though. He'll get Nico. Smoke's gone inside a connector. That gives him the position back. That's where Rops went running. He already found the 1 kill and slid away toward the window, but Hunter again, the one so far stepping up on G2, trying to find them their first round. Just 2 more kills would put him in that position as he swings through connector once more. He's not sure where Rops has gone, but knows that's where he existed. He has that information, not where Kerrigan is, and that's good enough for him to slide out. And with full vision, he gets to the easy kill.
Yeah, Kerrigan just looking for the timing. Feels no pressure, knows his teammate doesn't spot anything either, and just finds a nice peek out for information. 4-0 for FaZe. Looking good on their own CT side. Brokey's gonna have the ult back in his hands as he finds Nico trying to lurk up into the A bomb site. Good job from FaZe maintaining pressure on mid, despite the fact that G2 had a pretty good hold on it. And not enough utility, not enough safety for Hunter coming up connector.
Twist again gonna be the one tasked with holding off this mid position. This will be a contentious battle. Hunter, oh my, so fast. He's already up on top of the fence position, can jump in the window on his own from there. Now that obviously signals with noise, but he can also hold against Kerrigan. He slid back down. He's gonna take over Catwalk instead as they try and work in the B sites. Brokey, however, is holding it, falling away. They'll call that he's gone to jail because Hunter would have seen that, but he was busy and occupied trying to find Kerrigan, who smokes himself off to reverse the position from the arch, and he gets m0NESY inside of the window.
There's really no access for anyone. Hunter through the smoke would love to find it. Kerrigan's got that. Double kill in the round for Kerrigan. This G2 offense being shut down. It's all on Nico, 1 versus 4. And just with the deagle. Rops jumping up. FaZe started to look real powerful. Another buy round coming in next for G2. What can they have? Again, mentioned at the start of the map, coach not able to be with them. If they need to find some adjustments, Almanac behind him is going to be familiar with the playbook, and a lot of pressure on Alexi B to adjust his calls and adjust his strategies on the fly.
Certainly, that has to be mentioned again. The pressure aspect of that. Mid-round calls get more and more difficult when things are falling apart, when people are starting to overextend or force, you know, the tilt aspect, force themselves into situations that aren't disciplined, and he has to be the one that controls that without the coach. That's so much harder to do.
Now, I mean, it's G2's turn to just start this map not only slow as a team with 0 rounds, but I mean also even just individually, where we saw FaZe kind of very quiet at the start of Inferno. Now here on Mirage, it's Nico with 0 kills, m0NESY with 1 kill, Jax with 1 kill. Still early on, obviously plenty of time for them to recover. This is not what you want if you want to forget the horrors of Inferno. Window jump up on top. Alexi, he didn't spot it at all. I thought he would have seen him. I thought Rops was clear as day. He disappeared underneath the smoke. There was a chance there for a pick. And now it gets dangerous because Rops, he wants action. He wants a fight.
Smoke gone. Underneath, we know that they like to play that position. He's gonna go forward surely. He has to. He drops down, he needs a double. Trying to do utility damage to clear out the corner at the very least, but once again, he's gonna have company down below any second. Hunter didn't look straight up. Oh, Hunter didn't look straight up. Rops is gonna get away with it. Hunter could have easily had the kill, but didn't have the information.
I cannot believe how long he stayed up there and kept that fight up, even using utility to try and flush Alexi B out. Even when the Molotov beneath him that was protecting him, G2's gonna look back and realize, how didn't Alexi spot him? How didn't anyone coming from underpass spot him at all?
So Rops rotates inside of ladder. That gives him access back toward the window. Again, that's smoked off, and they're even pre-firing his position, but that means Kerrigan takes the long rotation. Instead, though, JKS pushed all the way through Palace, has now cut off the A side of the map. They certainly could still try and battle back by twists.
And if you don't have Palace control, there's no way you're making the call to fall back towards the A bomb site. That's the bomb down inside ladder room. Rops is gonna find an escape route. He's gonna tuck himself, make him a small target. Twist gets activated. He gets involved, remains aggressive. Rops peeks out. Way to juggle the aggression between these two players. Rops and Twist, difficult targets to find, and Jax falls last. 6-0.
G2 is gone, girl. Where are they? This is not at all the start we definitely had on Inferno. Nico's 0-6 right now.
I don't know when exactly it happened on Inferno, but they were knocked completely out of their game, and they have not been able to recover. As you said, 0 kills on Nico. This is where you'd want one of your star players. This next gun round better be huge. Maybe G2 can steal one here, but the next time AKs in an AWP get back into the hands of your players, you're looking at someone like Nico, you're looking at someone like m0NESY or Hunter to give you the kind of play that gives you some energy back into this lifeless team at the moment, because FaZe's defense is so dynamic and so assertive at the moment. G2's not getting close to anything they want in these rounds.
JKS as well continues to be impressive. 7-0 in the last 15 rounds, specifically on the opening duels. 17 rounds and counting. Make that 18, excuse me, and counting, and 17 alone on the T side. And again, I have to bring it back up because yesterday against Na'Vi, now I know Na'Vi circumstances, they probably weren't at their best, and I'm not gonna excuse them, or excuse me, I'm not gonna fault them for that. But G2 looks so good on the attack. So where has that gone?
Don't have a good answer. I don't think they do either yet. m0NESY and Alexi, base of connector. They're gonna have Twist to contend with. A nice little headshot angle for him, and this is what he specializes in. They don't want to mess with it at all. There's the peek. Good find from Alexi. Good aggressive swing, but there's still 3 defenders here. Oh, that kill, it pulls some of them away. Nico can't connect with the Deagle. There's a low HP player inside of the site. It's Rops waiting. Will they actually clear him? Moving around, Jax knows nothing. Jax has no idea. He's about to get absolutely sideswiped from Rops. That's gonna be the bomb down, and with 15 seconds, how do you recover? 3-on-3 here, and now the rifles step up next. It's all FaZe.
That's spectacular from Rob. Sliding out from behind Firebox, never detected, holds his nerve, and springs the trap at the right time. They were even searching for the CTs. They were running out knowing, hang on, we got 15 seconds, and they leave the planter alone. No response, no trade. And Nico is now 0-1-7. That is, that's gotta be pressure. Surely that has to be pressure.
It's not great, but remember, he's playing the alone positions on the map, so he's kind of relying on some of his teammates to find some kills that can activate him, right? He wants to find some 1v1s out of Palace, some 1v1s coming up A ramp, and to do that, you need to find a kill in mid to make sure the support system at the A bomb site isn't going to be there, and Nico's never been able to really find the fights that he's wanting quite yet. Not fully excusing him of that, but it's been very difficult for the entire G2 team on this side of the map so far. 7-0 for FaZe. This round, they go for some aggression down A ramp. They're letting G2 have control of middle, where they fought for it previously. This time, they're fine letting it go for the moment.
This is an interesting little battle that's going on back towards spawn as well. Nico was inside Palace, heard them flash inside of the ramp and run forward. So he thinks, because remember, they had this position 2 rounds ago. They actually pushed all the way through and cut off the rotation. They lost any chance of falling back. You mentioned it. He has to clear this, despite that he had to give up Palace just to do so.
He might have just told his teammates, good, they're aggressive in A ramp. Come back, rotate back around. I need a pop flash. Let's go clear this out. We have them right where we want them. Aggressive push forward. Nico's gonna line up the flashbang for his teammates. Hunter, Alexi to lead the way with the AK-47s. It's everything here. Flashbang, oh, it misses its mark. It misses its mark, but they still get the trades. Thankfully, the other cousin steps up to the plate.
He's not done there. He's gotta go inside of the site. 38 seconds. He'll Molotov toward the jungle position. Pop flash toward the connector, and the smoke will land. Kerrigan had vision knowing no one's in front, though, so he goes straight through it at Brokey. He already finds the first shots, nearly missing out on the aim. Kerrigan turns it back, and Nico drops from m0NESY, steps up finally with the AWP. He'll double it, and we've got a round for G2.
They needed it. They needed something. First step forward into the game for G2, but how stressful. How much of a struggle. Good double from m0NESY, but a better double. An all-important double kill from Hunter, turn of the corner. Flashbang, it just misses its mark. It does not bounce the way he would have wanted. A missed lineup for Nico. Add that to his kill total of 0. Tough game, tough start. Unforced error, but they do recover it.
Smoking window again. Twist heads over to the connector position to play off with Rops. They've got a doubled angle. Rops not being aggressive, that means JKS will move up inside of the A site instead, and m0NESY goes to middle with an AWP that has its direct counter, the antithesis of Brokey watching off from the corner of Catwalk.
Again, G2 just shuffle around mid presence. Utility in mid, they've shown it. Back towards the A bomb site. Alexi B with a MAC-10. This time it's Hunter lying wait in Palace. Rops and Twist, what a powerful duo to have at the center of the map. They can be everywhere all at once, it seems like.
Flashes over, quick peeks. JKS uncertain as to what needs to be deployed. Smoke is at the ready, and quick switch back to it. He knows that they'll likely Molotov this position. There it is, but he needs to keep the gun up because they're gonna come around the corner. He's missed the shots. And hardly damage as well. Jack still stays with 74, Alexi B on 65.
That's a bomb.
But Rops absolutely does take the bomb for the moment. Nico's on the board. He's gonna double it up there as well as he finds Twist. And you better hope he arrives, because that's exactly what G2 need, but he's gone in this round as Kerrigan comes back in. Another multi for Kerrigan. And it's all down to Brokey. He finds m0NESY just in time before he tried to recover and get the bomb planted. There's still time to do so. 17 seconds. Jax has to go back for it, and that means he is occupied. He is committed to a set position, and Brokey can approach. as he pleases. AWP pre-scope. He knows he's gonna go back for Texas, but was not ready for it. Snapped away too soon, and Jax gets the second in a row for G2.
What a timing on that peek from Jax, just as the crosshair of the AWP shifts away from that exact position. Tough. You got to admire, though, Nico. We've said his name. We've called him out a couple of times for the 0 kills. He gets a double kill there that's absolutely massive, and you got to admire that he just goes back to it. He has that killer instinct. This first kill here, he gets that one's easy. He sees the peek from Twist, and he comes back for it. He knows he's got a fight that he likes. Absolutely perfect, and Jax with a big boy clutch. 5-round lead for FaZe. They're back to pistols. G2 have found a way to chip down this lead and hopefully close the gap.
Hunter. Now they're rolling with it. Seems to be momentum is very much the case in this series, and he's got 3 looking for an anti-eco. Ace does get caught off by Brokey, who has the pistol inside of the window room and popped out late after he cleared the angle, but Monty now has that information. Oh my goodness. Brokey just took the AK and assassinated Monasi with it.
I'm not necessarily sure they can actually still win this, but this would be huge if they can find Nico. There's no kit, there's no armor. Oh, Nico didn't see him.
He is looking it. He is staring this way. He's considering the possibility, but it doesn't matter. Oh my goodness. Brokey may have missed out on the last one ever so slightly, having looked away at the last possible second, but he could steal this one back. He's got 3 already.
They know Jax is in the B bomb site. That's why Twist hasn't moved. He doesn't know how to actually make it into this bomb site to make the retake doable. There's the kill. There's the kill. Remember, no kits though. Alexi, he just has to play for time. The bomb is his teammate, and they're gonna back away. They're gonna back away. He's done it. He's just held his nerve long enough. But what a round from FaZe. What a powerful round. Almost clutching victory from the jaws of defeat here in round number 10. They get away with 2 powerful weapons as well, an AK-47 and an AWP snatched off the dead bodies of G2 players.
Definitely boosts the economy right back in their favor almost, because you can break down G2 now. 3 rounds in a row, 3 T rounds in a row as well, very important. As the trend of this series seems to be, it's all CT.
No, but remember too, we said, because it had been 17 rounds straight, or excuse me, 19 rounds straight, going back to the first map for FaZe. Nothing is going to feel comfortable at any point, and you have a round like this, where you get the opening 2 kills, you have a 5-on-3 against unarmored pistols, and it comes all the way to that point that you almost lose it. It takes so much of your economy away. That is a blow to confidence. There's a certain element of victory in that round for FaZe. Still with the 4-round lead. Mac 10 on Jax, Mac 10 on Monasi, Mac 10 on Hunter. They don't buy fully all the way down. That might be their undoing, so a special strategy coming up, a little bit of a game plan here. Usually these weapons like this indicate some kind of a bust towards the V bomb site. Get those Mac 10s out into the open, wrapping around the bomb site with speed that the rifles cannot contain.
Through the flames. Monasi doesn't seem to mind. He's got it inside. Mac 10. Straight money Monasi as he tries to add to that. Team kill from Jax actually gets him as he jumped in through the smoke trying to find the angle onto Twist, but excuse me, onto Kerrigan, but Roki's still in this with the AWP and the ball now down inside of the site. This is an awkward situation to suddenly find themselves in.
Yeah, all the Mac 10s go down. I mean, those are the ones that are trying to make space for you, trying to actually overrun the bomb site and keep the defenders occupied while the AK-47s can pick them off with clean fights as they choose. This is disastrous for G2. Nico's gonna go down inside of the spam as well. Never able to get into a position now. Small detail as well. That defensive Molotov that's thrown in the middle of the rush, Monasi runs all the way through it. He actually tanks like 50 HP of damage. There's supposed to be a smoke to put that one out during the round. I don't think he had the angle to drop it properly. And what a clean defense. Helped out, ooh, by Jax. You're right, maybe. Maybe, that's unlikely that he would have found the kill.
Yeah, he was airborne at the time. Did have a Mac 10, but look, you got to take those shots. You can't really blame him for that situation. You're always going to try and go for a kill, even at the expense of your teammate at times. Just unfortunate that he couldn't follow it up and avenge that situation. So this one, 27 seconds. Alexi B, I think, is not even considering it. Wants that AK because go back to that last round, so expensive. They break them right here and now.
They're not fully broken. That's kind of the benefit of dropping down to those Mac 10s. They'll still be able to muster up a buy G2 if they wanted, and a pretty decent one at that, I think. I think they'll probably have at least, at bare minimum, 3 rifles, 3 AK-47s, if they choose to go for it. But certainly, it's put the economy in a really, really stressful, tenuous position. Five-round lead. FaZe looking good, up 8-3. Round 12 coming in. Does G2 want to take a timeout and call things over? Because they are going to buy into it. They are going to invest everything they have left into this one single round. AK-47 dropped over to Nico, who drops a Galil back into return, and it's stronger than I would have expected. 3 AK-47s. Not a lot of utility, though.
Kerrigan with smoke on either side of middle for protection. Alexi B, he's going to walk directly up catwalk on this, expecting there to be a boost, expecting there to be something that they're playing behind on this. Kerrigan's going to do the same thing down below him. This is an interesting angle for each to find, and he runs too soon. Sound gives it away. Alexi turns back. Kerrigan never knew, and that means now he's going to go for more, but Rob's able to pick out, take him down, twists. He couldn't help in that situation because there's so much smokes down on top of the A site. He has to turn and take off and hold the attack as they've lost the CT stairs as well. Rops again will work back inside of the site, and it's all on to Monacy.
Yeah, 1 versus 3. They know his position as well. Oh, good shot, but the Molotov forces his hand way quicker than he would have liked. And Rops has him pinned in, 9-3. FaZe continue to roll in these grand finals. And now the money's gone. Now you have that economy situation that is just no fun. Nicely done from JKS, just playing it passively, grabbing a pair of kills, not going down himself. Rops and Twists, they are working together in tandem very well at the middle of the map. This is so dangerous. Now you put Brokey there with the AWP, gonna get smoked out. G2 again forced to try and find an answer.
JKS timing. Smoke still down. He knows that there was only so many opportunities for him to go back. Oh, they spotted him. They spotted him. Rops. His head shows JKS didn't see them cross because as he's transitioned back, it's exactly when they snuck through. So that's a bit of a misplay. It's going to cost them as well as Kerrigan falls. And they've got the advantage, although not by much if you consider the HP, but they have the man advantage for G2. Bomb plant, nothing watching CT stairs. They're late to come around the corner, so they'll get away with it.
That's a planet for anyone to admit. They do have a player in Connector. This is going to be really tough to hold on to it. Utility coming out for the FaZe side of things. Here we go. Twist has the first. Brokey with another. All of a sudden it's down to 2. And remember, Hunter can't do anything from that position. It's all on Jax. He's gone down, and the round is over. As soon as they get on the defuse, they don't even need the kill. The 10th round, FaZe hit double digits.
Come back with 3 of their own after conceding that many. And we get to round 14, nearing the end of the half. Money will be a factor on potentially both sides. To be fair with the buy, I think FaZe will be completely fine given that Brokey still has 7450 after the full buy. They've got the double op set up this round as well, but it's a little bit tighter for the G2 side of things.
Look, we saw FaZe a tough first half on Inferno obviously stand up to the task of making a comeback happen. We're about to see if G2 has that same fortitude at the moment.
They can get to 11-4, Jason.
Yes, they could. Rops with a deep angle in towards Palace. He could negate Nico right out of the gate. Flashbang out, Rops hears the bounce, goes back for the peek, and there it is. Had to be an instant headshot, and it's not. Nico brings him down to 48, but a 5-on-4 in the favor of FaZe.
Hunter in the hall with Jax. Haven't seen them actually have too much success toward the middle position. As you mentioned, Twists and Rops just playing it so well. This time it'll be a crossfire set with Kerrigan. With Rops on that second op, that's the changing call, and Twist's actually being very passive right now. Giving up catwalk entirely. He's rotated over toward the B site where Brokey is, which means mid-access is essentially granted to G2 in this situation. Alexi B, bit more utility toward Connector. They've got the boost in the corner as well. The nade, Kerrigan not gonna spot out Jax, and that's exactly the angle they were waiting for.
They needed it. The equalizer 4-on-4 that opens up the middle portion of the map. Alexi gonna jump over a near miss from Brokey. That would have been massive. Still another op to contend with inside of the A-bomb site. They know it though. That's the player that got the opening kill. Rops had found Nico and Palace. They know his position. Utility is streaming out. They know nobody can come through the murder hole. They know nobody can come to jungle. It's JKS who's found. A solid position ripped away, and Rops gets aggressive. He gets assertive, and Monacy's gonna have to deliver now.
You know, there's now the double op setup situation in play. Rocky can't find the shot through the box. Monacy planting with the AWP will fall off and try and immediately look for an angle, and he will get it as well. Twist through the smoke, gives himself up. No response yet from either of the 2 CTs remaining. And it's a double op retake situation against that of m0NESY and Alexi B. Hunter each on AKs. m0NESY might do it all himself. Rocky stuck inside the corner, is uncertain as to whether or not they're going to try and surround him and take this gun down. It looks certain to be a 4th round now for G2. Hunter doing exactly that. Will confirm he's still in the corner. Gets tagged up through the box, but finishes him off.
Great round from m0NESY, even holding his nerve. It looked like he was going to go for a repeat. I'm certain someone on the team called both were ops. So he just tucked himself into the bomb site boxes, waited for his moment to strike. Great opening from Jax. That's a tough position to find and clear out. Good kill on a JKS that allows them to secure the plant, and his teammates take it from there. m0NESY takes it from there. 10-4. Single op for the FaZe side of things. Still just the one kid on Kerrigan as he drops down to an SMG. Solid buy, solid advantage, and again, Nico just misses the mark. That's a kill you'd give him probably 99 out of 100 times.
Sneaking in though, above the smoke. Oh, he spotted the gun barrel. He saw, oh, but he's looked away. He thought maybe he was transitioning toward the window. Instead, he'll look back and it's a tag. It must have clipped through the wall.
Yeah, just barely unlucky for m0NESY. Is he going to expect this boost over the top of the box? Or excuse me, not the boost, but just the position over the top of the smoke. Oh, okay, why not? Give it to him. Give it to him to get him back in the game. G2 would desperately love this 5th round, and Hunter's gonna lurk up. It's a 2-on-4, but there's still an element of danger because Twist isn't gonna expect it, but he recovers in time. And m0NESY, it's the final round, you're gonna go for it. But he's only got 4 health.
Oh, fast flicks, goes out that time, just had to go for a straight peek. HP's low, but it doesn't really matter, 8 AWP, and I mean that on both sides because m0NESY obviously has 4. More time than that though. Kerrigan down below. They've completely triangulated the position that the bomb is currently sitting. I don't think he's aware of it. Jumping in, and Kerrigan's gonna look up. He can hear him, and he'll finish him off. We've got the exact same scoreline we did on Inferno, but this time it's FaZe well in the lead. Can G2 pull off the same Katowice comeback? We'll take a break and find out.
Fucking love overtime. People are getting a little bit shaky.
Let's fucking go, boys.
Let's go, boys.
Insane mentality come by, okay?
Yeah, let's go. You smoke mid. Smoke.
All along. Flash playground.
Flashing mid.
I think they started 4 guys B.
Focus B?
Yeah, I think they started.
You guys going long or no?
I'm gonna fake B soon, okay? I'm gonna fake B now. Yeah, first jump.
Yeah.
Rock! Dead. Deep, maybe long. Go back.
No response there from Shiro on the 4v5 advantage. They accelerate towards A.
I'll fucking push.
Sign.
Hold him, hold him.
Long. Still sign.
Track.
Hang on, wait.
Pushing, banana.
Dead.
Let's go back.
They're just keeping Gambit moving right now. Kerrigan's about to walk into B.
No one's there. Hold it. We'll have a look. Knife out. Still gets the frag.
One guy pushed him.
No, that's the guy.
Okay.
Slow.
Just have HP.
Water.
Holding Hammond. You need to kill him.
Yeah.
But he's there. You can plant.
Yeah. Playing Sabek.
Hammond dead. I'm going monster.
Oh, CT.
I'm peeking, okay? Where is he?
Oh, it is.
Peek at right side. Let's peek. Fucking good fake, boys, man. Fucking good entry.
Brokey with the ace right there. Overtime kicks off and Brokey steps up. That is insane.
I mean, we fucked up the ramp boost and I saw him.
I
Good grief, G2. What a turnaround this series had in the middle of Inferno. It's 11-4 this time for FaZe Clan. G2 need exactly the same miracle and same circumstances that they were served on the opening map.
They need some star power right now. They need someone to wake them up on the team. Nico in the last 41 rounds is 18-36. He has really lost his feel for the game in this series so far on this stage. And if G2 want to make this comeback happen, they're going to need him. They're going to need him at 100%. They're going to need him fully involved in this game. 7-round deficit for this G2 defense, but their defense on Inferno looked great. So let's see how this begins. Let's see how it opens. Let's give them a chance. They're gonna get aggressive. Hunter jumps down. Oh, I think Brokey spotted that. I think he might have seen that. Nico gonna come back. Oh, he did indeed. 3 targets. Nico couldn't even pick one.
Kerrigan's gonna use that speed to then try and take over toward the catwalk position. Meanwhile, kills ensue on the opposing side of the map as Hunter, only good for 1, gets traded by Twists. So Kerrigan's job at this point just trying to contain the situation. Maybe Bob's still back outside of A main though, and no one's there. JK is still working on a palace. Smoke's down towards CT. Someone's gonna have to go back for that and give it a 3-on-3. This buys a bit of time and space for G2, and they'll split up the map accordingly as m0NESY still battles with Kerrigan.
Yeah, really tough fight for Kerrigan as well, but m0NESY has no idea of numbers, right? You've only spotted 1. You've only seen Kerrigan. He's worked his way up. I think m0NESY spotted that move as well. He's got to tuck himself behind the pillar just in case there's more. Moves across to the other. Alexi's got him covered as well. Good find towards catwalk. m0NESY's looking for more because he knows he's got his teammate to cover the push, and he's going to deliver one more stellar headshot.
The awareness as well to find that kill on Twist after battling with Kerrigan for so long. For positioning, he gets the 2, and then Jax gets JKS because he had to go back for the bomb eventually. And now we've got a 5th for G2. They start off the second half in a much better way.
All right, maybe you look for that star power in an unlikely place here. Young stud who's been so good on this stage throughout the quarterfinals, throughout the semifinals. Delivers 3 big kills here. Jax even able to find one through that smoke, and the final kill obviously on a JKS, 11-5. G2 started in the second half in the right way. Second round by Deagles, a P250 on Kerrigan. Some nades to play with as well. That deep Molotov is probably making JKS very uncomfortable. Oh, Nico didn't see him over the flames. Thankfully, Jax is there. Brokey's found one in mid.
Oh my goodness, Twist. Oh yes. Nico as well. Jax drops. The 2 on the Deagle brings it level as Alexi B is trying to lurk and find out where the information can be for the CTs. MP9, they call that murder hole for a reason. Don't dare go through it at P250. That range, no question, you hit the headshot.
How does G2 want to get back into this round? How do they want to rotate to make this happen? Because now that there's so much silence on the map, they know the bomb's planted today, but they actually have no information of where Kerrigan is. They have no information of where Twist is. This is a blind 2-on-2 retake.
Twist is already waiting for the flank. Well, he's looked away, wrong time. He expected it, was ready for it, and he then doubted himself, and it costs them. They'll get the round back just like that, Jason.
Yeah, just like that. Made it look easy after I built that one up. Good on G2, but man, look again, the conversation, nothing is coming easy to G2 at the moment, but this is the same position FaZe Clan was in the last map. G2 are just gonna have to replicate it. And so far, 2 players alive here. They're gonna build up some money. With the plant, the question becomes, how much pressure does Kerrigan want to apply early on in this map? The plant's gonna help them buy again if they'd like to.
So that time didn't mess up the flash. Queuing back to the first half when they didn't quite get the peak right, and it's Hunter again that gets the kills. Twist nearly was ready for that. He certainly considered it, but the timing just didn't seem right to him, and great shot by Alexi B jumping through.
It was a pretty quick timing, I think, for that kind of a flank as well. So well played. Well, we have our answer. Kerrigan wants to apply a hell of a lot of pressure onto G2's defense. He knows the economy is going to be low after that kind of a round. Buys right back up into it. It's not a perfect buy, but it's got everything they need to deliver a really powerful body blow here to G2 on Mirage.
Nico waiting. 2 kills all game. That was in 1 round. He's only had 1 round that he's found frags. That is not the Nico we know, and he's going to try and sneak through smoke this time and make amends for it. As he gets closer to the front of the site, JKS has Jax. May not be done with that either.
They have no more utility. Actually, excuse me, Brokey just picked up 1 smoke. He's going to toss it out a little bit late, but that re-execute got him in decent positions. Look at the potential lurk from Twist at top mid. This could be everything.
Excuse the bomb glitch. That green is not the bomb. In fact, it's in the hands of Kerrigan right now. Hunter, bit of an exchange toward the top of middle. That'll force Twists away from it. He's going to rotate back over and try and join the rest of his team for the backside of the site. Nico good for 1 more, but he's down immediately. JKS the trade. But Galil doing work, and it's Brokey from way downtown to take out m0NESY as Hunter holds Crossover, that's information, but JKS couldn't swing because they had jungle covered off. Hunter's still alive and well, and Twist, the man who rotated back, has 2 low HP players to clutch against, but no vision against them as the smoke been deployed. He has bomb picked up and can try to maneuver this. The time is certainly in his favor to do so. 27 seconds, he'll plant safely. Nade to go over the top will tickle him at best. Oh, I take that back. Did significant damage as well as the spam through the box. He gets taken down to 40 HP, and he has to try to reposition with the AK. It's Alexi B coming from the same angle that Hunter did last time, and it's a one and done. If they time this, as long as they don't line up, Twist will be immediately found and taken down. They'll even elevate their positions. Twist trying to use the gap to see through, spots him, sees him, easy find to the kill, looks down, Hunter not looking the right way, and Twist has both. The Canadian kid in Katowice has 12 for FaZe.
That's such an incredible clutch. What a heads-up play to look above for the information. G2 could not react fast enough, and with the low HP, they had to go for a little bit of trickery. They had to go for the long rotation through T-spawn. It just doesn't pan out. Everything up to this point is G2 clawing themselves back into a losing situation, and Twist takes all that success away, puts it in the dumpster. 12-6. And a good bold call, knowing the economy was in a precarious position from Kerrigan, gives FaZe a huge advantage in this second half, in this second map. What are you supposed to do? 2 scouts, 3 deagles. Looking to deal some damage and have some of these players be able to mop it up. m0NESY is going to have the angle towards top A ramp. Escapes with his life down to 19 HP. That's going to make it really tough for him to work up the courage for a repeat. Molotov into the site as well. They need these kills. They got him where they want him. Nico with 1, but he needed more.
Did need more. Twist puts him down immediately after, but at least he's starting to get rolling, finding some space for G2. Jax on the box, and it's Twist who's now coming alive. 3 kills in this round as well as he gets Jax down as immediately after taking out m0NESY. So bomb gets planted. Alexi B and Hunter. Twist has that. He's on for another ace. His second 4-kill round in this game. Hunter is, I think, going to hiding this time as he's going to rotate away. Deagle only to work with. You might want to save the armor as well as that hand cannon and try and find his 7th round of the next for G2.
Well, what can you say? G2 needing to find an avenue back into the game. Next round isn't going to be any kind of a pretty buy either. Twist is starting to take over the map. He's starting to take over the series. Remember, I mean, this is 2 maps he's putting together in an incredible fashion. He was the one player on FaZe at the start of Inferno that was delivering him, that was keeping them alive, that was buying time for his teammates. Now in Mirage, with everyone kind of marshaled behind him and having their support firing on all cylinders, Twist is just taking over. Great entries here in this round, a phenomenal clutch in the previous one. Working magic on the big stage. 7-round lead for FaZe. 4 kills in the previous round for Twist.
It's worth noting that Alexi B only has 5 more ADR than Nico, despite having 6 more kills, so.
This has been a very, very tough game for G2. And I mean, we kind of brought it up, like how do you mentally reset from such a catastrophic opening map at a grand final on this stage?
How do you do it twice?
Yeah.
That's the bigger thing, because you didn't come out and do that. Now you're going to be potentially, if you can't collect it in the next few rounds here, you're going to be down 2 maps, 1 away from a loss, and that's, I don't know if you can.
Yeah, you can forget getting deleted out of a map if that's what's going to happen here on Mirage, but you cannot forget dropping such a massive lead. Now, G2 have a real chance here. Stack at this bomb site, it's the weaponry they're lacking. 3 players all going to go down. Twist again going to step up, being aggressive inside of the bomb site. Nico has found another good dink at range, but Brokey won't fall. 14-6. FaZe just 2 rounds away.
3 T rounds versus the 2 only so far for G2, those starting rounds that they got. So starting to see now potentially some more T-sided action. It was starting to look like a pretty one-sided defensive affair in this final, and I know that's certainly, again, been a point of conversation with the M4A1S.
Economy in the dumps. They've invested everything, as they have to, G2. They have the op in m0NESY's hands. Those M4s across the board to surround it. And he's going to get aggressive in towards Palace. Peeking in, nobody's home. Nobody's here. Jax to defend with him. Nico to main presence in window room. Here comes the hit. Kerrigan not wasting any time. Utility flying over. Jungle's gonna be smoked off. Top Con is gonna be smoked off. Jax is gonna be the initial point of contact. Molotov, he held onto it. He didn't drop it. A little bit dangerous. They're gaining space. That flashbang actually holds him back, but Kerrigan's in. Jax recovers in time, but the Molotov didn't fully hold things off. He goes down. Monacy's still alive, and this position is so strong.
So strong, but a Molotov will keep him back, which means he cannot combat with Nico right now. That flash timing gave Jax so much space as JKS is going to try to at least buy time as well. CT-sided smoke. They want to try and take the site back before the bomb gets closer. This lets Nico get above and leveling up his game now as he goes above this cloud to find JKS. Robs couldn't get the response, and he still knows Monacy was there. What he doesn't know is that Alexi B is also behind him. He's got the kill easily on the M4, and it's just Twist remaining, and I don't think this time he's going to have quite the same tantrum against G2.
Yeah, you can see that position from Monacy. It might be the one thing missing from that hit from FaZe was somebody in Palace to try and take care of that, because if Monacy's going to be comfortable, stays up there and you know it, look at the way it just freezes the attack. There's no route forward because you know at any time he can pounce. You have to keep eyes, you have to keep a body on it. And just the positioning alone makes that defense so strong. 14-7. This round is huge. This round is everything for G2. They finally got FaZe Clan to buy in a way that there's no money left in the bank afterwards. So if G2 can win this, they get a bit of a reprieve. They get to close the gap in the scoreline potentially, as long as they don't fall prey to Deagles. But they've got to get there first. And a loss here with the money that G2 has themselves built in the bank.
Good response from Hunter. Monacy forced off the angle. He goes back and makes sure they can't get mid control. Absolutely right, though. Economy's certainly a factor.
This round is the difference between G2 being able to start and build upon this potential comeback, or FaZe just perhaps taking map and going up 2-0 in the grand finals.
Rob's just working in. Ooh, did Jack spot? He did. Sprayed in, so the shoulder shows. Hunter forward to that smoke, takes Kerrigan out with ease. Now keep in mind, Kerrigan was the one on the P250, but nonetheless, it's a two-man advantage. JKS spot Nico going reverse fire, because he certainly has the crosshair placed there, not wanting to move at all. He's waiting for his chance to fire in that direction, take his head clean off, and Rops doesn't want to clear it either because he knows there's vision from jungle. Now JKS would be able to swing on that trade potentially, that's now gone. But the Jax is also still in shadow, now he goes. Yeah, the information was definitely there, they know Nico's in position, he's gonna take him out. JKS got Hunter, he came through the smoke, that forces Jax's hand. And he's alone. He's alone. There's no one here to help him. He's got to do everything. Oh, Brokey misses a chance. Tries to get creative over the top. Robs. Oh, he goes down as well. Jax. Oh, you hero. So massive. He got the bomb out of that situation. You're right. They knew he was there the whole time, and they couldn't do anything about it. Low HP as well. No mistakes for Jax in that situation. What a way to step up. 14-8. G2 is just 6 rounds back, and they've got what they've wanted. They've at least passed the first hurdle, because the map could have just ended right there in this round. They've survived a little bit longer as they try and build into the comeback. Much in the same way of FaZe on Inferno, trying to replicate it. Back to Glocks for the FaZe attack. Might have saved the game himself, Jax. Twist forced off immediately inside of the apartments. Molotov goes down toward the kitchen. Bit of a kitchen fire, but Hunter's going to go up around and knowing that they're going to be coming back out of those halls, try and do something with it. Kerrigan has his knife out. Kerrigan has his knife out. Oh dear. Could have been a free one. Instead, it's farming money now for Hunter. Hunter's flexing in this game, and we brought him up kind of at the start of the grand finals, where he's just kind of overshadowed by some of the bigger names on the squad, but he's having a phenomenal tournament. And man, is he being a force to be reckoned with for G2. They needed someone. And he's filling that role very, very impressively. Alexi's over towards Catwalk. The rest of FaZe gonna march up towards the B-bomb. So they don't have the bomb with them because they realize Hunter could just be chilling on top of it. So why not just go see if you can find some kills? Maybe it'll be unexpected. Monacy, ooh, talk about timing. Talk about horrible timing. Shouldn't be too much of a loss. Uh-oh, but that miss could be everything. Twist finds him. That's the sole P250. 2-on-3. And it's not necessarily the win because the bomb is so far away, but G2 has no idea, and Hunter just doesn't care. Right through the smoke. He's gonna go down, but he's done his job. Twist hits that no-scope in the smoke, and that thing is a very different round. No chance they get inside, but Now you've got the man who's more familiar with the weapon back on it, sneaking in. Jax was ready for that. Tries to get unorthodox again, second round in a row, and we are now at 14-9.
Still, the theme of this is just nothing easy for G2. FaZe is making every round stressful, every round difficult. This is a round of 4 unarmored Glocks and an unarmored P250, and they found a chance to maybe turn it, but they definitely did economic damage. 3 kills. Brutal to what G2's trying to build into. Double ops, m0NESY and Nico with the other one. And this has been another point of conversation. So much of this team is focused on Nico for so long, for his entire tenure in the squad. Historically, when he loses a little bit of confidence in that rifle, the switch to the AWP has had mixed results.
Hunter. Spots out JKS. Oh my God. Movement though, good mechanics to get around the corner, double nade. Oh, the second one didn't go far enough. Just barely didn't get around the corner because he was a dead man if it did. He's on 18 and they're gonna try and spray him through the wall instead, a little bit late.
You gotta love watching it. Hunter's playing such a dangerous game. There's a fine line between being aggressive and assertive and overextending, and I think he might have been flirting with it there. Gets away with his life, but very easily with nade in hand could have been dropped. Quiet on the map. JKS gonna rotate all the way back around towards T-spawn. Mid control for FaZe. They have presence, but not showing it just yet.
The fact that Nico's gone for the secondary op, I think speaks volumes about the game he's having. Just needs something to get kills. He'll hold it middle with it, but they'll put a catwalk smoke out that now deters the fact that he has the gap in the smoke above the one connector, above middle. Although that one now gone means he's got a clean shot on Kerrigan and nearly the doubled situation. m0NESY not quite able to strike and get the second one, but he's turned his attention back toward A main, and that's where damage is being dealt by Jax. JKS down to just 18, and he is sitting in the open. m0NESY's timing. Don't want to swing on this either. The flash out. If Jax goes, remember, he won them around single-handedly in this position. They're going to be staring at him, but again, he wins that battle, and he's not done there. He's having a phenomenal time. Over on the A side, but Twist somehow turns it around, and it's still a 2-on-2.
It's the cousins, but Nico with the AWP. He wants that palace peek. He's desperate for it. He's praying for it. 8 seconds on the clock. Bomb's gonna move into position. There's the peek. They're gonna try and get the plant down. They tap it. They want the fight. Oh, Nico, 1v1. You gotta survive. Twist pushing forward, and he can't get it.
He got it. No, did he get it?
No, he didn't get it.
Oh my God.
Round's over.
Jumped up. I thought that bullet hit. I thought he had him in that situation. That was so close. Desperately jumping to avoid the spam, and Twist almost read that.
I think he's hoping too, if you're turning the corner, maybe you shoot my feet in 1 second instead of my face. Oh, tense situations. 14-10. G2, they're doing it. They're coming back. 4 rounds straight. 28 kills on Twist, 21 on Brokey. It's 24 on Hunter to lead the way for G2, and m0NESY at 15, Jax at 16. Look, you gotta give a shout out to Jax too. His performance in this position in like at least 3 rounds throughout this half has saved the day. Just phenomenal work.
Where does this last bullet go? I thought he nailed it when he snapped it. Oh, gee, he was just behind when he came back down. That was so close.
Yeah, like Nico has no idea that he's not able to actually swing around that position with that much time, right? So he's jumping to avoid that. It actually exposed him and gave the opportunity to Twist to be able to find the kill. Oh, it's getting dicey. Mere inches in some of these decisions. We saw it earlier with that duel between JKS and Hunter at the start of the previous round. AK-47 on Twist.
G2 chance back, equaled by that of the FaZe as they trade supports, but it was certainly a silent G2 auditorium for a while. Alexi B starting off, they have the opening kill in this round as well. Twist taken out by m0NESY, and Hunter back out with the aggression, will take down Brokey as well. Now this is interesting because the comeback before was battling for overtime. They still are in this for the win, G2, and FaZe certainly have to be well aware of that. JKS undetected.
Uh-oh. Should be able to change the fortune of the rounds. That might. Okay, an opening. 1 shot from this Deeg. And this round turns on its head. Just one more high-pressure situation for G2 to recover from.
AK, and does he hit? Okay, I thought he was going to go for the jump, using all of the movement mechanics to get back toward that bomb because it is down on the catwalk. That's the one part of this. Rops has to designate time just to go get it.
I thought maybe Jax knew that he had JKS pinned down in this corner. Maybe he's second guessing himself. Maybe he thinks maybe I took my eye off it for a bit too long. Nico, the swing for information, he's got it. He can't hit the shot, but at least he's got intel. Oh, he misses another one. That's not great. That's not great either. And look at JKS. Remember, they forgot this position. They forgot that he was here. Jax is looking for it. When does JKS peek? Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. Triple kill for JKS.
Oh my goodness, talk about a standing that has stood up in these situations. Nico's lost. He's Nightmare is back. And it's FaZe Clan on 15. What a way to clutch around. And Rops running to B hits a stunner. And Nico missed 2.
Someone better sign JKS when this event is over.
I'll sign him. I'll sign him. I'll build a team around him.
Yeah, you might as well. A gap in the defense. I don't know how he slips by, but those 2 kills are massive and 2 monumental misses for Nico.
Wow, when was the last time you saw Nico off this long in an entire series, or I should say game?
Oh, look at Kerrigan.
Inferno, this is fast. Kerrigan out. Jax again, though, using the ladder to perfection. G2 might escape. The pace. Kerrigan, you're right. He wants to put the absolute nail in the coffin and just bloodbath G2 on this last round, but it doesn't work. It backfires and it's Rops versus 4.
Oh, Rops is going to back away. G2 survived again. Look, that's always a call from an in-game leader. That kind of a rush at 15-10 in this fashion to end the game right here, right now. That's always going to be a call that's judged based off the outcome it delivers. But I love it. I love everything about that call. Deliver it quickly. Go swift. They almost make it work. I think if Kerrigan turns that corner, gets that kill clean, I think that hit might actually work. It's gone the other way here.
Rops was the man who had an incredible ace on Inferno that got it to overtime. Wouldn't be an ace this time, but I would say it's almost more difficult. Hunter's gonna shut him down. Money is back in the bin for FaZe, not tragically, because JKS still has enough. They can force out on this, but it is 15-11.
G2 need 4 more rounds. 5 in a row to force OT. We had it on the first map. This defense has been rock solid outside of the P250 from God in the hands of JKS. Flashbang out, Nico wants a fight, wants a peek. Gets a little bit of damage dealt on towards Twist. There's 2 AK-47s in hand for FaZe. They've only spotted the Deagle so far.
Nico holds above the smoke inside connector. JKS snuck underneath it so far, but not spotted. Covered off as well, JKS. That is second player behind the box. Jax will start it off. Rops goes down. Defense with the advantage once more. Can't be blamed giving JKS the AK in this situation, the game he's having. Transition from Nico as well to the window, and he's made no mistake to find Twist. Spots! It does give his position up to the AK in return, and JKS puts him on 3 HP, so Nico's gonna scurry away and not give his life up that easily.
m0NESY to hold on, up at range, Jax again. That same impactful position to keep some space between the attacking FaZe members and the AWPer. Kerrigan's gonna look for this though. JKS has come up connector as well. Not a lot of utility, and there's too many angles to clear. The shadow shows, oh Jax, he gets launched off the ladder. This can't be real. This cannot be real. A missed shot from m0NESY. Nico's low as well. Thank God there's no nades. Thank God there's no Molotov, but how do you get this bomb planted? Here comes the swing. Oh, this has disaster written all over it. Kerrigan cannot connect the shots. 10 seconds to get this bomb planted. More utility being spent. Nico's gonna swing wide. He's gonna spam it down. Finding a way to have impact, and that's the round done, although they could still lose weapons. JKS is gonna bug out and go home. 3 more needed for OT.
And he's found as well. The AK gone. We've got a game. 3 between them now. How close was that? Kerrigan hits either of those on the peak.
Yeah.
He's watching because he knows m0NESY's behind ticket. He knows he's going to peek with the AK. And with how quick he is, you don't want to have to flick back to him. Doesn't consider that Nico also has an angle.
You got to give props. That's a really, really ambitious swing from Nico. But understanding the time left in the round, all he needed was the 1 kill. Didn't have to make any miracles happen. Just needed to stop the plant from going down. Nico's up to 13 now. m0NESY in the window, up. Trying to control the situation. There's no window smoke. He might have a chance for it.
crossover with the smoke still in position. Kerrigan the first to get to the boxes as Odyssey could do nothing of it. Nico still watches down below. Shots out Nico. Sees underneath. Certainly upped his pace in the last few rounds. Caught up to Alexi B. Jack's not far off them now, but individual kills no longer matter at this point.
Yeah, but the bomb is alone. If Jax finds that, regardless of how successful everything else is, that's going to be a tough situation to recover. And there it is. That's the bomb down. Twist is going to go down next as the smoke clears. Nico doesn't need to do much more. He knows they're coming out. Jax comes back for it. Of course he does, because why not? Good shot from Rups and a follow-up, but surely Rups doesn't have one more special moment in him.
It's time. He's got 35 seconds. He grabs this bomb. He can go either direction. It's a 1-on-2. 46 HP only, but we know how accurate Rops can be. Headshots would suffice. Throws his own bit of utility toward the jungle position, and they are segregated. They're split. They're not sure where this goes. This is an isolation. It's Hunter that you're going against, though, and he has been spectacular on the map.
Yeah, but do you tap or do you stick the plant?
13 seconds. Tap. Spots! Now knows the situation. Molotov has to get him off the angle, but it's 8 seconds. He's got to get this kill now, right now, and he's not going to get it. Hunter has it instead, and we have a 13th round G2.
The slimmest of margins. Oh, I cannot believe Jax came back for another fight. What a badass. 15-13, 2 more rounds for G2. Oh, Rops. He had the time, he had the space. Crisp shooting, but Hunter has just outplayed him here. Well done, tough fight to win for both players. Forced out by utility. Look at what it means to him. Round 29. No easy rounds, remember, even with the Tech 9s, even with the P250.
Guess who's back?
Guess who's back again. Nico coming out for the action, and Jax, one more time, can he step up?
Finally, they'll eradicate him from underneath the shadow position. Rops needs to hold, though. Knows that Nico was toward connector. Brokey. That's a desperate plant. Oh my, in the open, Nico's not gonna swing it, he will now. Just barely in time. That is a bold play for them to try and go for that no utility. And no one to hold his hand while he tried to put it down. Rops will sit behind box and wait for a peek from CT.
Had to do something. They couldn't cover him from all the different angles. That's a very, very tough position to be in. Monacy's so low, so keep an eye on that. If Nico, he's unaware of the timing, coming from underpass Kerrigan. Oh, this would be massive. He's just out of his range, just out of his glimpse. Now he knows, now he sees the elbow, but Hunter's got him from behind, protecting the back of Nico. Round 30, of course, they've brought it all the way back.
Same situation, 11-4 at half. FaZe did it on Inferno, and G2 dishing it straight back to them. Incredible series.
It's delivering in every regard.
It's the psychological part of it that's just overwhelming to even think about. We said it, if G2 couldn't come back from the last loss, you go down 2-0 in a best of 5, you're out of this. And now they're doing the exact same thing to FaZe Clan.
Pretty fitting for a matchup that really didn't feel like it had a favorite coming into it. Probably one of the first grand finals in a long time where you didn't have a solid favorite going either way. And some miraculous moments, not all of them individual, plenty of team heroics coming into play as well. And I'll tell you what, G2 has had to battle so hard to get back into this. Every round has been a struggle. Every play FaZe has made has been impactful. G2 have answered the bell each and every time. They only need one more. You can get Monacy in a position with the deep angle in B. You can actually rotate Alexi off, or you can use him for cover as you push up.
The scariest thing as well is that Nico was out of this game completely and they couldn't close it. Now you're seeing the confidence, the peaks through the smoke in the last round. He's up to 18 already.
No one's aware of this play from Alexi. He's pushed all the way up. Monacy can now be mobile across the map. This is huge. What an aggressive play to make at 15-14. Standard default so far. Rops, the palace smoke is going to clear. They've got to be careful. This position can be so deadly, so dangerous for a player as precise as Rops.
Back to the hero play from Jax as well when it was 14-8. Guess where he's been pretty much every round since. Nico, easy for the first, but JKS is immediately on the trade. That forces Jax out. Robs, he's got to go wider than that, but he's not sure where to fire. Hunter was in the open as well, and he does not get the man down below, and he has been a huge problem for them. It's Kerrigan, and wants to assist him in doing so with the Molotov. That'll force him out into the open. Kerrigan gets the kill clean, but m0NESY comes right back into the picture, and it's Kerrigan that has to hold it. He can't. m0NESY's got overtime. How are we doing this again? The distance once more.
You gotta give it up to him. What an incredible recovery. We were wondering if G2 would ever be able to come back from that first map disaster. Well, they've done it. Overtime's next. Stay with us.
Popping up bomb. Above you.
Yeah. Holy fuck, dude. Oh, nice out, guys.
It's just around while you're in Broki's collecting one kill after the next phase will be at IEM Katowice.
We're back. We are finally back, baby. It's time to clean the streets of Katowice. They got nothing on me. Can't be listened to. It's not safe. Hey, where's my Batmobile passport? Time to make Katowice safe again. It's my time. Have you seen Gambit?
Cool. You brought the mask again?
Hey, Kerrigan, okay, listen, someone's gotta tell you this, but the Batman shtick you got going for you, it was pretty funny a couple of months back, but, you know, it's getting to be a little too much.
What do you mean? Yes, I love it.
Yeah, but have you seen her content?
That's true. It's shit.
Katowice comebacks, the name of the game, it seems, and today we are getting dished from both sides as it's G2 this time that force out overtime 15-15 and could steal back Mirage from FaZe. In doing so, would be knotted up on level maps 1-1, best of 5. And I said we'd need the distance of maps. I didn't know we were going to need every single round as well, Jason.
Yeah, no, we get them all. It's absolutely beautiful, but there's still more rounds to play here on Mirage. G2, they've completed the comeback, but now they have to overcome everything that they failed at previously in the previous map. They have to actually win this game. Remember, FaZe made that huge comeback on Infernal, rattled off 4 in a row, and just ended it. Just closed it out as soon as humanly possible. G2 have to do the exact same, well, they don't have to, but they'd love to do the exact same thing here. Here we go, back into the action after a short break.
Counter smoke from Hunter as he's already covered off inside of the window. Twists. He's gonna work through it. Flashbang just to get lower in middle, but no one's seeing him and nothing to spot on either side as of yet. Nico's the one that's above. Hunter's got a gap.
They didn't see this play last time in the B halls. m0NESY and Alexi B have just gone back to it. Deep angle, gonna allow Alexi B to push up, but the real action is gonna be towards Nico. Attacking his position. Oh, he loves that fight. He knows he had Twist frozen into the open, but he can't find the follow-up. Hunter's here to step into his position, but Rops is activated.
Doesn't see Jax down below, but surely they have to expect this position. Surely they check it, and they do. JKS to clear it. Massive problem for them getting inside of the A site before. Hunter back through the smoke, but Kerrigan over the top will deny him getting any momentum in the round. And we sit to a 2-on-3 with Alexi B already on the flank. Kerrigan staring at it. Needs to trust his teammates and keep his eyes focused. He'll do exactly that, and it's all down. So m0NESY, AK this time, starts it off by taking out Brokey. Incendiary to the firebox, lights it aflame to try and clear off one further angle by use of utility rather than weapon, and he'll head toward the site, knowing Kerrigan was out toward A main. Has he retreated? Has he gone all the way down Tetris? Rops, the back turn shows he has the information for the last player, but Kerrigan has the shot instead.
Can you believe it? Of all the players to take him down, Kerrigan, the in-game leader, the last remaining, and m0NESY even knew his position. That's a great clutch attempt, a 1 versus 3 in overtime for m0NESY, but brilliant hold from Kerrigan. You're exactly right. He almost glanced away, and man, if that flank had been impactful, that could have been all she wrote. 16-15, 1-round lead for FaZe, the 1 T round that eluded them in the 5 of regulation.
Remember, they got the 1 T round in overtime, and Inferno as well, going 4 straight. T rounds are the name of the game. That's a huge win for FaZe to start off the extra innings. m0NESY back over toward B, this time up on top of the van. He'll hold with the AWP.
He's gonna have a lot of bodies coming at him. He's got Brokey pinning him down, but remember, he's made this peak safely a number of times, not this one. 2 rounds in a row, he got the peak that he wanted deep. Alexi B, all the pressure's on you. Where are you gonna go? Smoke down at the van, plays around it. Kerrigan's found his feet from beneath it. And this T side, the pace has been picked up. JKS in middle to cut off any kind of rotation. I don't even know if it matters. I don't think it's gonna matter because there's no access into this bomb site. There's so much utility left for FaZe to hold on to it. And JKS gonna wrap around.
Sometimes all you need is that reset at halftime. Before overtime, giving them some space, they walk out, they line up. Hunter gets 2. This round's not done, but guess who's behind them? JKS. The man from down under is gonna rise above as he walks into the AWP. That's easy. Bye-bye, Nico. And hello, Hunter. As he turns back, he's the only one that remains in a 1-on-3. JKS will go down in this situation, but they've bought the space, and Brokey's got the kill. It's 2 in a row for FaZe.
Oh, m0NESY gets just baited, lured into that peak because he was able to grab the angle so many times previously without spotting anyone. He never had to encounter Brokey in that kind of a battle. This time punished for it. And G2 can just not get their back off this wall.
Is there a case for JKS being the MVP? Not even statistically, but considering he steps in for Wops at the start of this event.
Yeah, emotionally.
And he has to switch over and cover for Rain, given the circumstances, and he's playing this well on the stage with a team. Again, he's had, what, 2 weeks to play with?
Yeah, you really got to admire what he's been able to do with this FaZe team throughout this tournament, standing in for Rain, standing in for Rops as well. He's been absolutely brilliant. Basically a contract event for JKS. He's getting one after this no matter what, surely. He said T rounds are the name of the game. FaZe have 2 in overtime. If G2 lets him sweep this opening half of OT, great flick, accurate as well, fast and on point.
Stay 5 aside, damage dealt either way. Kerrigan comes out worse for wear on 16. Nico again, though, playing behind this smoking connector. We know how good he is in this position, if he can get supporting flashes as well, but Jax has pushed forward as he always is. And m0NESY has not yet rotated around to the CT stairs to give him that flashbang, to give him a chance to peek through it, so Nico has to back away.
Not so dangerous though. Nico's actually got to go through smoke to clear out window room for this boost. Jax falling, or JKS falling down, can't handle it. Good shot from m0NESY as well. 5-on-3. G2 finally in a good position. But look at the HP. This can turn so quickly. And Jax has actually moved out of his little... I swear he's been playing underneath balcony pretty much this entire half, CT half, and now he's finally changed things up. So if FaZe try and punish that, they'll get him anyways. Didn't even matter where he was playing.
Shot out from Nico. He immediately able to trade. Look at the HP though. Alexi B's on only 12. m0NESY on 18. Kerrigan has the AWP. That'll certainly help his situation as m0NESY fires. That gives Brokey a chance to reposition. Down goes Kerrigan, though. Hunter with a resounding headshot. Brokey spotted him out this time. He's going to go back around with a pistol at that range. And G2 will at least get one CT round in overtime. We'll go 2-1 to make it a 17-16 scoreline.
Still, you got to be a little bit worried if you're G2. The first half was so difficult. And now it starts to feel so long ago, but you could barely find any success in that opening half of this game, of this map. Look at the flick here. Leg shot onto Kerrigan. He had to have been really bummed that he got tagged there. Beautiful stuff from m0NESY and the USP to finish off the round. Magic number is 19. FaZe is 2 away. G2 is 3 away, and a timeout taken immediately to readdress this T side that they had no solution for in regulation. Now, all of a sudden, again, let's remind you, without your coach, not able to be here on stage, you have to find some way to overcome this FaZe defense. Double off setup is going to be switched into as well. I don't think they saw that at all in the first 15 rounds. Op on Brokey. Op's going to be in the hands of Kerrigan as well.
Kerrigan's definitely been a CT-sided op on this map. I know we're digging well.
Yeah, we're digging way back into the history, into the archives. We're dusting them off.
I'm getting old, so I'll just go back and live out my glory years again. No, it was Sam, obviously, when he had Cajun B and Device on the team. They almost had a triple op setup at times, but he is going to head toward B this time and leave window to Brokey as Nico works his way up aggressively on the AWP for the T side, not giving it to m0NESY. He wants to be aggressive, Nico.
Smoke in towards window room. Rops is going to be blocked off, but feeling comfortable, not feeling a whole lot of danger, and obviously has a couple different plays he can make from this position. G2 starting to progress and control catwalk. Rops now has 2 angles to consider. The thing is, will they actually consider, oh, good jump from m0NESY. Good information, what a transfer upwards as Rops falls back. Oh no, one more, that's one too many.
Doubling his situation, though, it's going to give Brokey a chance over toward B as he starts off well. Nico down. He's going to get aggressive, get closer on the angle. No gap for the smoke, at least not close. There is certainly one above toward the window. Boost m0NESY up in this situation. This could catch off Brokey massively. Brokey's going to have to be so perfect on his timing. m0NESY aware of the timing of that smoke dissipating and considers looking downward as well. Quick check even to make sure connector's fine behind them.
Yeah, but they need a mistake. They can't really do anything to find themselves an opening kill. They have the one Molotov on m0NESY. They need a mistake. Good find from Jax.
Twists all the while has been closing down the map, getting in behind them. He's going to work toward the apartments as well. That's going to double that position, make it harder to read in terms of retake. Molotov goes, that leaves m0NESY in the open with utility rather than a weapon, and Jax down to JKS again, stepping up. 28 kills now for him, and it's 1 round from FaZe, taking a 2-0 lead in this series.
So many angles in that bomb site, so impossible to clear, and you've got that deadly triangle. I mean, player in dark, player in market, player up in the holes as well. That's so brutal. I cannot believe Rops got a 2nd kill. Look at this quick little jiggle peek as he pre-fires it. Beautiful stuff with 6 health. 2 more chances for FaZe. They had 5 in regulation.
Rops this time getting a different position inside of mid with the protrusion smoke that goes beyond the end of the connector. He'll use the bench to try and see toward top middle. Didn't quite see the feet. He's been spammed as well. He's down to 25. Can't overextend and overstay his welcome as Hunter therefore will walk out for free.
Pretty patient on the map. Hunter's delivered so much for G2 in this game. He's been, at times, the one shining beacon of hope for G2. Oh, and he's got it again. Even with the initial dink, Molotov can block off the rotation. He's down very low, but what a dangerous pressure point to have. The rest of G2 is going to start to stream up, but great defensive utility to hold him off a little bit longer. Nico's switched over to the Krieg, another change in weaponry. Can't find anything with that. And there's Brokey for 1 more. Again, m0NESY is going to have to deliver something.
A man down and 2 rounds behind. It's 1 to go for FaZe. Alexi B on 28, m0NESY trying to walk back in. JKS will drop down behind the cinders so as not to be seen, but Alexi B's got position, he's got angle, he's got Rops. One thing he doesn't have with him to try and transition and change the map entirely right now is the bomb. m0NESY still holding on to that, will be working in toward Tetris.
And it's tough, they don't know where to put out this last smoke. They have no idea where Kerrigan's gonna come from, where that rotation is. They know they have to find JKS inside of this bomb site. They know his likely position. Odyssey creeping up. They're gonna go contact. They're gonna go quietly. 15 seconds on the clock. The play has to be now. There's the smoke. There's the smoke. Odyssey. Oh, he takes him out. He's got another. 10 seconds. Bomb being planted, but look at the plan. Catwalk. Kerrigan has one chance. One chance only. Oh, the bomb's down.
Just barely got the plan. Kerrigan nearly shut that down despite it being inside of the smoke. And now he has to clutch this back, and Alexi B has the information. Kerrigan on the AWP will switch to the pistol. Do they know he's wounded? Do they know he's weak? Does Kerrigan know a pistol will do it? He's gonna spot him. Alexi B slides out against the headshot, and we're not done yet.
Oh my lord. Oh, it's become a game of milliseconds. Alexi B holds strong, a good clutch for G2's in-game leader. I thought Kerrigan had it.
Oh,
this is incredible.
Just still in the animation of letting it go.
Even sees his leg before that peak, just can't land the shot. Alexi, immediate response. All right, one more round. It's FaZe 2-0 in maps, or it's a second overtime.
Odyssey starts it well. Boost in the corner. They've not seen that yet. Robs thought he was safe. Far, far from. Congregation likes what they see.
What an experience he's had.
I don't think anyone chanted my name when I was 16 years old.
No, you weren't hitting shots like him. JKS. Strong position. There's a pop flash. The last one missed. This one's perfect. That one is absolutely perfect. Even with the dink, it doesn't matter. Alexi took his time transferring over the spray. A bomb site is open for the taking. Double overtime is on the cards. It's Brokey, Kerrigan, and Twist to recover.
Double comeback. FaZe is the second time they should have closed out the game, considering the scoreline we had. In regulation, bomb will go down. Twist does get Jax. Gives them a bit more space, a bit more hope in the round as Kerrigan will swap over to the M4 instead. He'll be lit ablaze, though. And FaZe are getting lit ablaze everywhere at this point in time as well, because Alexi Bleed takes down Brokey. Twist. Only kill in this round so far. Needs an ace. Needs something of a miracle, and he's not going to get it. 18-18, we do overtime once more.
What a battle between these two teams. Why not? Yeah, I think that guy speaks for everyone. Thank God we get another. We're going to get right into this one. This one's coming down. It's starting already. 18-18. Magic number becomes 22. You have to feel like G2, they're just thinking, can we please just get one map point? Give us one chance to win this map. Give us one map or one chance to even things up in the series. Rob's blinded, and oh, Jax turns the corner. No one spotted him just yet. How has he made it here safely? Yeah, it was just a matter of time. So many elements of danger there. Robs has found an opening, but Modesty has got the rebuttal. He wants another. He knows the position. He's got the shoulder of JKS. Just a little bit too far out.
Good Lord.
And that's a change. We haven't seen Modesty in that position. A good change and into a 2-on-2.
Kerrigan gets him back. Hunter's gonna rotate over this bomb toward middle because that's where Alexi B has found a bit of space, a bit of timing. Brokey as well, though. Wise to it, will rotate to Kerrigan, and rather than split the sites and have to go for a 1-on-2 retake, they are gonna play this together. They don't have the information as to where that bomb is going, though, and that means this should be a free bomb plan. G2 at B.
Smoke is going to plume, and it's actually going to give a little bit of cover over to FaZe to be able to cross over and get out of this window if Kerrigan's bold enough for it. And indeed, of course he is. Oh, Kerrigan, Alexi can't connect the shots. Both of them trying. Finally, Kerrigan gets it. It's just down to Hunter.
They've got to be sure that it's got to be on the left side because Kerrigan was there as the bomb went down. The planter never went to the right, never went toward Catwalk. So they have to clear the market, and then they've got to look toward the van. But Hunter beats them to the punch, and Kerrigan needs to go aggressive. Tap bomb, Hunter gets forward, and we've got another round and a lead for G2.
You gotta love that clutch. A little kiss on the head as well from Jax. Great stuff from Hunter all throughout this map. From start to finish, he's delivered. Important clutch. Giving G2 one of those must-needed, one of those so valuable T-rounds. Kerrigan just could never find him. One-round lead for G2 moving forward. Hunter getting his own chant from the crowd. He's earned it.
Double peak position. Brokey gets off stairs. That could have been problematic. They flash around that corner like they did before.
It's a bit more default from G2. Nico's going to be up in Palace. m0NESY and Jax to take control of A ramp. Alexi just getting Hunter into place in connector. He's going to rotate back around, shuffle around towards the A site to join up and link up with his teammates. That's some information gathered. Pop flash in. JKS will hear the footsteps on A ramp. Brokey turns away from flashbang himself. Gives m0NESY the angle. Oh, they both miss a chance. They both miss an opportunity to give their team a one-man advantage. Brokey moves out. It's Nico to deliver. It's Nico to deliver, but JKS in response. 2 quick kills and wraps a couple more. It's all down to m0NESY. But oh, is he surrounded. 19 all.
JKS, my God. The resilience of him inside of the site. He's completely locked out and surrounded. He manages to get 2. Rops comes in and doubles up as well.
And the stand-in's leading the way, Matt. It's 32 kills for JKS. Rops at 30. Those are the top 2 fraggers for FaZe. What a stud.
Twist has gone very quiet since about round 13 when they secured that in regulation. Not round 13 overall, but when they had their 13th round on the board, that was because he's been at 28 and now he's only at 29. So good that JKS stepped up when he did.
What a luxury. One mechanically gifted rifler goes quiet. You've got another incredibly gifted mechanical rifler to step up and take his place. Nico, good reaction. Slow start, but he arrived at some point during the second half, and now he's not taking his foot off the pedal.
Twist, oh, the timing on that. He just missed Hunter. They're gonna think this is clear. Hunter's gonna walk in without...
Oh my lord.
He's checked it again. They think this is clear twice. He can look right toward JKS, but he was ready for it. This time he has an AK, so a clean, concise headshot will put him down and bring us now to a 4-on-4. Back over toward B. Don't jump again. Don't you dare jump again.
Yeah, but look at the shift of the defense now. Minute on the clock with that information gathered. Twist slinks back from catwalk, now pushing back forward as Brokey's rotated over with the AWP. Defense in disarray as they try and find some comfort. And I think this is a great call from Alexi. At least looking at the minimap. They were spotted, they know it, they call back towards the A bomb site. It's Twist they have to worry about at the moment. Surely this is checked, surely this is cleared. Nico down the ramp. Again, just under his gaze, but this could be massive.
Twist finds the first. Oh, immediately all the attention goes back toward him. That'll drop the bomb temporarily, but the position of 3 coming back through connector. If Twist could have had a lineup, if they could have put utility, they would have had a huge opportunity. Brokey, he still gets in behind. Down goes m0NESY, follows it up as Jax is in the open. There was no smoke in play, and Nico has to save the day, but the time is running out. 9 seconds, and he's unaware as to where to look. His back exposed, and JKS will just wait for him to tap the bomb, to play into his perfect position, and it is going to be JKS that gets FaZe Clan number 20.
Again, they'd seen JKS so much towards A ramp, so much towards dark, so much in any position but CT spawn. And Nico's just taking an educated guess of where he's gonna be. It's the wrong one. You gotta give the heroics over to Brokey though. Running through the Molotov, all that damage is Molotov damage. It delivers a double kill on top of everything. Players making the play they have to win their team the round. It's absolutely stunning. We switch sides.
We knew this was going to be a brawl, did we not?
Yeah, we did. Whoa. But I think we doubted it. We doubted it after some of the slow first halves we'd had from both of these teams, but resilience has been shown by everyone. And now they really want to capitalize on Jax's position.
Yes, they know he's been so successful there in so many of the CT rounds, so wasting no time. The Flames and the Wrap. Twist will get the kill. They even cover off connector so that no one can re-peek and capitalize on those positions. They lost one in the process though, so it's still a 4-on-4. No further kills before the bomb goes down.
Great call from Kerrigan here to get them into the post plant. Now it's all on teamwork. Molotov is going to come out. That'll flush JKS into the open, but they can't find him. He's found safety at the default boxes. Spam through. Alexi does grab his head, but Nico is way too exposed. Rops out in the open as well.
Gets back in behind the box. Missed the opportunity to try and fire into the smoke towards CT. Brokey still waiting. Oh no, he's got his wing clipped. m0NESY spotted all he needed. Rob's down as well. Hunter back in. It's not planted for him. It's not planted for him at all. He's got to go aggressively. He can't. Alexi B holds the angle and we're tied again.
A desperate round. And again, m0NESY just clips the elbow. Oh, it's spectacular. 20 all. And this is what makes Kerrigan such a dangerous in-game leader as well. This isn't necessarily any kind of high-level strategy or tactics. He's noticing this tendency, noticing this weakness. They're calling it out. We've seen Jax in this position in Dark so many times, and Kerrigan's like, all right, he's probably playing there again. Let's go right back at it. The pace is brutal, and they almost steal a round away. Remember as well, FaZe Clan has had 7 map points. G2 has not had a single one just yet. They're desperate for it.
Absolutely right. They haven't had one since, what, they had 8 in a row on Inferno, to be fair.
Too soon.
Whoa. Hunter goes immediately around the corner. Kerrigan caught. Alexi B could be in bad position, though. Gets the first through the smoke, but it's immediately traded. m0NESY with information, but no vision as the smoke goes down in window, and Hunter has to come back in. m0NESY still makes good on the play. Twist was able to go undetected, though, and drops inside of the site. m0NESY has to hold further. Brokey's still waiting as well, back toward the window. Excuse me, I thought he was way back toward mid for a second, but yes, he is going to be looking down toward Catwalk. Jax is in behind them, though. This is definitely going to be G2 stealing this one away. They should get their first map point right now because there's no chance. Surely they look that way in the right time. Nowhere to go but forward. Twist will do it valiantly. Oh, m0NESY, he gets caught out. Twist finds that as well. He should have gone down to the first shot, but somehow evaded it. They still don't know where Jax is. Twist so low, and he's left in a 1-on-1. 5 HP against an M4A1S. And he will try and elevate himself in the corner. The bomb is the only thing he has going for him in this situation. As Jax will jump down. He's not seen him go either direction. He could have snuck back through the door. He could have gone in toward Checker. Maybe he sneaks market, but Jax needs to consider every single angle, and he looks the wrong way. Twist will do it instead. And another clutch for the man from overseas.
I don't know how FaZe keeps finding ways to get out of these situations. This felt like G2 had everything wrapped up. We mentioned it earlier, there's a fine line, and I think Hunter might have overextended here in this round, making a play while everyone was paused before everyone was in, but a missed shot from m0NESY as well. A good fight, a good duel for Twist on Nico. And somehow, FaZe just avoids every single situation that should have ended it. 21-20, another chance for FaZe to take a 2-0 lead in this series. How many of these can G2 survive?
Give me all of them. Let's
in one map.
Games like this in the Spodek in front of fans after 2 years away, 3 years in this auditorium. m0NESY's going to start it off. Kerrigan goes down. G2 looking to force a 3rd overtime. They're going to work their way in from Tetris. Jax is in a different position. They think he's underneath the shadow, but he doesn't know there's 2. He's looking for the response above, and that's how Rops will strike back.
Yeah, Jax had to have been so happy when he sees the Molotov going in towards Dark. Good change of position. Brokey and Twist working in towards the B-bomb site. Nico, Hunter, and Alexi are going to work together to clear out mid. They want to control this part of the map. They want to have it for information. It's put Hunter in a really tough spot, especially considering Brokey has that AWP. How does Rops play this? How aggressively does he want to lurk? He's going to see the bomb site is pretty much clear. Nico has no idea he's out, but that smoke gives away the positioning. Rops now inside of the A bomb site, but G2 still has no idea. m0NESY's being cautious with the but Nico's not. Nico recovers, and Hunter's now in a solid position. He's going to hear the footsteps, and he should be able to get at least, at bare minimum, it's going to be 1. He transfers over. Nice frag, and Brokey's got him in return. 1 versus 3, but he didn't get no chance to get it started.
21-21, we need more again. We need more overtimes. We're going to take a break because we've got to catch our breath. We are starting at scratch once more.
Sorry, I had to go. Nice, keep going. One's coming jungle. Both. Both can come. I don't know, I'm here.
Last window.
Window.
In the kitchen.
He's dumped in window. I have to go around mid, okay? He can go kitchen.
Sorry, already sorry. Nice shot! Okay, slow.
Got apps.
Out apps. Let's go. No!
10 years of history, IEM Katowice, and yet we continue to write unprecedented territory. What a final we are having. 21-21, we are about to start our third overtime on Mirage.
Fourth overtime overall, just in the first two maps as well. These teams neck and neck. Neither of them has shown any dominance just yet. This is absolutely brutal what both of these teams have had to play through in these opening maps. Inferno, a win for FaZe in overtime. Mirage yet to be decided, but G2 has had to survive some scares. A lot of map points against them. Hunter at 43 kills. Nico with the op is gonna find Brokey, slides in towards Palace. It's a double op setup for the defense.
Rop's still in this position, is gonna try and work forward. Kerrigan, bomb's still in his hands with an additional smoke down and spawn for him to deploy and try and sell that there's a bit more going on toward the A side as the remaining two players that I've not mentioned yet, Twists and JKS. The Commonwealth connection will try and work the underpass position and come out toward middle. Jackson's gonna get aggressive. Ooh, Kerrigan's gotta be ready for this, surely. He's got to be. They can't possibly lose two positions, and Jax looked away too soon.
I think Kerrigan might have seen his shoulder on a jiggle peek, Modesty. Oh, he looks away as well. Timing is not with the G2 players. They're getting picked off one by one. Nico's gonna try and step up to the plate next. He's gonna step in front of the Molotov as well. Ooh, it ticks him. I don't know if Rob's heard that. I don't know if that was passed over, but still, this A bomb site's in so much danger.
I think Kerrigan may have heard it while running away, to be honest, because he's already looked back that direction. He slowed things down. Nico could foil this entire round, but Rob's going back with Kerrigan. I think they're gonna play for the trade on his position.
It's all down to timing, though. Look at Nico. He's got so many people to worry about. Got Palace to worry about, got Connector, got Jungle to worry about, but not any longer. JKS falls down. He's gonna be committed towards a ramp. Smoke behind him. He needs to get out of this position. He needs to relocate, displace. He's at least got Hunter coming in towards Ticket to join up with him, so a little bit of help now from his cousin.
Twists, though, still working out Connector. Alexi B wants to get behind him at Catwalk. He needs to go quickly. They need to find these kills concisely. Shadow shows missed shot of the AWP, and he nearly gets a second crack at it. Rops is down. Alexi B, he got positioned just in time. Twist turns around and realizes it, but it's a one-on-one with 7 seconds. Twist is gonna grab the bomb. He does. Oh, he doesn't. No, he was just outside. He was just on the line, and he has to go for the kill instead. It's Hunter that shuts him down.
It's deja vu. He ran out of time at the same spot with Nico. That is so brutal, just couldn't get the plant going. First round to G2. Unreal stuff. Hunter again called upon to bring G2 back into the round, and he does just that. He does more, he brings him back into it and then gets him over the finish line. 22-21. 25 is the winning number for those of you keeping count at home.
I've lost count, so thank you, Jason. I don't know that 25 will be enough, to be honest. Nico, raiding down below, catches out JKS, early pick. He'll fall back inside of Connector. Smoke's still down at the bottom of it, so he's safe to do so.
Listen, his op has looked sketchy in certain positions and in certain situations, but you can't deny it's provided G2 with 2 opening kills here in triple overtime. Hunter is arriving, Alexi under a lot of pressure. Molotov's right out, still Hunter misses an opportunity, but they have great positioning. Alexi B still alive over at the bench. There's some spam through. Hunter's gonna burn Rops alive, and Nico's got another with the AWP, and all of a sudden Brokey falls down as well. Twist can get nothing done, and G2 are up 23-21. The game that never ends.
Not anytime soon, but G2 getting closer to shutting this one down. FaZe Clan haven't found the difference maker so far in overtime being the T rounds. It's what they struggled for so much in regulation, and even when we thought they started off overtime, FaZe Clan with 2 T sides, G2 was able to respond with the same. They're gonna go aggressive this time. JKS already top of the stairs, working his way through. I mean, flashbang doesn't matter. Monesi is the flash, and you can cut his vision. He's still got the shot. Kerrigan gets 2 back, however, it's the advantage for FaZe.
Oh, good shot from Kerrigan. Again, the change of pace, though. I think, you and I had the conversation when he called that in regulation at 15-10. It ended up, it started the streak of G2 coming back and forcing the first overtime to begin with. Here, it nets them around. They would have rather had the first one, I think. 23-22 in the favor of G2.
Getting the T round, all important. G2 a chance to get their first map point in this series. Go straight to the AWP of m0NESY to try and get them openings. This Twist is gonna drop down, aggressive toward middle, very fast. Flashbangs, just gotta back off. He does get inside connector, thankfully, before he was stuck in no man's land, because that was a sure death if he were.
Quiet on the map, Nico towards A ramp. Just presence from m0NESY up at the top mid boxes. Hunter slowly creeping in from underpass. Brokey and Twist in tandem, attached at the hip for the moment. Very centralized defense. JKS is going to be in dark. Rops is huddled at the back of the A bomb site. No mistakes being given up, no peeks whatsoever. G2 would love to have one, but FaZe is definitely not going to give it to him. And now we start our move, just at the 1 minute mark.
Shot through the wall. Hunter's already pulled away from that. Timing is everything again as Nico nearly gets Kerrigan down. Caught with the smoke out, damage done, that allows Alexi B to collect. But Twist has gone back in to maintain the same position with the smoke down. He was able to do so, and Jax, he sprays in but doesn't spot a timer on this though. That gun barrel sticking out a long way for Twists, and so many players to stare into that direction. He has to be absolutely perfect. They're gonna go for the bomb plate. He can swing this. He can try to deny it. He doesn't. Jax gets him back instead. Baited out perfectly. And it's just two JKS and Rops to try and hold this back. They'll start it off by getting Hunter, but this is a big ask, or G2 gets map point.
Yeah, and they've got so many players. G2, this round should be impossible. They even have a Molotov left on m0NESY as well whenever he wants to toss that out, but he's not switching to it at any point. He's keeping the big gun in his hands. Here comes the retake utility. Nico's waiting for the hop out. So many advantages. Jax is waiting for contact. He's gonna swing as soon as a shot is fired. Oh, there it is. Nico goes down. Jax hasn't swung, but m0NESY's got the angle. And there we go for G2. True to their name, 2 chances to close out the map.
FaZe not yet being under this sort of pressure. Drop the first CT round, double up setup. They're gonna go straight to it.
Not used to this pressure here on Mirage. They've got plenty of experience on Inferno, and they delivered. They made it look great. 24-22, but these T rounds have been tough. Double op setup, Brokey and Kerrigan. G2 with a bit of a change of pace of their own in the previous round. Slow to start the round, but as soon as they pulled the trigger, they returned the corner before Kerrigan even realized what was happening.
JKS plays where Jax has. He's going to extinguish the flames below him and go up the ladder, try and get position above, but doesn't want to commit to a peek because it's a bit obvious. Is it not? Being in that position, oh, they sprayed him, but he turned it around. Jax blinded up, we'll get the opener again. The advantage for G2, we might be tied 1-1 if they continue in this fashion. Twist holds his nerve with 5 HP. That lets Brocky come back in and take out Nico as well.
I think Alexi is kind of confused where he wants to put that Molotov down. They need to get this bomb planted. The reinforcements are arriving. More importantly, the perimeter is under attack. m0NESY, oh, you have no idea what's coming. Rops takes the shot, finds the kill, and what do you do if you're Alexi and Hunter at this point?
Fight as valiantly as you dare to try and close this out right now. Hunter holding. Smokes go down instead. They want to try and swing Rops out from above, and Alexi B would have to be well aware of that position because there's nothing his teammate could do until the trade comes through. Rops gets it. There's the trade I was talking about, but now 3 players to swing, not planted for him, and Brokey comes around the corner to absolutely smoke him with the AWP. We might have another overtime.
That's a great find for Rops, because I mean, that's the kill that really seals it. Hunter can't actually do anything. Bomb's not planted for him. He's meant just to spray them down if they're coming in to try and find his teammates, and obviously that option just wasn't available any longer. One more chance for G2. 24-23.
Twist back on top for FaZe with 40. Everyone's relatively close though. 46 for Hunter still leads the way. I know kills at this point. Again, it's not really about that. Let's just close this game. Get it across the line. JKS trying to make that hard for G2 to do. Jax though doubles up. Twist goes down. And it's another man advantage for G2 to shut this out.
All right, calm it down. Everybody chill. Everybody needs to just pause and not get picked off. You need to find where the next point of aggression from FaZe is going to come. It's Kerrigan on Catwalk making the push, but again, Rops is investigating Palace. He had that phenomenal flank in the previous round that saved the day. If he goes too far, if he does too much, it's Kerrigan to find the equalizing kill.
You're absolutely right though, Rops. He's going to peek it? No, he doesn't. He doesn't elect to do so. He would have spotted all 3 players. That would have been such massive amount of information, so important.
And also, I mean, it would have just funneled them away from the A bomb site. They've chosen to do that electively anyways, but they're missing that intel. All three players from FaZe on their own. Kerrigan in ladder room, no backup available. Brokey at the B bomb site. It'll take a minute to activate Kerrigan in support. Rop's just now making his play and it's all clear. This doesn't really take away the possibility of the A bomb site, so Rops can't stray far away. Oh, Kerrigan, changing your position. Jax is gonna turn. Oh, nail peek. Nico swings in. Big time kill. Smoke behind him, but Brokey is just chilling. He's got one.
Nico needs to get the ball in 25 seconds. He can play this out. He can bait it. AK-47 knows he's likely in a one-on-one situation. The chance that Rops is all the way back over toward this site, unlikely, but Brokey repositions and Nico can't find him. Guess what, Jason? Guess what, Jason?
We got another.
Oh, baby, 4 overtimes required on this, just map 2, 5 in the series already.
Absolutely incredible. Both of these teams just barely hanging on. Kerrigan, the early warning system, he gets the kill, allows Brokey to move into a perfect position. And Brokey puts a stop to it. Even Nico's trickery with the smoke, trying to tap the plant and worm his way through. Rops drops down with the AWP. Doesn't want to commit to this fight, fails out quickly. Although still has the angle, still a little bit of danger here.
Quick shot from the AWP, not landing. Rops will reposition as a result. Nico's being patient. They know that they've been contentious about aggression on this A side, both teams from the CT perspective, so he'll just sit and make sure no one dare walk through that door.
Oh, there's a good defense here, though. This is going to be tough. G2, a long road ahead if you want to take this bomb site. JKS in dark. Twist huddled up, hiding, baiting, waiting. Brokey. Ooh, JKS pushes forward. He gets taken down. That's one defender gone. They still have yet to see or spot Twist. Good find from Brokey moving around the smoke. That smoke allows so much mobility for the defenders. Molotov, utility used to flush him out. He can't connect the next one. And they still have not seen Twist.
That's a huge bit of information for Twist. The fact that he goes forward on the Molotov, they had no idea. And he comes out, twists the corkscrew into the back. It's 25 for FaZe.
That's so brutal. You can see there's no reaction as well. There's that silencer coming into play as well. Nobody could call and get that information out quick enough or accurately enough to respond to the situation. Even with an early opening kill from Nico. The fact that Twist is never spotted and Brokey's taking so much attention, Twist gets some freebies.
Twist was elusive in Grand Finals. He was never appearing when Liquid were falling time and time again to Astralis. He was so good during their run in 2019. Became an absolute beast in these situations, and that experience is no different now on FaZe. What a performance so far for him. Gives the difference so far in this, the 4th overtime. JKS will hold. And Brokey has to work back. Fast plant, very clean take. Good execution with the smokes.
Ooh, good find from Brokey over the top. That's Nico gone down, just trying to provide some cover. Alexi, he falls as well. FaZe really shrinking this post-plant defense. They're wrapping all around it. Brokey with another. Hunter's just got to hold the line. He can do nothing but try and stop Brokey from being effective. He's spammed down. It's all on Modesty. No chance for a second shot. Surely one more. They haven't found him. They haven't pushed him yet, and they're going to find him eventually. Brokey, 39 kills now in the game, and that one's important. 26-24.
Stylish from him as well. He shoots at the ground and swaps to the AK, hoping someone's going to swing the peak, expecting him to be reloading the AWP. He's playing all the mind games to get the angles, but yes, it is FaZe that have the first 2 to be 26-24.
And the conversation now is just, man, how deep of a playbook can you actually possibly ever have to deal with this many overtimes? One final timeout for G2. Fair play, they've held on to it for this long. That's impressive in its own right. But what can you really use it for? Pace changes. Different positions of the op. A trick play. All the options running through your head. 1 T round is all G2 wants. The timeout exclusively used for this one single round to give them some space in the next half of OT.
Jump down below. Brokey starts it off. Alexi B shut down. Normality resumed perhaps on the CT sides as Even with bomb plants, G2 yet to get the attack on the boards as Hunter will sneak out. Rops is still behind this smoke. Very, very finite amount of time in which he can play that position. Nice snap back, Hunter. Great response, great reactions. Oh, they flash twist in, but it bounced off his own body. Nearly cost him his life as he tried to counter the frag inside of middle.
Yeah, G2's got to be so happy about that one. Nico's cleared everything out. m0NESY in support with the AWP. This is a dangerous angle for the AWP, and you can see Brokey wants nothing to do with that battle. He's going to wrap all the way around towards CT spawn, but he's been very effective in that position. Utility raining out from the attack, but they still haven't taken the bomb site. They don't even want it. They don't need it because Nico screwed it out. They just want the plant, the safe plant at the front of the site, and then hopefully you force FaZe into action against the AWP of m0NESY.
Good trade by Jax. Makes the retake less likely.
Ooh. Hunter with this big flank could be absolutely massive. Jax holding a tough angle. Even m0NESY repositioning. The retake is going to look vastly different than what FaZe expected. Oh, Jax almost goes down through that smoke. Hunter's going to go all the way around towards CT spawn. You'll never expect that. Brokey goes down. m0NESY has a clear line of sight. He doesn't need to peek. Jax has one more. And even though he goes down, what can you do, Twist?
Oh, baby.
There's no time. There's no time. Get all the kills you want. m0NESY's going to win it. Shut him down with a deagle. And the timeout gets him that valuable round.
26-25. We swap it over. 2 for FaZe. Would close this out. We're heading into round 52 in this game. There it was. That was the flash. You could see it. It just caught. It might have been the edge of the wall. I thought it was Twist's body itself. Either way.
I was so shocked when I saw Hunter rotating through CT spawn. I thought for sure with that plan it'd be back towards Catwalk, but of course that's too obvious. He switches it up entirely. Nico hasn't really gone away from this AWP since he started picking it up. Be too critical. He's got 35 kills. He's really shot up the scoreboard with it, but ooh, as I say that.
Caster's curse, Jason. Well done. Twist gonna self-flash. Doesn't go for the bounce that we've seen other players do, and then just goes for a strafe run boost with the AK. No one to be spotted down toward connector. Missed smoke middle as well. That could have been a huge problem for them. Kerrigan still has bomb. There's 2 inside of the B apartment positions. JKS down below waiting to work the underpass potentially toward mid. Twist just gonna chill there for now.
Who's gonna recover? Who's gonna find the equalizing kill for G2? Bring it back to an even affair. Ooh. This is some aggression. We've seen this over towards the B bomb site. Twist doesn't clear deep enough. How could you? How could you know? How could you know? How could you possibly put your crosshair there? Alexi goes down. He probably thought for sure he was gonna have at least a decent fight. Hunter and m0NESY in position, in the correct position. It's them against the world.
Not fast enough this time for m0NESY, but Hunter flashes in his favor. He's got 3! Oh my, as he sneaks back out, he is absolutely hunting all the prey today. And it Rops, the only one left, gets shut out by m0NESY in the end.
Hunter's been called upon so much. This map is his. He has been a monster. 53 kills for Hunter in this game. Just one more time saving them. This time it's a 3-on-5. That is spectacular stuff. Him and m0NESY combined to keep G2 going forward. 26 all. This time Nico's gone back to the M4. Off in the hands of Brokey, off in the hands of m0NESY as well.
From m0NESY, couldn't quite hit the shot this time. m0NESY has to fall off of that as well. They have to reposition, but there's no chance to capitalize. From the FaZe perspective, as Alexi B holds inside of the window this time, smoke down and Twist will work out underneath his AK. Trying to find something for FaZe to get them to another map point. 28 wins it, 27-27, and then, well, we do it again. And I won't rule that out at all in this series.
Yeah, why not? Twist, just waiting. Mid-round aggression called again for G2. Nico and Jax doubled up. Rops just waiting on the other side. This could be massive. They're gonna slide into it. He's ready. He's prepared. He sees the shoulder but can't complete the kill. Huge peek, big time peek. Alexi's waiting for his moment. He's waiting for the right time to peek out. It might just be now. Twist disappears into the smoke, but Brokey gets caught. Brokey gets caught a little bit late. And m0NESY with that deep angle gives it up for a second. That's the bomb in the hands of JKS, but he can't land the shot. One's close up, and he's aware of the possibility. 27 for G2.
And another map point opportunity for them. They have not had a CT-sided map opportunity yet. FaZe are against the wall.
Finally.
Yeah, really.
Oh, 27-26. A chance. Here we go. m0NESY and Jax at the A bomb site. Kerrigan leading the way in halls. Oh, this could be so tough. m0NESY, the deep angle would be fantastic if he can pick one off. But they're going to be in hot pursuit. They're definitely going to be trying to chase this down. Kerrigan, here comes the swing. Oh, the jiggle peek. The jiggle peek. m0NESY's negated. Nico's left out in the open, but he stands up to the task. Picked off by Brokey, an important trade. But that's at least going to force the tactic off.
Look at LXCB. Already up the B apartments right now. He's closing the map in so effectively. m0NESY got away. They were ready for the position, and now he goes aggressive again as Rops downed immediately at the arch.
No.
Spotted him.
I cannot believe he just jumps up and looks for that exact play, although fair enough. I think they've spotted it a couple times. Alexi's kind of given up that game, and he's been super, super aggressive a number of times. Now he's trapped in halls. Twist, Brokey, and Kerrigan, they know he's here. They smell a rat, and they want to take him out. Alexi's got to fight his way out. Twist gets the kill. Immediate headshot.
Down to 46, was tagged in the process though, and that will weaken him up slightly, but he's gonna take charge, take initiative, and stampede his way toward Hunter, who can hear this coming the whole time, so he gets in behind the van. Twist goes past that, nope, he's gonna jump down. He hasn't cleared it for his teammates though. This is massive. Hunter, he can deny the plant right now. Kerrigan down there, we're ready to look that direction. Twist, he's still alive in this somehow. As he gets around the other side of the market, Hunter gets away. Brokey finds him with the AWP, and Twist gets the round. We are done. No, excuse me, not done. 27-27, and this game continues to go on.
One system. 1 HP. Both. Oh, he's in Edward already. One is 1 HP, okay? Left, 1 HP left.
Nice shot! Nicely as well.
Good shot. Love you, bro. Go behind, chill.
That is an apps. That is an apps. C4 is gone.
I'm coming behind. Nice. Behind Ilya. Let me play, Ilya.
Your channel. Nice! Let's go! Let's go, boys! Arena!
All you can do is shake your head. Another overtime on the cards. Neither of these two teams giving any inch, any quarter to the other. All of them finding a way to make this work in the worst situations possible. 27-27, we've got a fifth overtime at hand. And this is the game that truly never ends in the grand finals on the stage of IEM Katowice. It's fitting that we have this historic overtime game after such a long and storied history here in this arena.
The interesting thing as well is if FaZe had closed out Mirage in the deciding game top brackets, they would have been on the same side of the bracket as G2, and they would have met in a semifinal as opposed to Na'Vi. Remember, they had Na'Vi at 15-10.
Yeah.
It was even 15-8. So apparently Mirage, they just don't know how to win on it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's tough. It's a nebulous thing, isn't it? And remember, both these teams coming in with a, new rosters, essentially. Rops coming in at the beginning of the year, but I mean, even with the stand-in situation, this is a very, very tough scenario for anyone. Obviously, G2 as well. New star, Alper, new in-game leader, new coach. I don't even know what the conversation is going to be like in a situation like this for either one of these teams to keep your focus for this long and then have the knowledge, although you're not thinking of it yet, the knowledge that 3 more potential maps can be played in this series. These boys are in for a long night of fragging. We're all in for a long night of fragging.
I think so. And players being given a bit more of a break this time to use the bathroom. I think that's reasonable considering we've just played about 2 maps of Counter-Strike for the price of 1. Here on Mirage, 27-27, unbelievable as well. The circumstances to get us here, the heroics, and it's not just one player. That's the crazy thing, because we talked about G2's efforts coming into this, certainly in this final, but into this event, everyone's been fragging, everyone's been finding form. Nico was slow to start, and even he's back into this game. It's been so much time, obviously he's gonna come alive eventually, but everyone's had a moment. Everybody has had to step up in a certain situation to put us in this position.
I'll tell you what though, I gotta imagine the mentality of Nico, again, not thinking of it now, but perhaps after this map is just saying, if I didn't start slow, we wouldn't have been in this situation, even though he's risen to the occasion now. A lot of that blame is gonna be internalized, certainly. Freeze time running down, 27-27 Katowice. We're going back live. 5th overtime, 2nd map of the IEM Grand Finals. FaZe have a 1-map lead in this best of 5 series. I don't think I've ever had to say round 55.
I've done 78s.
Good for you.
Not quite in a situation. Right, Jason, it wasn't that. I'm just trying to give you perspective. Not in a situation like this, not on a stage, not with nerves and stakes this high, not in a grand final. This is unprecedented territory, no doubt.
Oh, here we go. Brokey, good kill. Nico, immediate trade. We take our Rook, we'll take your Knight. Rops is going to sneak up a ramp. He's got a good angle. Jax is playing this retake again. That was one of the conversations. Kerrigan starting abusing the positioning of Jax, and we've seen him play a couple different spots now. Rops is going to clear it silently. In this fight, he never expected it. How would you ever expect that angle as the A bomb site anchor? JK has to go down next. Alexi B just keeps saying, if you're never going to have people here, I'm just going to keep pushing up, and we'll just take the 50-50 and see if you can clear me out.
Kerrigan getting closer to connector with the smokes in position. Alexi B once again is well removed from this, trying to get map and information toward B. Good flash pushes Monasi back for a moment. Monasi has had many moments so far in the Spodek. Tap the bomb, trying to get Brokey to position, looked away at the wrong time, but Kerrigan was ready for it. Communication between the two on as the bomb will go down. Monasi though immediately eradicates Kerrigan's position, and Brokey has to be well aware that he is not only towards CT, but Alexi B has to be coming from that side of the map, and where has he come from? With this much time, and no one over toward B to counter this, he could have, well, that gives it away. I was gonna say go towards CT, nice nade, touchdown, puts him on 47. Not willing to go much beyond this position, has to get off as he's flashed away, and Alexi B crosses in. Brokey's got him immediately down below. Molotov on the bomb as well. That should pretty much do it. Monasi's gonna try and get up and take him down, and he's ready for it. Great headshot from the Latvian laser.
What an absolute monster of a clutch. And you're right, just enough silence for G2 to start considering towards A ramp. Alexi B had to run the gauntlet. That had to have been nerve-wracking, but just finding the slimmest peak to not expose himself to Monasi while still being able to stop the defuse from happening. Brutal, brutal round from Brokey. Even a blind kill to start it out. The whole way through this is tough. That is a tough angle, easy to overpeak that one. We've seen Monasi hit some very slim shots, and the Molotov is the icing on the cake. 28-27. FaZe with the T round. Molotov out towards top mid. Nico's gonna go down, picked off by Kerrigan. Monasi can't get anything done either. Oh, all of FaZe coming alive. here in round 56. Hunter, man, can he really deliver it again? Can he really deliver them back into this situation, back into the round? The answer's no. 2-round lead for FaZe.
2-round lead significantly as well on the terrorist side. They come out swinging in full force on God knows how many rounds we're on now, Jason. Overtime at number 5, and they need 2 more rounds to close it if they can get another T-side. If they can sweep the T-side.
Oh, that'd be everything.
Right?
Well, you have to imagine. And this is where you wonder, does Kerrigan have it in him to call another change of pace towards that A bomb site, towards mid, whatever it might be? We've seen it go back to it a couple of times. Twist, JKS going to be in towards Palace. Kerrigan and Romps, they might actually just... This might actually be a little bit of a waterfall situation. Romps is blind, gonna tuck himself in on top of the flower pot. Jax didn't clear all the way. Here is that timing change. Here is that pop flash entrance. They've got 2. Jax and Nico go down. Desperate situation for G2. Brokey's even on lurk duty, and he's got a freebie on the Modesty. Alexi's the only one left. What a well-crafted round in the 5th overtime.
Able to jump across middle. No idea, Modesty, where he needed to look when he came back outside. And Alexi B, yeah, this one's, I'm sorry, Mr. In-Game Leader for G2. You're gonna have to come up with something else. This one's done. They do sweep the T side 30-27, and they just need 1 more round to take this to a 2-0 best-of-5 series lead.
I'll tell you what, Kerrigan looks so calm and collected on that stage. This deep into a game, 5 overtimes.
Has he been on, though?
I know, that's what I'm saying. The experience, what a benefit for FaZe in this kind of a scenario. The leadership of Kerrigan, the experience of Kerrigan, all delivering for FaZe so far. Absolutely magnificent.
I had to go remind myself, it's been so long since I've even considered it. Dust 2 is our next map, that's guaranteed. And then we have Ancient and Nuke if required. Starting this one off, Twist, already giving the man advantage to FaZe.
Change of pace on the CT side. Look at Robs pushed up. They even want to fight a little bit more, but they can't get the trade back.
Alexi B forced off. Oh, he turned from the flash and turned back quickly enough to take down Twists. That gives them the advantage now, and you're absolutely right. FaZe tried to throw a curveball into the play. So far, it's been a home run for G2.
And the cool thing is you might be nervous to make that call if, you know, you only got 1 or 2 rounds on the T side, but now that you have 3, maybe you're thinking in your head, I got 1 to play with. Let's throw some trickery at him. As you mentioned, the curveball. Throw something they haven't quite seen yet or they couldn't possibly expect. G2 have a man advantage, but again, FaZe have the correct defense called. Kerrigan on catwalk, and Brokey is gonna slide into the bomb site. He goes down, but Kerrigan's still alive. He's gonna pick another one off, and now tuck yourself into the corner. See if you can buy time for your teammate. It's a 2-on-2. And of course, Kerrigan's gonna get aggressive. No way, Modesty's caught him.
I think he saw the bomb. He wanted to go for the bomb, so he puts the smoke down thinking he's gonna go defensive. They have to drop in, and he tries to strike, but JKS. Could the stand-in win map 2 for them? Sneaking in behind. Monasty's AWP directly down below. Surely they consider this now as JKS can't find an angle. Alexi B's gonna go aggressive as well, and Monasty, he's got back in the corner. He's spotted out, and this is absolutely doable now. He's got all the utility, all the play that he needs. Flash and a nade, as well as the defuse kit. Jumping across, he'll start making noise. His position's given up, but Alexi B has been very disciplined in this situation. Quick tap, falls off, and he falls the wrong way, so as not to be spotted. Alexi B just waits it out, but JKS has it. Does he have the time, though? It's gonna be so close, absolutely. FaZe have won map 2, and they'll go up 2-0 in this series.
That is unbelievable. The standard. What can this man not do for FaZe? Absolutely brilliant from JKS. We wondered how G2 could recover from that comeback on map 1. How do you recover from a 5 overtime loss? Another clutch dropped.
It's not done. It's not done. There's
not
no
done.
way it's that easy. Even with a 2-map lead, this could still swing the other way. It's taken this many rounds to settle the second map. It's taken a plethora of rounds to settle Inferno. We still have a potential for a 5-map series, but we need to take a break, catch our breaths, and join over with Stunna in the studio.
No way, Justin!
Have it?
Yeah.
Your channel was edited.
Way. Yeah, there we go. Okay, finally we come around. No way, Jose, or better yet, no way, JKS. He makes it happen there at the very end in a game that was an endurance and a sprint all the way up to that point. We're talking about Rops and JKS leading the charge for FaZe, but they're hunted down by a Kovac of sorts. Welcome back, everybody, to the Intel Extreme Masters Grand Finals for Katowice 2022. And we have a very special guest joining us who's not all that far away from having had a few overtimes himself on Mirage and perhaps even against G2. It's Yakinder. He's one of the point men over there at Virtus Pro. Yakinder, thanks for joining us first and foremost.
I'm glad to be here, you know. G2, insane game of Counter-Strike with FaZe, and I'm so ready to show you what I'm going to show you now.
Yeah, and rightfully so. Ton of Counter-Strike to digest because that was a lot of rounds, Yanko.
It was a lot of rounds, Trace. Overtimes and overtimes and overtimes. And unfortunately, G2, after such a horrible start, right, it seemed like the Inferno comeback, they were really down after that, and that FaZe was just going to run away with this final. But they somehow managed to come back, force it into overtime. And they actually had a couple of match points. And they had, you know, they lose a 4v2. They lose, in the end, a 3v3 where they had great positioning, right? Like you felt like they had their chances, they just couldn't capitalize.
So if I'm Yakinder and I'm watching this game, probably having a couple flashbacks, there was a lot of rounds in your matchup, but then this one somehow topped it. Yakinder, what did you see early on that kind of stuck out to you?
I can actually show you. You know, okay. The first thing that I noticed is after Inferno, G2 was getting snowballed. Like legit, they were trying to do their rounds, but FaZe, after the comeback on Inferno, they were hyped.
Yeah.
They know that they're going to win and annihilate them, and they were starting to win that. So basically, until 7-0, G2 Esports were taking mid, losing duels mid. Rops was always like abusing window smokes and killing everyone on mid. And then we can start. And then G2 decided to play a different game. They understood that they're getting snowballed, and they started taking heavy mid altogether. Move us 4, really good. And Alexa B or Nico, I'm not sure who calls this, they understood that the easiest way to win rounds on T side on Mirage is to go back ramp. You go back towards A, you go as 5, you trade, you clutch. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's the most important thing. 7-0, they get the round win, even with the missed flash where Hunter got the double kill on ramp. And next round as well, 7-1, the same thing, same simple but effective Counter-Strike that in the end got them the economy game going.
So it's like they got their toes wet, they got their feet wet, and then they realized, hey, this is work, we can expand on it, basically.
Exactly, yeah, because they needed those rounds.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this game would have been really fast.
You think so?
These 2 rounds, these 2 calls, same call they had on overtime as well, they kind of abused it, and it worked really good for them.
Yanko, what did you get out of this? Other than, you know, about 500 rounds ago, what did you pick out?
Yeah, I mean, for this one, Yakinder is spot on, right? So if you're getting picked off in your default and you're spread out, you have to try and group. Even though it's a little bit predictable, I mean, you just don't have another choice. And that got them 2 rounds. You know, we were thinking 11-4, it's not great, but eventually it was enough. And G2 was in a position to win this game. It was FaZe who kind of had to claw back at the very end. But, you know, you can only miss the opportunity so many times if you're G2, and FaZe eventually punish them.
And Yakinder, how many times did you see Hunter do something just miraculous, like not missing a shot, and you think, okay, surely this adds up?
That's insane. Actually, in this match, if we don't count the FaZe players, Hunter is the MVP why G2 survived so long. Even on the round 27-27, if I'm not mistaken, where he was under car, Brocky no-scoped him. That round was crucial for G2 to win this game, and it didn't work out. But Hunter mad respect for him. Insane player.
He saved them from the same position, a 3v5, right? Got 3 massive kills, Monesi added 2, but it just wasn't enough. Listen, we're 2 maps into this final. Hunter has 84 kills. Like, that's how long this game has been going on, right? Almost 100 ADR, 95 ADR, and it has to be said, Nico was, like, nowhere to be seen in that first half, ending in 2 kills. He stepped it up a little bit, but I don't like what I'm seeing. Like, he's having a bad game. He starts taking that up every single time, starts forcing some of the plays. It's like, if you're struggling a little bit, like, you don't always have to force the issue, right? Like, they need to calm him down a little bit, like, let some of the other players play. You have more talent around you now, right? He's been a liability in some of these rounds. We all saw with the up in the 3v3 and he misses the guy 2 times, like running towards short. That was another opportunity for G2 to close it out. You can see the frustration, like the final is still not over. It's very grim.
Yeah, I totally
like you lost in horrible ways, but you know, it's still not over. As long as there's a chance, you need to keep fighting. You need to stay positive and believe in the win.
It's kind of like Assad said best yesterday. It's not looking good. That's exactly what he said multiple times. But when it comes down to the side of FaZe, Justin Savage, okay? We're going to hype up Hunter. It's only fair that we talk a little bit about JKS as well. This guy, all over the place, saving the day a few times.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, had some great rounds, clutches, good anchors as well. I mean, the clutch to win the game in the end. Yeah, it's so many insane rounds, twists as well, had massive clutches.
So Yakinder, let's fast forward a little bit, right? We're going to go to Dust 2, and I kind of want to know what your thoughts are between what we're seeing now and what we've seen on Mirage and what it looks like on Dust 2.
I can say that G2 need Nico to actually win, and I can say that these 2 teams have completely different styles on T side of Dust 2. G2 is going to start on CT side. If they play aggressive, play like they need to play, they need to stop giving FaZe these opening kills and these rounds, and they're like they need to stop the FaZe hype, if you know what I mean.
Before we go, it's not very often we have you up here, Yakinder. I personally have enjoyed this. You know, Maniac's cool. He's sitting back there somewhere now. You're great. Anything you want to say before we get you out of here?
Yeah, guys, I wanted to say that this is actually a joke. I'm not an analyst. This was one-time thing. So while I'm live on TV, I want to say that stay focused on your goals and be good to each other, you know? That's the most important thing in life.
Yeah. Well said. Thank you very much, Yakinder. Thank you, Yanko. We're going to be looking at Dust 2 coming up shortly. But first, before our next match, I want to tell you about the special post-event broadcast. It's going to be brought to you from Golden Boy, and he's got all those details. What's up, Golden Boy?
Hey, thanks, man. What a wild ride these last 2 weeks have been. Be sure to join the Boosted Gang for G4 TV's Aftermath. We got Launders in the building. We'll be going over all the highlights, memes, and hot takes from the finals. And who knows, maybe we'll get Launders to play a KZ map or 2. So make sure you tune in live at twitch.tv/G4TV as soon as IEM Katowice wraps. We'll see you then.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Never did it for the fame, never did it for the game. When I picked up the mic, it made my whole world change. Started back in my bedroom with a double cassette. set. Had nothing to prove, no records to press. Never followed the trend. I just kept pursuing to be original. Now copy what everyone else is doing. Large in the charge, against all odds, I don't bite. And call that paying homage, I'm still doing it. Plugging my mic, sound check. It's gonna be another great night, come correct. Got heritage, whatever kid, I'm not work for hire. And through it all, I never lost my desire, no regrets. Part of me for being such a dreamer. All these memories keep giving me the fever. I'm red hot, cause good times don't last. And right now, I think I'm just stuck in the past, cause I don't wanna follow the trend. I don't wanna follow the trend. I'ma be this way to the end. I don't wanna follow the trend. I don't wanna follow the trend. I'ma be this way to the end. Play back on the 8-track, rewind the tapes. Check the meters to make sure the levels are straight. Press record and catch this moment in time. Pay respect to where it all began before the shine. Raw, authentic, cooked up and boiling. Mics get rusty, then it's time to oil them. Gotta plug them back in the decks and crown royal them. The good old days, the golden age. Recognize the difference between the fake and the realness. The wicked with the ooh child, the whack and the illness. Eardrums are shot and minds get into it. Make you hungry enough to swallow and not chew it. And your face got you hanging on a fat shoelace. You're a hip-hop fan, just trying to maintain. Attacking with my jungle tactics. I'm looking at you with my face on backwards, cause I don't follow the trend. I don't wanna follow the trend. I don't wanna follow the trend. I'ma be this way to the end. I don't wanna follow the trend. I don't wanna follow the trend. I'ma be this way to the end, yeah.
This is the end. This is the end of it. This is the end. This is the end of it. This is the end. This is the end of it.
Everybody, we had a surprise new blood VP guest on the desk, and now we have a surprise ex-VP guest here in the crowd. It's a man that needs no introduction. He's an icon of esports, a legend of Poland. It's Pasha Biceps! Pasha, what's it like to be back here in the Spodek? Legions of fans, everybody excited to see you.
Hello Twitch, hello Spodek. Everything is start here, so everything what I do here, I remember in my life.
Pasha, you're coming off your professional fighting debut. I have to ask for another cheer because he won, not just by any sort of victory, by a technical knockout. Pasha, with the victory and is starting his fighting career. Everybody give it up. What was that experience like, and how does it compare to professional Counter-Strike?
This is the same like in the stage. Cage stage, I shoot headshot on the stage and I shoot headshot in the cage. So it's the same.
Pasha, any final words to the people watching at home and the people here in the Spodek?
Always I say you are not my friends, but right now I will say peace, love, and esport.
Pasha, thank you so much for your time. We are going to carry on with this grand final here at IEM Katowice 2022 between FaZe Clan and G2, Map 3 coming up next.
Thank you so much, Paula. Yes, we are going to get into map 3, and it's hard to believe it is now 9 after 9. We started this series at 5 o'clock in the afternoon local, a ridiculously long affair, and we're only starting map 3 now. We've only finished 2.
Yeah, a few more maps potentially in the cards, but just so you guys know, after this series, we are going to be announcing the DHL MVP. You guys are all welcome to go and use your Twitch channel points in order to vote who your favorite is to win the DHL MVP award, and then we'll be announcing it when the grand finals are over here at IEM Katowice. Yeah, this next map, what, Dust 2
Yes.
now? I mean, we just went and grabbed a quick snack. I don't know how the hell the players are going to be able to manage to do this. What a grueling affair. We've played enough rounds to encompass 3 maps already just in the opening, too. So this is absolutely wild, and obviously neither team giving it up whatsoever.
Yeah, not at all. Absolutely the case. And we're going to get pretty much right into it here. Players are all sitting again, so we should be ready to roll. And that's trophy. My goodness, I'm surprised it doesn't have stain and tarnish on it from sitting there this long, out in the open, waiting for someone to hoist it up. It might be FaZe Clan. They have a 2-map lead. As we start off on Dust 2, they themselves will be on the T side.
I never would have thought we'd be in a world for the G2 0-3 meme after what we saw yesterday against Na'Vi. This is absolutely wild that this might actually happen, and FaZe is looking like they can do it. Calling from Kerrigan has been absolutely phenomenal, some of the best that I've seen in his whole career. This has been good stuff, and obviously all the players across the map are delivering. Yek and Dar on the desk between these 2 maps. Obviously, the most obvious thing, G2 need Nico, and they need him right out of the gate. They need him to start right now, and that's rough.
You built that one up nicely, Jason. Well done.
Yeah.
Just Bob Ross the way into that lovely situation.
Oh, dear.
Meanwhile, though, it'll be back over toward A. The defense wants to align. It's not going to be that attack, though. That single kill from Rops. Playing a retake on B, such a difficult thing to do.
No, but I think the general feeling you're going to have as a defense in this situation when Nico's gone down, or any player that you have on your team, they've gone down at long like this, and then you feel silence, you imagine they're kind of setting up the staging area, right? You're imagining they're kind of lining up just outside of the pit to set up those cross smokes. So you can understand why G2 rotated so heavily towards the bomb site. When they see nothing else, yeah, now they start to get a little bit iffy. Smoke at the base of the B entrance. m0NESY is going to find Rops, but that's on the other side of the map. This is the main thrust. This is the main hit. Alexi's trying to force his way in. He's got 1, no more access after that, and Hunter as well is going to be forced away.
Not fully gone yet, though. Bomb not yet planted. He wants to come back inside of the window.
No kits.
Tough position to put themselves in by giving up this B site. It is a fort, and they will have to fight for it. Jax, nothing to deter his vision coming in through the B tunnels as Brokey gets in behind the 2 stack. Exchange already with Kerrigan. Brokey's not going to move on this. Doesn't want to give his position up just yet. Realizing that window's not yet peaked, he spots Hunter instead coming in through the door, and the other 2 remain at the front side of the tunnels, and they're down. JKS with both of those kills as well.
Another good start for FaZe Clan on the cards. Pistol is theirs. If they can convert the second round, they're off to the races. G2 is going to be investing. Scout picked up on m0NESY and Alexi. Deagles and a CZ picked up as well to complete the buy. Well done from JKS. Here we go. Alexi going to peek up middle. Wants to find someone looking underneath the smoke. He has no vision. Nothing to find. No connections as well. And Twist has already made his way far up catwalk. Molotov is going to slow him down a little bit. He backs into some safety. But mid-control for FaZe.
Shots through the door do damage onto Alexi B. Gets tagged down to 36. Twist a little bit worse than that. On the other side, Kerrigan, though, meanwhile, is at B. Pushes through with smoke, catches out Jax along the wall. Clear indication of where the trajectory of the nade was, and he's going to smoke himself in. Hunter's going to wrap around this, though. This could go both ways. Both to take advantage of this, and Hunter should be well aware of the position on top of the box, already staring at it. Easy shot, and he's just going to wait it out. He'll take his time.
He needs more than one.
Discipline. He's going to get more than one, potentially. Ooh, I thought he might get the jump on Rops.
I thought he was going to hold his nerve a little bit longer and let them start actually exiting, but tough to criticize any kind of play like that. Good trigger discipline to begin with. Kerrigan finding that opening kill and just realizing he's got a pressure point, and he applies that pressure. JKS finds Nico lining up the Deagle shot. He's alone in middle, but he's got teammates coming out of B to help him out. It's all on m0NESY, and they're definitely going to hunt this down. No reason to let him keep the gun into the next round. Any weapon that can turn the tides, take it away from him. 2-0 for FaZe to start this third map.
Not the first time we've had a good start from FaZe in this series. Remember Mirage, they were again ahead 11-4 in the first half. Just as they were behind on Inferno, it seems crazy all the similarities and the distance we've gone in this series.
Yeah. A very close affair, despite the fact that FaZe is up 2-0. That's got to be the part that hurts the most if you're G2. Just pistols.
JKS waiting for the angle to present. 2 split toward mid. Rops fires through door. Easy kills. JKS drops. Rops isn't done though. He finds yet another and has a chance to get a fourth. Twists will deprive him of that moment by shooting over his shoulder to get the kill instead. Brokey will close out the round 3-0 start, but now G2 will bring out the weapons.
Here we go, op on Monacy just to kick things off. I think Alexi B was even considering a double op setup, but goes away from it. Op in the hands of Brokey, who's continuing to deliver for FaZe Clan in these grand finals. He's had a slow and steady rise to this peak over the past couple years. One jumps across, he's looking for the second. Smoke is gonna take away his vision. Just standard default from both teams. Nobody doing anything tricky. A little bit of counter spam through the smoke. Nico's going to be backing up through CT spawn to join up and shore up this A defense. All the meanwhile keeping his eyes on mid, making sure nobody can lurk out, making sure he has the information for his B defenders. And FaZe just slowly moving into position. Pin smoke, flashbang out mid as well. Pin smoke shows they want to get up catwalk, but they're going to lurk right through it. JKS goes down. Nico's not going to be caught off guard by that. Can only get the one. 4-on-4 scenario, but Hunter's moved out of this B bomb site. Him and Jax want to fight mid. They don't want to worry about the B portion of the attack just yet.
This Molly bounced too far, didn't land on the window. Jax can still work on both sides, and Hunter's come out from the door. He'll catch out Twists. Rifles the difference for G2, and they might fend their first round in this game. It certainly looks that way as Jax stares down the tunnel and find Rops as well, 3-1.
Good to see him on point. Good shooting from Jax, good shooting from Hunter as well. Double kill for each of them. The B split gets completely snuffed. 2-round lead for FaZe early on. We're gonna be reinvest right back into the round. Good to see Hunter continuing his tear. Unbelievable performance from him on Mirage in a losing effort.
Someone I didn't, to be completely honest, fully rate for the longest time, but he's definitely proven his worth in G2 over the last year. So early damage done, cross pick that lands onto Jax as they go for the drop down. Brokey was able to hit it.
Honestly held his nerve completely blind from that flashbang as well. He was almost able to pick off JKS. That's bold to stand strong despite not being able to see anything. Gets away with it here. They have to back into the A bomb site, which means they also have to push forward onto Catwalk. They have to secure one of Catwalk or Long to keep this A defense as strong as possible. Molotov is going to provide a little bit of harassment, but the smoke is not going to let him progress forward. They have Jax caught at the back platform. There's a flashbang in as well, and Jax is going to try and move out of his position, but he's not going to get away. And now, ooh, this mid B split, if they can activate it, that would be so deadly.
JKS is trying to get around it. Nico, his patience prevails as the smoke dissipates, but oh, he's caught. Twist goes up above to take him down. As he had the nade out and the flames behind, he couldn't get around the corner in time to retreat. And that gives FaZe an opening. Monacy has to go out toward Long. He's got to cover both angles.
Hunter and Alexi aren't moving either. You're just kind of saying, if Monacy can provide us something, maybe we can come for this retake. Maybe he can get a kill or two and survive, and then we might have the options necessary to actually go for things. But first, Monacy has to deliver. And look at the risk he's taking. Shifting between Long and Catwalk, and now they're crossing into the site when he's looking elsewhere. I think G2 is going to be forced to save out of this round. He just now realizes they're in the site, can't land the shot. He's got to back off. Actually, FaZe is already on the hunt. FaZe is already actually attacking into the B bomb site, trying to take these weapons away. Alexi's got one with 15 health, and there's Hunter, and they can go for it now. The kills are actually found on the other side of the map. This is doable.
Incredibly so, considering the circumstances. Kerrigan's way out to catwalk, expecting these rotations. It's just on Brokey. He's gonna try and go for the flank Kerrigan. They're gonna be sitting on the ramp. Good time. He can go for the low HP player, though he's dropped. A 1-on-3. And the AWP has to be perfect. Spots the first one crossing over. Bomb is still planted for him, but he's got to nail the shots first. And m0NESY tagged, still drops him down. They're all in teen HP. But it's 3-2.
That's incredible. Such low HP. If Brokey had even had an AK-47, maybe that might have been a little bit more doable. What a good recovery. You got to say, though, bit of a mistake going on the hunt before the round is fully secured. They never thought for a second that G2 would be able to actually handle that and then return to the A bomb site. 2 players, Robson Twist gets picked off. At least Brokey and Kerrigan in a really awkward situation. Although fair play, Kerrigan probably is going to be thinking that he should have had that kill. Early timeout taken. Trying to calm down the troops, make sure they don't overextend, get a little overeager like that at one more time.
All brought out right now for Jax as well, so looking to hold some strong angles with it potentially. Was here on this stage, in fact, that ENCE was using the AUG so frequently back in 2019. That was when the meta was as powerful as it was.
Time is a flat circle, Matt.
So is the Earth.
Here we go, Nico. Oh boy, Kerrigan rips his head off. Nico's woes continue. Surely you don't get much more than that, but Twist with the deagle. m0NESY never made it all the way around the corner. This round just got real interesting. Really interesting. What do you do if you're Alexi B?
Kerrigan trying to get the shots in. Seen one scout round already remarkably in this event. Back in the group stages, it was none other than m0NESY that was capable of doing it here at the A side. And Alexi B already tagged up. Kerrigan goes back for more. Swings, but goes too far. Gets caught out and clotheslined by Alexi, but this has opened so much space toward the B site. In fact, Jax is outside of it using that AUG to try and shut them down when they cross over. Positioned well. Here's the plant, but can't see Brokey. That's going to give JKS an angle. He nails the shot on the deagle. It's down to just 2 players remaining. And Twist's hunting easily enough to take out the flank on Alexi B. Hunter has to save. They recovered the last round that was stolen from them by taking it back. We're going to go 4-2.
Yeah, we might get a timeout from G2 after this as well, because it all came crumbling down way too quickly. Couple nice shots with the deagle, and that defense just could not sustain anything. Seemed to be in pretty decent positions, just a little exposed, all off the back of Kerrigan's shot with the scout. And again, it's much like the round previously with Kerrigan with the Galil at the B bomb site. He just realized he gets that kill on Nico, and he realizes how much pressure he can apply to that A bomb site to force those rotations, to get G2 to move across the map. Evacuated the B bomb site because it felt like everything indicated, everything felt like A bomb site was the end goal. And Twist is even gonna get the final kill of the round right at the close. So all the weapons taken away from G2.
It's crazy how the energy shifts. We're not, in a situation where every single round of the last, 30 are make or break in the game. But the context of how close this series has been, it certainly will still add up to that in the end, surely. Pistols again for G2. Twist just picking that op over onto the T side. You gotta love that. He's gonna try and hold off middle. m0NESY already out toward the top side of the barrels.
JKS up over the top is going to find a kill. That's Hunter to go down. Jax can't get anything done with the USP. Nico and Alexi.
Plug that back in.
Uh-oh.
Don't worry, it was just Nico's aimbot, okay? It's finally working since it wasn't on Mirage, and timely enough, he takes down Kerrigan.
Here we go, Rops. One more kill to find. Doesn't want that battle, though. Even if he has the advantage, no reason to take it, no reason to risk it. Alexi, I think, might just want to back away and save the AK-47. Nico's going to step up with that deagle. The bomb has to cross still, so there's a chance. With this deagle, there's always a possibility, but what a tough, near impossible, low percentage shot to hit. There goes Alexi. That's the AK-47. And over the top, Brokey's going to go for more. He's having a shooting gallery, and he doesn't fear anything.
T-sided ops, certainly a factor so far on Dust 2, unsurprisingly. Arguably more successful than the CT side, and he sits at 6-3. Fantastic start. Everyone on the scoreboard this time. I mentioned that just because Nico was so slow in the last game, but he's already arrived here. And we're gonna get the timeout you talked about, Jason.
Yeah, but it's from FaZe. I thought it was gonna be G2 taking it. FaZe is up 5-2. Maybe applying a little bit of pressure, making G2 sit and stew in the frustration of losing an eco round. More than likely, Kerrigan just making sure the troops are all on the same page as the next stage of this battle begins. All back in the hands of m0NESY, M4's on the other players. And here we go. Hunter and Jax to cross. Brokey looking for a high peak that's not going to come in. And ooh, fast towards Catwalk. Kerrigan changing the pace like we saw in Mirage. Twist and JKS running up Cattle. The Twist struggling to get on top of the box. That's going to expose him to Hunter. A little bit of a mistake there. That'll be frustrating. So thank God for Hunter because he's got G2 in an all-important round in a 5-on-4 situation.
Incendiary out for Alexi. Rops behind the door, interestingly enough, for the T side. See if anyone's going to get aggressive and go through. Okay, yes, tag down to 48. Rops definitely intrigued by the possibility of this peak. Goes for it dry. Alexi very off-angle toward the pit. Good for the headshots on the M4. Rops has crossed over. Self-smoke, jumps and checks, knows he's locked in on this, and needs a bit of support, but unfortunately for him, he's not going to have a rotation of the AWP from m0NESY. In fact, he has to sit with the corner smoke now all the way back on top of the platform and won't even be able to see if they wrap wide. So Alexi's on his own, but they'll leave Rops to deal with that. Meanwhile, it's to the site instead. m0NESY can certainly see toward the catwalk, but now he's dead. JKS the headshot to find, and Rops, he'll take out Alexi immediately inside of the pit. That opens up a ton of space for FaZe.
I think even if m0NESY provided more resistance, Rops would have been able to drop him. Jumping shot, is it going to land? Is it going to stop the plant? G2 is crumbling, 18 HP left on Jax. I don't know if he can't realistically go for it. He doesn't even have a kit. He's going to have to back away from this fight. It's going to be a 6th round for FaZe. They're doing such a good job. Again, a kill provided on a Nico from Kerrigan that opens up the floodgates.
So save the M4, FaZe will find 6-2. Obviously that tactical timeout was worth it now in the end, Jason, as they get another round on the board. They are, again, 2 maps up. It's crazy to think this could be a 5, maybe 6 hour plus 3-map series.
Yeah, right? Oh, Jax is found. Jax is found at the end. Good job from Rops.
Just to note so far, the losing team in each respective series on the stage has yet to win a map. It's been 2-0 all the way through to get us to this final.
Okay, then. That's not a great stat if you're a G2 fan. Hopefully the best of 5 can change that. Gives him another opportunity to change that, obviously. Back to just pistols. FaZe is relentless in this series. There we go. Nico stopping Rops cold, but he needs much more than that to turn the favors, to turn the tides for G2. AK-47 in hand, a smoke as well to give him some options, to give him a little bit of cover if he wants to use it. He might have to just kind of muscle his way into a fight. Gotta be careful though. Molotov comes in, he's gonna step right on top of the barrel. Good kill from Hunter, done some damage on a JKS as well.
Nico still holding no off-angle top of the barrels. You can see along the edge of the smoke when they wrap around. They can jump forward, but they'll still have to be exposed when they do so. And Alexi will burn JKS. Nico to hold. He looked away at the wrong time, but he still finds Brokey. Twists, trying to pinch them from the other side and get the palm back. Gets 2 headshots. He's dumped away. Alexi couldn't find the shot. He's going to turn it around. Look toward Jax, who gets it with the Deagle. Twist, not quite able to collect the round in the end.
No, but that's such a struggle for G2 in a 4-on-1. They almost give it away. They could not find a way to get together. Some of the sync, some of the cohesion that we saw against Na'Vi just isn't there at the moment. You can understand why. They've been rattled. They've been knocked off their game a couple times throughout this series. And the frustration now, the massive lead they gave away on Inferno, the 5 overtime game that they lost on Mirage. How do you get back into it? 3 rounds back as G2. Even such a great turnaround with just Deagles feels a little bit flat for G2, to be honest. Nico, another kill on the Kerrigan out towards mid. Jax is gonna step up behind the smoke. Double kill, can't transfer over for the 3rd one. He was a bit too blind. Rops is gonna fall next, but G2 has handled business at B.
Brokey back toward middle double doors. Oh, tough pass, because he goes clean and dry to try and find out where m0NESY is. He stares him down and blankly fires through the door. We now have a 2-round game, 2 in a row for G2.
Yeah, but do you feel comfortable? You know you're going up against a low buy. You just lost one earlier to Deagles and Kerrigan's Scout. That's got to be on the back of your mind as well. So many obstacles and demons that G2 is having to try and shake off in this series. 2-round lead. This time there's no Scout on Kerrigan. Hunter's gonna push. This could actually get spotted. Excuse me, Twist gets his head ripped off. That was the one who might have seen it coming. Nico really starting to look a little convincing in these past few rounds. Hopefully he can keep it up. G2 need him to keep it up for the entirety of this map, for the rest of this series. If they want to come back for the reverse sweep, it's got to be off the back of Nico.
Jack's already pushing in the tunnels as well. Nowhere Rops could go. Hunter's got a kill. Nico finds his third in the round. JKS shows a little skill, but I don't know if a 1v5 Deagle is exactly what you'd expect or find in this situation. So it's going to be a one-round game. G2 with 3 now on the bounce, but back to the money for FaZe. Not a ton of it, but enough nonetheless.
No, but you got to like, I mean, right at the moment, I'm just kind of keeping my eye on Nico. That's kind of who I want to see come alive in this game to start feeling a little bit better for G2's chances. Like I said, the past 2 rounds for him have been just fine, been good. 3 rounds in a row for G2 is going to start infusing a little bit more confidence in their play and their peaks. We'll see how long they can ride the wave. 4 players for G2's defense out towards long just to ensure that they secure this part of the map.
Rops on the inside of the tunnels has Jax outside of the door waiting with utility. Hunter's going to rotate over and support his position as well. Alexi being a little more passive this time at long, but standard and quiet as we hit the minute 15-second mark in the round. Ooh, close timing on that from Rops. Nearly caught Jax as he got flashed in. They now know there's at least 2 players there in order to have done so.
Deep flashbang in. They're just exchanging flashes, trying to grab that angle inside of the B bomb site. None of them have been found. None of it's had success. Kerrigan lining up a smoke. Twist is going to be stuck behind one, so that might delay things. A little bit of chip damage with the HE grenade. It's Nico with the initial defense at the A bomb site, trying to find a timing for his nade. Monacy is going to rotate between the A defense and the long, actually, excuse me, he's pinned down at the long corner with the AWP.
Yeah, they just rotated Alexi B off of it. I think they wanted him to be able to move faster. Twist, he's won that exchange. That pulls Alexi back to the car. A very fragile and spammable position. They can't find him yet as Kerrigan will join Twist's effort, but Alexi, keeping his head down, is giving Nico time enough to take down the bomb on the catwalk, and even though he falls, Nico has the advantage with 23 seconds, and he will shut it out himself.
That's exactly what he needed. What an incredible sequence from Nico. The follow-up, the final 2 kills of the catwalk attack were absolutely massive. He had nowhere to go. He realizes he's getting pinched from behind. If he backs up too far into the site, he's going to be exposed to a point where his teammates can't help him. He just had to stand tall and take that. What a beautiful shot from Twist. Unbelievable stuff, but a great round from Nico, a quad kill. Quad kill as he's alive right from the get-go here on Dust 2. Even in victory, you could see him trying to marshal his troops, making sure mistakes like that don't put him in awkward situations that he has to dig out of.
Success for Rops, though. They'll start it off with a scout to take down Monacy, and he's definitely been a little more quiet. Definitely the longest series he'll have played in so far. Hunter will go for the AWP instead and try and make amends for that loss. Just to note, 6 rounds on a T side in regulation is already more than we had on both other maps.
Rops over the top. Jax is there as well, but will he expect his boost? He's not exposed to it any longer. You're right, Rops is quieted down. We know he's the real deal, but at some point you expect that pressure to get to the young rookie. It might be happening here in this series. Nico pushing up on catwalk. They're waiting for him. They're waiting for this exact play, and Twist jumps up. Beautiful shot into the head of Nico. He never saw that coming whatsoever. Will they expect Alexi B? Knife out for Twist? No, they won't. 1 kill. Nade to be dropped. Alexi needs to hold on a little bit longer. Jack's alive inside of the B bomb site. They're going to readdress. Excuse me, outside of the B bomb site. Oh, they line up, but the pistols do the work. The scout and the Glock, and another disastrous round for G2.
Low buy prevails again for FaZe as they rise 1 round above. Remarkable that the scouts get both opening kills. You're right. They never knew that Alexi B was going to be on catwalk, but the adaptation and the rotation, he has to jump down CT and try and shut them out. Broke, he's able to pick up an AUG from this. So No AWP for the T side, but they'll have lots of weapons as we hit round 14. Kerrigan's loving it.
Yeah, any question about it, what's the energy going to be like after a 5 overtime game? Kerrigan lives and breathes that. He loves it. He gets stronger in it. Hunter spots nothing. Smokes obscure any piece of vision he might have wanted, might have had, and just takes some free shots into the smoke. Catwalk control again for FaZe. Mid control again for FaZe, and G2's got to be a bit careful. They're almost getting caught.
Run boost for Twist. Flash thrown from down below by, I believe it was Brokey actually in that situation, not JKS, but either way, they'll clear the corner.
Nico's in a position pushed out into the long cave, so he has some decisions to make. When this hit begins, does he take the risk and push forward and see if he can find someone he believes is watching for that flank, or does he fall back towards the A bomb site and help his teammates? It's going to be m0NESY inside of the site, but Alexi B, he's the one under attack because it's a mid to B split. Twist is just there for the fake. Alexi's desperately trying to find something, and there's Nico pushing out. Twist sees it, but he jumps. He exposed himself, overexposes himself, and now Alexi, same thing.
Giving himself up in the firebox, trying to jump for vision, but Hunter still holds inside of the closet position. That gives Jax all of the aim toward the closet, and Nico, you're right, coming around from long. He's able to get in position perfectly. Tie game again, who takes the lead on round 15 and therefore into halftime.
Trade some of the freebies. They go 1 for 1 on some individual mistakes. 7-7, m0NESY with the op. Nico's at 15 kills. You got to be loving that. Hunter at 13 as well, continuing his incredible run through these playoffs as well. On the other side of the coin, it's Twist with 12 and Rops with 11 frags. 7-7, final round of the opening half of the third map. A very close affair is going to make G2 nervous. Losing this map loses them the grand final. Jax falls. Rops is going to come through that smoke. Hunter is trying to get in position at window with the cover of flashbang. He's got one. That's JKS. Another Molotov to stall out any kind of a push onto the bomb site. He still doesn't know numbers.
Kerrigan, though, waiting the whole time. Catches out Nico in rotation, and they think that's going toward B. That's confirmation for Kerrigan, and they'll rotate the bomb back up toward Catwalk. m0NESY's going to try and flank around behind them, but he's a little bit too late. He could do something in the post plant.
The flanker's about to become the flanks. Look at Rops.
I don't think Rops is going to spot him. I think Rops goes toward long in this situation. I don't think there's any indication that m0NESY is actually going to head up in this direction, and they still aren't passing Gandalf. They still aren't going for the platform yet. With the bomb, Twists. It's going to confirm that they're still in that position, and here comes the AWP that they'll never have expected. Twist drops, and even though they try and go for the jump, Brokey's still able to get the bomb down. Rops, he'll hold for long. Oh, boost caught off. Brokey so fast on the site. Bomb still ticking, and a Molotov that's going to hold him in behind the box. Rops is in position. He'll take a tick of damage. He goes down to 50 on the play, but they're split. He's got the angle over m0NESY. He's got the kill as well. Rops wins his battle at long, and G2 will fall 1 down before the half as we go 8-7 in favor of FaZe.
knocking him down like bowling pins. He gets more. Is he on for the 8th? Tough kill and run. He's back to spawn. Robs will find this. Oh, Robs it up. Robs.
Well, don't forget, you can vote for your DHL MVP of this tournament right now with your Twitch points. We'll look at some of the highlights and the spectacular plays of people very much in this series and that still have a chance to become the champions. Rops, Twists, both of them are spectacular on the last map. In fact, we look back to one of the clutches Twist had just about, what, an hour and a half ago?
Yeah.
One map ago, JKS.
Does it ever matter?
Wow, exactly. That and the incredible stand-in the JKS is. This was the clutch to finally win out that game in quad, or rather the 5th overtime. And of course, Hunter has to be mentioned in that, as well as Nico, no doubt, will be on that list. It's been pretty spectacular. Nico was a bit slow in the last map, but certainly showing already here on Dust 2 why he's considered to be so good and has so much experience on this stage. And yeah, AK finally came alive. I think that was the reason they even got to overtime in the first place, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, it got there at the end of the day, but a very, very slow start. You're exactly right, pretty rough, but you can vote on those 5 players. Be interesting to see who's gonna be able to take that one. I mean, the hard part about Nico, too, is remember, leading into this, he's had months where he's just playing incredible Counter-Strike, listed as the 3rd best player of 2021 now, and I mean, just hitting a miraculous level ever since we returned to LAN play towards the later stages of last year. What a time to cool off, though, earlier on in these finals. They've got him here at the very least. If you're G2, you got to cling to that. 7 to 8, 1 round back, switching over to the T side of Dust 2. Utility on Alexi B, good frag from Hunter. That's a good find. He doesn't realize there's one more, but he does react in time. Beautiful work. Beautiful job from Hunter.
Brokey back on the site.
Oh,
Had to be perfect in holding. He gets eradicated and removed immediately. Twist only good for 1 as Jax pierces over the wall to take him down. Rops takes down Nico. Not a bad win between 2 very skilled players in that situation as Rops contest the site now as well, looking for headshots, looking for anything, jumping, firing, trying to get an angle over top of the wall, knowing that they're down below it, but that doesn't help him if he can't get them to peek, and why would they? Bomb continues to tick, they'll stay out, they peek together in tandem, well struck, well called, and well calculated, 8 to 8.
Got to give props to Hunter. Normally you feel like Nico's the one with the P250 on a round like that to go solo and try and find you some of those kills, and maybe feeling like Hunter's got the hot hand across the entire series, passing off those duties. And then obviously delivering on top of it. Well done from Hunter. We're all tied up at 8. But the Scouts and Deagles, they stole 2 rounds in the first half. They're back in the hands of FaZe.
Arrogant to contest, my God. Scout all the way up to top middle, spotted as they run by, and Monacy sprinting as well with his scout on the other side, was able to reveal that information. I think Kerrigan knows it's best to move on. Hunter's already down long.
Oh, this is a timing he'll never expect. Never expect. Oh, Kerrigan, he almost hung in the air. Hunter had the chance, but he's gonna back away. Doesn't want to be overexposed to danger here. Not yet. Not at this point in the round. But Kerrigan cares not at all. He pushes forward, risking everything to get towards Carr. He's going to keep pushing forward. He's going to find all the information as well. He's going to be able to call this out to his team. No one's at long. There's no one here.
Yeah, rotate around, boys. Head to B. Twister doing it now. Twist and Brokey, I should say, are doing it now. Twist's already at the window. Brokey, in fact, going out toward mid doors.
Look at Twist peeking into the upper bomb site, or excuse me, upper tunnels. Spots a shoulder. There's going to be 4 players from FaZe here. This is going to be a really, really difficult hit. G2 putting out their utility. There's not a second option available.
Alternate angle for Twist. Fires in. They could rotate this back around again. They're really going to try and go back to A with a double fake.
And you thought pros didn't do around the world strategies. Here we go. JKS coming through the smoke. He's going to find everything. He's going to hear everything as well. Still a good defense here, though. This FaZe defense is mobile across the map, and they're in all the right spots.
Shots, though, from the Deagle inside of the smoke. Don't land. Kerrigan will. He'll take Jax, put him low enough that the Deagle can do damage, and JKS already has Hunter. It's starting to come alive now for FaZe. There was incredible round 2 results in this entire tournament, and it's not going to yield now. Bomb gets planted, however, and the weapons start to work. m0NESY, he turns it around, and he'll close out the round 3 in total, and JKS falls last.
Sweet Jesus, take a deep breath. That was way too close. That round felt like they played it scared, but m0NESY is going to deliver once again. Just imagine if he wasn't this good in his first big stage of his career. How much trouble G2 would be. A 9-8, 1-round lead. They got B spawns.
Kerrigan again trying to go for the quick tags on the scouts. No one on the other side of it this time.
They've been so effective in these rounds, so like I feel like normally we wouldn't see this kind of follow-up buy again, but why not? You've been so good at them. You're getting kills, you're finding the frags, you're putting pressure on G2, you're taking money away, so you're reinvesting. Might hurt you in the next round, but you gotta feel like you're so close to turning these. It's a double-edged sword. If they don't eventually turn one, it can put them in a really awkward money situation to start the half.
Yeah, exactly that. You start chasing it. You never let your economy build. So Kerrigan with Twist up close along with Brokey behind the door. Try and make something of this play. Pin smoke for Nico. Never be ready for that. Twist tries to crouch down and see underneath of it, but Nico was already ready to do exactly that in return. And the AK obviously prevailing in that battle. Rops looking for some sort of information as he gets aggressively toward the B tunnels. In fact, knows there's one on the stairs, but could even chase this down as the information has been called. They're heading toward catwalk. The timing on this could be huge.
Oh, it's going to be massive. Hunter, I don't think can get away. Will he ever expect it, though? It's coming in quick. JKS, he's going to fall. I think regardless of what happens to Hunter, the round's pretty much over. Hunter's going to find the frag. Spins. Rops could never get a clean fight. Brokey grabs one right at the end, but it's not a weapon that he cares about. It's the MAC-10 that hits the deck. Brokey in a 1 versus 3. There's nothing to really make him think he should go for this in any sense.
That's why he's hunting with the MAC-10, obviously. Brokey have to sit back and let that bomb expire. We're gonna go double digits for G2 first at 10-8. If FaZe are able to close out the series, they'll become the 2nd most winning franchise in IEM history with their 4th win.
I'll put him right behind Astralis. Crowning a new IEM Katowice champion no matter what. This would be G2's first ever IEM win. But they're a long way from that one. Long way before we have that conversation. 10-8, 2-round lead. And here come the guns. Kerrigan has the MAC-10 that was dropped. Good entrance provided by Alexi. Good follow-up from m0NESY as well.
If the AKs can find an opening now for G2. Brokey's AWP, it's out toward long, but it's fast take toward B. He might just go straight in on this.
Yeah, right after this Molotov, they're going to try and find a timing. They're going to try and do it, I think, without utility, even stepping into the Molotov for the last few ticks. Rops going to deliver 1. Twist stuck out of the bomb site. He's going to have to get fortunate through that smoke. They're patiently waiting for his magazine to empty. Good find towards mid. Nico lurking out a little bit quick, and Kerrigan's on a massive flank. This is going to wrap in very, very fast. Alexi B at 1 HP. And I don't know how, even with the disadvantage, this bomb site can be tough to retake, but I think it's too far gone for G2.
m0NESY, though, does have one more Molotov. He'll put that up toward the window. That'll buy more space.
Here we go.
AKS unable to go back through it. He'll rotate off to find another angle. You're right, this could still be a powerful crossfire. Hunter's gonna try and get aggressive on it to get an opening. Tag through the door, though he's down to 3 HP. And they can trip over each other in this situation. m0NESY removed, Kerrigan with the kill, and we go 10-9.
Yeah, there wasn't really a whole lot of options. It's awkward when they double up behind that box, but what can you really do about that? So many resources for FaZe on the retake. They survived with 3, which is a great start to building up some money, including the op on the hands of Brokey. Plants will help G2 reinvest into the next round. But they're out of cash after this. m0NESY picks up the op. He's down to 150. Hunter's got 0. Nico on a deagle with 50. Round number 20 is underway.
Smoke covers cross. Rops goes over. They didn't go for the boost that time in Suicide. A little bit late setting it up. Didn't quite catch it. So Rops outside of the B halls for now. Outside of the B site, I should say, for now. We'll go toward the B halls. Twist will try and torment when they go through. Just get above the smoke. Molotov won't make it. Spots the first immediately. They know where he is. And he gets a double on that before Nico does hit a stunning shot, it has to be said. But Kerrigan the whole time was pushing out to get the information at long. And with m0NESY down, Rob's inside the site. They didn't find him either. Hunter the only one that remains, 1-on-3.
Oh, that had to have been a kill. Hunter, I don't know. Here's Brokey, drops down. Brokey's gonna back away. The sound cue is there. Molotov to prevent the bomb from being picked up, and Kerrigan all the meanwhile lurking behind. That's like the second or third time we've seen Kerrigan have that kind of a fast flank out long. There's something that he's picked up on, and he's taken a lot of risks, but at the moment, they're all paying off in the best kind of way for FaZe.
Look at that. Ooh. Nico looking pretty spectacular. Unfortunately, too little too late in the round. He gets dropped, and Kerrigan had that map completely circled as fast as they got there. Bomb is outside of the door. That was a huge problem.
Massive problem. Pretty much ruined the round. So G2 back to just pistols. FaZe starting to build up into this. 2 rounds in a row now for them. How much more can they carry on? Aggressive stance in towards lower tunnels. So you start seeing this aggressive defense over and over. You start seeing Kerrigan wrap around on these very fast flanks, just pushing forward, not caring about anything. Start to probably feel a little bit red and a little bit worried. Rops finds the kill. He wants to stick around for more fights. He knows he's got the cover of the Molotov, so pushes up for a moment, comes back for Hunter. Tricky little play. And JKS there on Catwalk to help out as well. It's just down to Jax.
He's got to back away as well, and he'll be pursued. Kerrigan again at long. It's the lead now for FaZe as they come back with 3 straight rounds. You touched on it. They were forcing in so aggressively, but now that the guns are out, they fortunately start winning because the economy could have crumbled very quickly, and now they have an advantage, and I think we're gonna get, no, we're not. I thought we were gonna get a full timeout here.
I'd still get one. G2's gonna try and figure it on the fly. Half buy, half investment, down to Tech 9s, down to Deagles, a little bit of armor, a little bit of utility. So not using all the money that they have, going for a little bit of economic damage, trying to limit and keep FaZe honest in that regard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
That's enough to, you know, as a stand-in, there's gonna be a little bit of rust here and there.
Just looking at him like, come on, man. I can't stay in here all day. I've got stuff I gotta do too. Rops. He's already taken care of one order of business, though. He gets Nico down. He's not down there. Ooh, missed shot, though, but a USP will take out m0NESY. It's Alexi B that has to be the next in line. And even though Rops perished, Twist arrives in the right time. They've got the B site open, but bomb is down inside of middle. And FaZe could take a 2-round lead. Nice shot by Jax to make that a little bit more unlikely. Hunter knows he's got the AWP on the run, but he's also given up his position.
There's Kerrigan again, wrapping around from long. Finding 1 kill this round in one that was already pretty much sealed up. And Hunter is going to take the long route around through T-spawn. So 12-10, 2-round lead. This has been really rough for G2. But guns will be back in their hands in the next round, and then we'll see how it goes. Brokey with that op still, looking impressive. 13 kills for him. JKS and Twist tied up at 17. It's Rops actually leading the way here on Dust 2 with 20 frags.
Shot out, Brokey takes down Hunter. Interesting thought as well, if Rain had started and did play in the group stages, and obviously Rops joined late, we know we engrave the names in the trophy. On the stairs backstage, the names of each team go up. They include coaches on that. Would they have all 7 included this time?
Shout out to the coaches.
Does Rain get his name on the trophy?
I would believe so.
He still should. He was very much a part of the group stage for this team, and I'm sure he's sitting in the hotel now watching intently. Rops tagged. He goes down to 24 as m0NESY tries to catch them out through middle. Can't find the second shot. Rops knows he's still spraying for it, or rather spamming for it, so he'll set up instead, and he gets it back. Overstayed his welcome. m0NESY gave his position away too many times. JKS here's the pin smoke. He tries to fire into the door instead. No damage dealt from it, but Nico's well aware that there's an M4 sitting on the other side.
Up Catwalk we go. Brokey Lying in wait, the AWP of Rops has already thinned out one of the herd. Clear close catwalk, don't take any damage, don't take any danger from anyone holding an angle deep towards the stairs. JKS is gonna shift over, so is Twist. FaZe just feel like they've had so many good reads on their defensive sides throughout this series. Dust 2 again, they seem to be always rotating perfectly into position to stop what's coming. Made out behind the smoke, no damage dealt. There's no portion of this attack that's coming long. And here we go, it's underway. Brokey on the initial defense, flashbang up high. He's got JKS to hold on to him. Over and Goose, just waiting, ready and waiting. Molotov, Brokey's gonna step into it, step back into it, and Hunter's got one. That's bomb hitting the floor. JKS alive inside the bomb site. 21 seconds on the clock, and G2 is being harassed every step of the way. Nico doesn't have the help, and JKS has a triple. That shuts it all down, 13-10.
Justin absolutely savage.
And I saw a smile. I saw a smile from JKS.
As the stress finally starts to alleviate, 21 kills for him right now, Rops. Some of the sickest last names in Counter-Strike. You got Robin Cool and Justin Savage up there on the stage.
That's not bad, is it? Not bad at all. This was brilliant. JKS, first kill, moves out of position, relocates, finds a few more. 4 overall in the round.
Kerrigan's loving this. Kerrigan's crowning moment, potentially. FaZe has been a revolving door. In some ways, the graveyard team for a lot of the old stars trying to cling to a last effort. Now they've got some youngsters that are making a massive difference.
You remember we said neither organization has lifted the IEM Katowice. None of the players have listed the IEM Katowice in the server, or the trophy in the server. What a magnificent experience. That's going to be a huge relief off the weight of anyone's shoulders that is able to do it. Nico tags Brokey with the scout.
Once again for another shot, goes back. Needs to be careful not to get caught out as Monacy did in the last round. I think Nico spotted that. This is an awkward position to be in. They want to swing and trade, but if Nico spots it, they come down middle and they're ready for it. They're both stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, but you'd never expect 2 there. It's the whole idea of the play. The question is, can you get aggressive enough to make sure that you aren't both spotted at the same time? Nico takes a shot towards catwalk. You'd think that would activate at least one. Twist is gonna move back to let Rops out. That's not the biggest deal in the world. The follow-up is solid. Good shot from Twist. He knows, oh, he's so blind. He's so blind, he eats the flashbang. It almost works perfectly. Good job from G2 to bust that up, but still a long way to go. 2 AKs, the scout on Nico, a deagle on Jax, and they've got a 4-on-3.
Got a chance in this though, if they can take down Kerrigan as well. He's gonna get one back on the AWP. They're gonna push through. Monacy takes a beautiful headshot to Kerrigan. JKS trying to compensate and cover off through CT, but the smoke down. Nico, a scout versus an AWP, and he wins the duel, blinded as he tried to come back through. JKS gets shut out as well, 13-11.
All right, we're still alive into it. This map has felt a little bit back and forth, but G2 wrestles control away from FaZe after 5 rounds in a row. Nico's able to deliver a couple of final kills here. And they're just 2 rounds back. A reverse sweep on this stage would be incredible, especially after the 2 maps that we had to start things out. This is another big round for G2 if they want to continue and build momentum, because they can take the money, the economy away from FaZe's defense, make things a bit easier moving forward. Although nothing's been easy for them all night.
No, I mean, this has been tooth and nail this entire series. We could just as easily, and I wouldn't doubt it for a second, be sitting here with a 2-0 lead for G2. Considering the circumstances on the evening, as Alexi B goes back through spawn, he'll grab the bones. Monacy still posted up down on the boxes, looks at middle. Nico will sneak out with knowing he has coverage from that angle and starts to put the pin smoke out and cover off mid, where Brokey has to fall off and rotate.
Up catwalk we go. FaZe's rotations have been on point throughout this half. Can they do it one more time? Can they read what's coming? Twist is kind of sink deeper into the B bomb site, so opposite side of the map, but Kerrigan has had so many dynamic plays out towards long. Tucked himself in behind the door, behind the smoke. His performance could be everything here. This could be an incredible hold. 3 players huddled up. JKS gonna get aggressive on catwalk, but it's still all on Kerrigan. waiting for the indication of what's coming. There he is. Here's the utility, turns away. JKS gets aggressive. Kerrigan almost able to get a double. 1 for 1, and it's still Brokey. Flashbang finds him right at the end. The staggered flashes are perfect from G2, and now they can progress onto the bomb site, but they've still got to deal with Rops and Twist.
Twist burning, tries to go for the kill inside of the flames. He'll get dropped. Money is very, very slim for FaZe, and we are about to have a 1-round game. The HP, mind you, is very low as well for G2 and Rops. If you can find m0NESY, actually has a chance in this. Smoke to cover his crossover toward long. The further he gets, the more deadly he becomes on the sniper, as well as Rops only has the M4 to play with. Uncertain of the exits at this point also. Ramp, first kill, easy. Second one, uncertain, but he has to flash above. Doesn't see him when he jumps, and there's the AWP in his backside. It is a 1-round game.
Of course it is. Close affair the whole way down. Good find from m0NESY. 12-13. And that was the big one for G2. They get to build a little bit further on it. FaZe, I mean, look, we've seen them so many times. The Deagles, the Scouts have been so dangerous on this map. You have to imagine they're going to go back to it regardless of what their money situation is. Kerrigan's got 3,600. He's got plenty of money for a Scout if he wants it, but starting to be a little bit more conservative with that economy. Don't want to play themselves out of the final 5 or 6 rounds of this game by over-investing on rounds that really aren't high percentage.
Kerrigan trying to sneak up long this time, USP. Hunter hold close. Jax will try and bait out a few shots inside of that smoke, expecting a wide side. Honestly, he's not normally the one you want to be aggressive with the AWP in this situation, considering they've got the rifles there to clear those corners. You don't want the op to drop that fast, but no sense in losing the weapon. Hunter will get the kill. Rops rotates over as a result. Do these see Hunter? I am not entirely sure. Full rotation, all hands on deck on the A site now for FaZe.
Yeah, but they've got no weaponry to really talk about. Just some pistols. The Deagle and Rops, that might be the one thing that could turn the tides. And G2's got silent on the map. They've got 52 seconds remaining, so they can let this FaZe defense sweat a little bit. Although Twist pushed up, has a deep angle from Catwalk, so he kind of knows, like, they're not coming middle. They can still chill where we are. No cause for concern just yet. And here come the cross smokes. G2 gonna look for a reaction, any kind of counter utility. JKS over the top. Oh, we might be able to grab the head, but m0NESY's covering just perfect from long. Hunter clearing things out inside the bomb site. There goes the Rops Deagle. Twist activates on Catwalk, but can only get the one. We're all tied up, Matt.
Not 15-15 this time, though. Money might be more of a factor. And we might see someone close this out in regulation, but they are going to be able to buy this time, and FaZe immediately go on to the AWP for Brokey. Not so broke, they can't afford it for him, so he'll be in position. They don't have a ton of utility. They don't have any kits. JKS could still afford one and probably should. He's going to go for utility instead, so there won't be any diffusers in play at all for the FaZe clan.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see the decision making. If G2 can crack into a bomb site and get that planted, what kind of decision do you make? Deep smoke, m0NESY's gonna get boosted up over the top. Oh, Twist gets picked off. Trying to back away, didn't have the fight he wanted. And that deep smoke rang the alarm bells for G2's attack.
The op coming back to life. In the hands of the youngster. Oki's still close, trying to make amends with the fact that they lost Twist early. Second time he's been lost inside of mid-push. Remember, it was he and Rops down there below. Caught out a few rounds ago as they still... Oh my goodness, Kerrigan, how does he continue to find this space? His timing is perfect. And he takes down the AWP for a moment. They'll be able to grab that again if they want to.
And that's a mistake of exhaustion. The Kerrigan push. Brokey's got two towards top mid. Oh, it's so brutal. G2, Nico needs to deliver. It's his time to shine, but Brokey's picking up everyone else on his team, and he's even gonna find Nico. Drops right into his lap. But that's all started. The waterfall begins with Kerrigan. A mistake of exhaustion, I said. They're paused, they're waiting. Nobody's got eyes on long. Nobody's watching for the flank.
2 rounds and it's break point. G2 going for the full investment to try and defend this, to try and tie it back up on 14 and not let FaZe get series and championship point.
I swear, if I see Kerrigan push long one more time, I'm gonna lose my mind. He's been getting away with it so much during this half. Surely at some point G2 is gonna address it. Nico and Monacy and Lower Dark Hunters there as well on the stairs. This time there's no aggression, no danger at this juncture. Although Twist and Rops doubled up towards Halls. Rops playing anti-flash into the wall. Twist to take contact in Rops' turn, but that's not going to come anytime soon. Towards Catwalk we go as the Cousins begin to take it over.
The AK is on the pick. Self-flash over the wall, and then a run boost across. That'll force Brocky's hand, and he has to fire Nico. Ooh, just wanted to chase him down, even Kerrigan. He's not going to be quite so comfortable at long this time, is he, Jason? In fact, he's going to be challenged significantly, but he fires in to get both. Down goes Alexi B, down goes Jax. And down go G2's chances, potentially, in this entire series. As they try and use Hunter to hold one back, they'll get Monacy instead to get a Twist in middle. He'll come up to Catwalk and support his teammates. No rotation yet from Rops. But he knows by holding the tunnels, he has control and info at middle, and they can't go back toward B. So JKS down below is confident to hold from CT.
FaZe know everything. They know the entire map, but Nico's gonna drop down. He finds one. That's JKS. Now they can progress in. Nico, he goes hunting, he goes trying to find something. Monacy watching the flank, but the bomb has to move into the site. 25 seconds, and FaZe is gonna keep harassing. They're not gonna let him in clean. Hunter protects Monacy. 2-on-1.
That's a massive opportunity. If Brokey hits that shot, if he catches him out before he's blind, bomb gets dropped again and things get awkward and get chaotic, and a one-on-one would have ensued. Instead, it's going to be 2 for G2 that stay alive, and they pull back a 5-on-3. We tie up the game again.
Yeah, and it should not surprise anyone. It's this close down the stretch, just exchanging blows still across this whole series, and now on Dust 2. And what a weird situation for FaZe that they're going to buy into. Money was all over the place. It was scattered. They're going to have a really, really odd buy to try and stay alive, to try and give themselves a chance to win this in regulation. Oh, we could have another overtime. We could have a 7th overtime in this series just in the first 3 maps. Rups is tagged. Nico in return.
Jax flashed again. Kerrigan being confident. He's got support this time as well. He's brought back up in the form of JKS. So much time still in the round, though G2 not going to fully commit to that battle. We're back away.
Well, look at the utility for FaZe. They've got nothing. No kits, no nades whatsoever. They have no toys to play with for the rest of this round. Nothing to activate, nothing to create an opportunity or any kind of a play across the map. It's all just going to be based off individual skill. JKS in middle, Twist and Rops to defend the B bomb site. Brokey and Kerrigan shuffling as always between the A site and long.
Down toward the stairs in the tunnels. For both Monacy and Alexi B. JKS behind the door has Brokey guarding over him, but he's flashed. Missed his jump as well in awkward and strenuous moments. Bomb is left behind as they don't want to commit that through the doors and lose it in middle. Brokey trying to reposition. They can hear the tags. They can hear the ticks from the Molotovs. Needs to get away from that crack. Needs to be able to support Twist.
Oh no.
He's firing. The damage is done. He's done so much of it that they can spray this down as they walk in for the tunnel. They need to be waiting, need to be patient because Rob still has the money position at this point to swing out, and Monacy on 17. It's Nico that has the AWP. Instead, it's Nico that's gonna have to win this round back, or it's gonna be championship point for FaZe. 21 seconds, Brokey's got it down, and FaZe are 1 round away from their first ever IEM Katowice title.
Yo, all hail Brokey, not just the double kill, but the fact that he runs through the Molotov as well, hustles over to the B bomb site. He is the guy making sure that Rops has no attention in that position, that nobody's even thinking it's a possibility. They'd already taken out one. Brokey's presence in window sealed that setup. Round 30 and another map point that G2 has to survive, but this time it's got one big caveat on top. Championship point here inside the Spodek, and a timeout is taken.
And spare thought for G2 in this series. They essentially, they have a 4 or 5 round deficit currently. If they lose now, they'll be a 6 rounds negative versus rounds 1 versus lost, and it's 3-0. I think that's how close this was. It looks bad when you look at the overall map score, but how close was this down the stretch? It was incredibly close the whole time. Not done yet either. No reason to believe we don't have more overtimes in the picture.
Well, I can give you a couple of reasons to believe that we probably don't have overtime in the picture. There's 2 AK-47s on the board for G2. Just to demonstrate, just to let you know how grim it is, 3 Deagles as well, light on utility. But this is not the buy you want if you're fighting for your life here at IEM Katowice. FaZe, all the opportunity in the world here in round 30. If this one slips through their fingers, they'd be frustrated to have to play yet another overtime. No AWP, on Modesty.
Flash to check mid from Nico. Pin smoke each and every single round from him. As once again, they'll try and clear out that position. Nico and Hunter, the Kovacs with the AKs.
All on this. Brokey blinded. Falls back. Oh, Nico wants to get up quick. Oh, he needs that. Brokey responds with the quickness. Great headshot. Hit's gonna slow down, but it's all on Catwalk. There's no other options for G2.
AK picked back up by Alexi B, but he was tagged in the process. Hunter instead, though, gets JKS. Brokey's still here. Oh, they lined up. He's actually hit 1+2. He did damage. That's gonna drop them down. It's all on Hunter, and it's all over. Twist with the final kill. And FaZe finally on the stage in Katowice will take a championship. And you can see what it means to Kerrigan as he falls to his knees.
And why not? What a performance from everyone across FaZe. The mastermind himself. He's got a legacy as an in-game leader, as a captain to seal. And this is a big first step. IEM Katowice trophy in a grueling grand final. 6 overtimes across 3 maps.
6 players involved. A stand-in twice used in the form of JKS. The first North American IEM Katowice winner. The first Australian IEM Katowice champion. Kerrigan gets redemption. They've lost twice on this stage, 2017, 2018, and now finally in 2022. They rise above, but not without a challenge, not without an incredibly challenging and formidable opponent in G2 and poor Nico. Oh man, this place has been hard on him.
This one is gonna hurt. This one's certainly gonna hurt for G2, but I think you've got to at least look at the positives. Hunter played an incredible series. Jax had high impact. Nico is still spectacular throughout the entire tournament. Modesty, a revelation that everyone's excited to watch his growth. Alexi B and Xtaz, the brains of the operation, have this team tactically playing very well, but just not enough today. Not enough here in the grand finals. It was FaZe that are able to overcome all the adversity.
And led by the king of Katowice, the king of Counter-Strike, the man who led FaZe and had to do it with different weapons and different opponents, different pieces of the puzzle. Chances taken by so many players, so many gambles on this team, but it's finally paid off. The Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice champions, FaZe Clan in 2022.
These past 2 weeks have been full of ups and downs, but right now, in this moment, it's FaZe that's up. Kerrigan and company have had some complications, but for these guys, fully immersing themselves within the game in an effort to pick up that big IEM trophy, no matter the lineup conditions. Difference makers all around. You look at FaZe Clan, they've done it here, and they've done it in the now, Maniac.
What an incredible grand final. An incredible trophy lifted by this roster. These 6 men, we should of course shout out Rain.
Shout out Rain
here right now, but JKS, man, his story. You could have written a book, you could have written a scenario about this grand final and you would not have guessed it. Who would have thought that FaZe would do it in 3?
Yeah, spectacular performance from FaZe Clan. Very reminiscent of the Sydney Grand Final in 2018. Yeah. They were also playing with a stand-in exist at the time, right? Going up against the Astralis. They won 3-0 in one of the closest best-of-5 series. I think this is the only one that tops it. And yeah, across the board, everyone contributing and they just maintained their cool.
Brokey, Rops, Justin freaking Savage, but Kerrigan can carry a gun. We're gonna hear what he's got to say.
Yes, we are, with a clearly emotional Kerrigan. If you've got friends who maybe don't believe that Counter-Strike's the greatest game on the planet, make them watch what we just saw. 5th time lucky. It was insane to watch. What was it like to play in?
It's the first time I'm in the final in Katowice and winning 3-0 with so many overtimes with a stand-in. against a great team. It's amazing. Should have won in 2018, but didn't. Now I'm fucking back and fucking winning this Katowice trophy.
You're clearly emotional. Being what you've been through, not winning in 2018, never being successful here, does that make this all the more sweeter?
Man, look at the crowd. Everybody's cheering Kerrigan. Can hear everything. FaZe Clan. It's like dream come true, and be able to lifting that. And I just want to say on Polish, kocham was.
You've achieved so many things in your career. You've been around for so long, done so many great things. Where does this stand in everything that you've achieved?
The best ever. It's definitely the best ever. And with this crowd, with this shitty situation we have been in, winning 3-0, 2-0, 2-0 in playoff with standing, I don't know, it's incredible. And like I said, I rewatched the 2018 final in Katowice yesterday and told myself it's not gonna happen again. I wanna win this trophy so bad. And I just wanna say thanks to all the teammates and everybody here in the crowd.
Saying that you didn't want it to happen again, knowing you went down so far to start with, you were so far behind, you needed to win 12 on the bounce just for overtime. What are you thinking to yourself then?
I kept believing all the way. And I reminded myself when I was 15-11, I have lost that as T-side on Inferno, so I just want to show it's pretty hard to win 15-11 on T-side Inferno, and we did it. And then we were about to throw it away on Mirage, and I've never played an overtime game where I'm throwing the strat book out of the system and just find out a solution in the moment, and my team was so good today, and I just want to say thank you, and shout out, can be here, a shout out for Rain, who's sitting home and watching.
How much was he a part of this win as well? The fact he hasn't been here on this stage, he's been out for reasons out of his control. How much is he a part of what you've achieved today?
When I came back, I said, give me 1 year, we're gonna win a big trophy. That's exactly 1 year ago, and he was supposed to be here with me. But we can't take away JK's plays fantastic, and I believe we could have done the same with Rain, and I just feel bad for him, but there was supposed to be the reunion with him and coming back and winning a big trophy, but I guess we have to win the next one.
Well, it was an amazing series to watch. I think everyone will agree. You are the king of Katowice. They are the 2022 Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice champions. Put your hands together. FaZe Clan!
Kerrigan soaking in the moment, rightfully so. A big one for him. You could see that emotion just spilling out of the page.
I mean, it's about the intensity of that game.
Yeah.
It was about one of the most intense grand final I've had the pleasure, the blessing to witness. All these overtimes, these comebacks, these clutches, these last few seconds deciding the fate of a team. You can see, you can feel it when you hear him talk, what it means for him. And the journey of FaZe in the playoff is incredible, not dropping a single map with all that happened to them. I cannot even begin to fathom what they've been able to accomplish here.
Yeah, Yanko, when we looked at this team just now on Dust 2, was this something where 9 times out of 10, it was going the way of FaZe Clan? We've got Kerrigan finding openings, just timing's going his way. It seems like at every step of that, there wasn't much resistance.
Yeah, I mean, there were situations in which, he had to make a couple of risky calls, whether individually or as a team, and it worked out, and that's just how it is. I mean, in a grand final, sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. I think without a doubt, FaZe was the better team. They were more composed in some crucial situations, right? They were making some good calculated risks, had good reads. G2 just wasn't up to that level exactly tonight, and they did play, they did make it extremely close, but it was just FaZe's day today.
And in the end, when we talk about these overtimes, when we talk about these last few seconds that makes the whole difference, that's what we're talking about with the big stage. This is where players will actually make a mark. This is where players will take risk and will make it work. I agree with you. This was a very competitive game, but FaZe looked like the better team. They looked like they believed in themselves in these last few seconds that decide whatever's going to happen to you. They were ready to take the trophy.
And I think Chad said this best when he was just in the studio with us. He said something along the lines of having Rops and JKS in your team is like twice over the same thing. It's a scary concept because those guys are pretty damn accurate, Yanko.
Yeah, it is, and you have to give huge props to JKS, just not only coming in as a stand-in and, doing a great job, but also standing in at different roles, entry fragging, right? It's absolutely not his preferred role or his natural position, and just doing a great job. I think you look at the stats and everything that in the final, you can see it's a true team effort, right? And that's what you want to see from FaZe. I think for Kerrigan as well, looking at how they lost, especially in 2018, like, and how that 2018 started. I'm sure if you ask him, that's probably some of the worst losses in his career. So this really feels like kind of fulfilling for them with this new iteration, new lineup, to kind of their first big trophy to be in Katowice.
Yeah, we talk about JKS, and I was left wondering in the green room how a single element can potentially change one's life. He was out of complexity, struggled some, not finding a team, maybe slightly forgotten, and then suddenly the call comes in. He gets to play at IEM Katowice, and now his credits just went through the roof. He's had an incredible performance. He saved them round after round. He's had multi-kills that were so impactful. And we talked about playmakers. When you have JKS, Brokey, Robs, Twist, between 112 and 122 rating, that's what you got. You got basically a Swiss Army knife. That's what you have.
Not bad. Hey, you know, honestly, let's not even look past the idea that Rops also endured some hardships up to the point of getting here. This wasn't just a, you know, I showed up to a LAN like normal and played. There was a lot of moving parts for this FaZe clan, and in the face of adversity, they tackled that. They seemingly didn't have a big pushback there, Yanko, and I don't think so many people would have put them on this grand final stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely with a full lineup, they would have been one of the favorites to be in the final, to contend for the title with a stand-in. You're wondering, can they make it happen? But it kind of also fits their style. Also, as Carrigan, we said, you know, he had experience with this actually at big tournaments of this stage, winning them, Sydney and Belo Horizonte in 2018, with two different stand-ins, by the way. So, yeah, absolutely. I think for Robs having to come in and, you know, not being sure will he be able to play, when he will be able to play his first spot deck, and he gets to lift the trophy. Not a bad experience.
In a very eerie way, I think that Carrigan made the best out of that situation. They said they play without pressure. You know, no one was waiting for them because of how many of these roster issues they've had throughout the tournament. They came in every game thinking we don't know what the hell is going on, and they played unencumbered. They played with a free mind, with a free spirit, and that worked out for them.
But hey, they passed the test. Like we were saying, they were running over teams in the quarterfinal, semifinal, right? What happens if they start losing, if they're down in a game, if their backs are against the wall, and they answered the call. They made a tremendous comeback in the first map. On the second map, they endured the comeback of their opponent and still managed to close it out in a grueling series. So they won in every which fashion in this grand final.
Yeah, in this moment right here, I think can't be understated just how cool these little pieces are that become history eventually, right? I mean, we have a plethora of plaques signed, camera lenses signed, and they're by the champions, the ones that are actually forging that legacy, that lineage that we're talking about here, Maniac.
You're absolutely right. We said it multiple times. Only legends win in Katowice.
True.
Only legends win in Katowice. And as soon as you have your name on that plaque, that's it. You are a part of a history when it comes to Counter-Strike. No one's going to take that away from you. And FaZe also made the choice of looking towards the future when you have a core of now Robs, Twist, Brokey, these guys. They could stay together for as long as can be. They could win together for as long as can be. It's a pleasure to witness.
It looked like a lot of fun for FaZe. At points. You know, obviously it gets a little stressful, and obviously the emotions are going to run high. But for FaZe, it looked like they found that sort of gel. Yanko, correct me if I'm wrong. These guys have been grinding and playing nonstop.
Yeah, absolutely. This
disturbing amounts of
time. We heard it from them. You know, we're just trying to have fun, enjoying ourselves. We're playing retake until 4 a.m., right? Prop hunt and whatnot. You know, I think in a situation in which they're in, you can't integrate JKS to any decent level, like completely. So you should just focus on trying to have fun. You have great players, experienced on the stage, skilled, right? Let them do whatever they want almost, right? Like give them a lot of freedom, make sure the atmosphere is good, that everyone's enjoying themselves, so you have good energy in the games. And you saw they just ran through the playoffs and won in a 3-0 fashion.
Well, we do have the DHL MVP. I'm pretty sure we're going to be bringing them in just shortly, so it's not something you're going to want to miss. Now, of course, for that was all of your votes compiled over the course of the entirety of the tournament because you did put them in the Twitch chat. Now, commiserations for G2.
Yes.
A rough go at it here at the end, at the finals. You have a barn-burning map of Mirage where it does go the full distance and then some, and then it just doesn't come together, Yanko.
I mean, this could have easily been a 3-0 for G2. That's the scary prospect, right? Have to mention Hunter. He was the best player, you know, in this series, actually, despite the loss. And, you know, G2 are going to be kicking themselves. A huge lead on the first map, match points on the second map. Even on the third map, they were in striking distance. That's, you know, 14-14. The call, I think that's going to haunt Alexi B for quite a while, right? And, you know, you just have to look at it as a learning experience, really. Take these lessons, you know, be happy maybe that they happen here and not potentially at the major.
Yeah, absolutely. That is absolutely true. Look, the first emotions will obviously be a disappointment, right? And you're going to look back at that game, wondering what would have happened. What if I made a different choice? What if I went a different way? But at the end of the day, that still is a very positive experience for G2. They're learning, they're brand new roster. We could not do anything else but sing praises at the moment.
Considering how this final how this final went, I think it's going to sound funny, but you know, G2 was missing Xtaz more than FaZe was missing Rain, right? Like, because the game was close in some of those like crunch time moments, I think he could have really made a difference to kind of calm the team down, maybe come up with a call when they were in a rut or something along those lines, right? Like, FaZe was rolling, they were playing well whenever they got some momentum.
And you know, if we're talking about the future, which is often what we're looking at here for the side of G2, obviously the whole world's talking about m0NESY.
Of course.
And coming here and putting on the show, and dare I say at points, the clinic he did, that's a good sign and a good look for things to come for G2.
It absolutely is. Now, I do hope that m0NESY will not, in any shape or form, relax after what just happened here because he's got a first experience. I think if you're m0NESY, if you're G2, you use everything you have, all of your resources to make sure that he keeps on growing, maturing, becoming a better player. For Alexi B as well, we have to point out on an individual perspective that was a very rough go in that game, but he probably also had to put out fires left and right. I think with time, he might be in a more comfortable position. So the future is bright for this G2 lineup. I think they have proven, like, the proof of concept has happened. We know that this lineup can work right now.
Yeah, there were some clear examples. You know, look at towards Inferno, some of those post plans late in the game on T side for G2. m0NESY, you know, just kind of going for some peaks. Maybe could have played it with his teammate, but that's all just a part of experience. I wouldn't harp on him too much for those mistakes. Like, that's going to iron itself out after a couple of tournaments. And also, I mean, how fast he is. Would you really want to deny him like to over peak sometimes?
So damn fast, like almost uncomfortably fast sometimes to watch that guy with an AWP. Right now, though, it's not quite about m0NESY, but more so about our DHL MVP, and that is Brokey. We're going to be joining him, or rather, he's joining us, the victors in Katowice. Brokey.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you extremely loud and clear. Congratulations, Brokey. Right out of the gate, man. How much of an emotion was Mirage?
It was a really tough match against G2. It felt like we played like for 4 hours almost, one map.
Yeah, that's probably not ideal. Probably run out of gas a little bit there.
Look, Brokey, on a personal point of view, you've had an absolutely incredible tournament. And in tough conditions, with a roster that would change these from matches to matches, how can you explain how well you played in this tournament?
How can I explain what?
How good you were. How come you had such an incredible performance here? That was not easy conditions.
I mean, I just played game by game. We knew that we didn't have much preparation for the tournament since Robin had COVID at the start of the planes, so we just played game by game, and it worked out for me.
Hey, Brokey, congrats on the tournament, congrats on the MVP. You played late the whole tournament. Was the key just letting you play Counter-Strike until 5 a.m. every night so you can hit your peak state?
I mean, I don't know. We just played a lot of retakes after our matches to like 3 a.m. every day, so it was just playing with the team retakes.
So, Brokey, I don't want to hold you up here too long. Is there anything you want to say about your teammates in this moment?
I love them very much. They played their hearts out. No one was holding grudges. Everything, round by round, we just played and we won the tournament. I'm very happy about it.
Yeah, won the tournament like you're supposed to. Now, for you, you want to say anything to the family at home before we get you out of here?
Paldies visiem, kas skatījās. Tiekamies nākamreiz.
Cool. I think that about does it, Brokey. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
See ya. That's your DHL MVP, and his name is Brokey, and he's probably hearing a lot of different things right now, as I can imagine. You know, I'm just guessing here. Brokey, obviously the fan favorite, the fan vote here at least.
Yeah, and we would be remiss not to mention the MVP performance he's had at that tournament, honestly. If you think about the highest snipers, the best snipers out there, Brokey is not exactly the first name you'd put in that ballot, but he reminded everyone that he can definitely be one of these top snipers. I think when this FaZe clan came about with this roster, I said that this was his greatest challenge to come now, that he had to turn into something different. He had to make it to the next step, get to the next dimension, and he did exactly that. He stepped up. He had a massive MVP-like performance here in Katowice.
Yeah, and he wasn't on the same level in the grand final like he was the rest of the tournament, but that's just because he played on an insanely high level, right? He was the highest rated player coming into the final, and no player from FaZe dominated the final, but everyone had their moments, and that's exactly when a team wins championships, right? It's not one guy putting everyone else on the back, it's everyone doing their part and contributing to the win.
Well, doing our part, I want to thank both of you, obviously. Not our first time, not our first rodeo working together here, but each and every time. It's a pleasure. I'll give you that. And I'll even go as far as to say it's kind of fun working with Kassad, too. Okay, let's be honest with each other. No, I'm kidding. Thank you to everybody that's joined us up here. Thank you to the commentators, the fans at home, the people watching from around the world. And moreover, just to follow the sentiment up a little bit, go home and take a break, hug someone you love, and come back tomorrow stronger. See you there. For Pro League, of course.
Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hands. Travel like lands, it's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, I'm just a man. Just a notion in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, it's fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two surviving. pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement. Then we go up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel lightly, just your hype man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the side, fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two, surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless, yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement. When we go up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the sand, yeah, yeah. Travel like traveling. Just the dust, yeah, just the sand. Hey, yeah, just the dust, just the sand, just the dust, just the sand. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two, surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Oh, duh, 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement. And we go up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Yeah, yeah, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing.
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. Just the way we live.
Yeah, they done told me to be myself. So when I went and found myself, oh, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we drowning victories like we in high tides. I'm getting my prize. Only thing my eyes is locked in on. Have a milli, mine. I want it right now. Don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring more to my eyes. Cause the whole gang winning. I done gave my life. Odds low, but we did it, ain't we? And we always moved in, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like the thrill. This life's ideal. The hype is real.
We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just the Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Trollin's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand final. It's Dolby! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The Lanxess Arena of Cologne has been the about competitive Counter-Strike. The favourites coming into the tournament have just unlocked the Intel of the air and now they're pushing
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium. The complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
been called. Hunter's going to turn that corner. JKS has got him. Huddled behind, another flashbang from Kerrigan. Utility starting to be...
Jinxed it. Was it 120 rounds and 0 maps? What a saga.
Ooh, wow, that is going to be a really painful drive back. I hope that Beamer's nice and toasty for you, Carlos. Ooh. I will say, though, it was only 10-round difference between victory and defeat. So despite the fact that it was a 3-0, I think a lot of people will look at that and be like, oh, it was quite one-sided for FaZe. That was the most back-and-forth series I think I've ever seen. I don't know about your guys' expertise.
If the calendar wasn't so jammed, I might be able to like remember. But I feel like it's all. I feel like overtime is such a common thing now. Yeah. But you know, even these G2 losses, it's like if you go and contextualize like the maps themselves, they can be close. But ultimately, there's so many losses now that all that matters to them is they don't win.
It's rough. They're perpetually the team that comes so close to touching the sky, and then like Icarus, they just crumble and fall down to earth. I mean, 58 rounds is not exactly typical for current meta even.
That's true.
It was pretty bonkers. I mean, that was basically like they played the full 5 maps. They just condensed it into 3.
Yeah.
And
really didn't want to play Ancient.
I really want to pull that word that you just said there in meta. Again, I'm not super comfortable with CSGO, but it felt like there was a big side advantage. And I can't, it's one of the guns feels like it's quite overpowered.
Yes, that quiet M4. It's tipped the map balance a little bit in favor of the CT side, and particularly on certain maps like Ancient and Overpass are where it's the worst, but I think people's confidence goes way up on any CT side right now, and the maps are starting to lean and skew more to the CT side, which is how it used to be in CS. And then it got very balanced, and then they introduced cheaper M4s that are really strong, and the nade changes helped make it more CT-sided as well.
And do you think that's why there was such kind of a swing where, I mean, in first map, it was like FaZe were asleep, G2 came out swinging, and then things flipped, and then in map 2 it was almost the same thing, but reverse. It felt very back and forth, and kind of whoever had this powerful gun, especially on guys like Jax, I believe his name was, who was incredible on the rifle. is that why it was swinging this way or why it was back and forth?
I think it was a confidence game, right? Like for both sides, you had these massive swings of momentum that would even carry into the next map, where once you get to this level and this sort of level of insanity with like the stand-ins coming in for FaZe and all those different aspects, it was who was feeling the momentum coming through, who was feeling the fatigue after some of those long games. So the gun definitely contributed, and the side advantage definitely helps build that momentum. But when you had that like one individual play, massive clutch to swing the favorite, then you see the teams really come alive and made a huge difference down the stretch.
And then kind of stepping back from that as we kind of go into our little game of the show, which is 3 words to describe the tournament. You guys can be very specific or macro. I felt like, especially after that conversation, my 3 words were need the clutch.
Okay.
Because it felt very individual performance based.
Yeah.
But Launders, what do you got?
Okay, I didn't realize this was pick 3 words to make a small sentence.
You don't have to.
Oh, that was just a creative thing that
yeah,
you did? Okay, well,
I do slam
I'm just,
poetry
instead
on
of
the
being
side.
creative, I'm just going to cheat a little bit. Okay, emotions, storylines, make that one word for sure, and roster mania, because that was a huge deal coming into the tournament, to get to see all of these new lineups play together and see who would be the best and who would prove to be the best change. And I think that we saw multiple good results. I mean, even though only one team won, between Vitality, Mousesports, FaZe, everyone's looking forward to them. These teams playing more tournaments in the future. I think any of them could still win the whole event.
I think it was a huge confidence, yeah, to build on your point, like different rosters, so many of them came in and you just really didn't know what you were going to get from some of the new pieces, and they really performed. That leads into my 3 words, which is young op gods.
Okay.
Right. It was, I mean,
I'm
in
just
the
the only one
final
who
we
doesn't have
see
the
it, right?
creativity.
Brokey. We see Monacy in his debut arena match play like that. It's incredible. But even going back, players like Torzy stepping up, coming in for Mouse, his move up from the academy level of competition, incredible showing. Hades for ENCE. You saw a lot of the new generation of oppers. Self-indulgently, I'm just going to throw OC out there, even though it wasn't the best.
That's our god. Yeah, we got to mention the GOAT.
But,
he's North American.
Yeah. And they got wrecked. But the
well,
young,
that's implied when you say North American, I think. Yeah.
The young oppers really performed for a lot of different rosters here. They really popped off. We saw the highlight clips. We see all sorts of rounds. I mean, Brokey winds up being the MVP there at the end. I think this was the new generation of superstar oppers really starting to emerge onto the landscape and take charge and sort of take on that mantle from some of the older guard.
So as we take a look at some of the highlights from the tournament, I want to follow up on that and just how common is it for this kind of level of new talent to wash over into CSGO? Because CSGO has young guys. I know Simple was very young and still is quite good and still is quite young comparatively to other esports pros. But CSGO does have a history of having older players that are still at the top of their mechanical game, or at least on the top of their game in terms of putting up results.
Absolutely. I think for a while, maybe the first 5 years of CS, there was still like an average age of like 26 or 25 for teams that would win majors. And that has still continued forward. But this past year was the year of the Academy League. We had so many players like Monacy and Bit, both played for Navi Jr. Bit came through. He actually lost his first LAN ever at Katowice here after winning every single LAN he attended last year, including the major. And now Monacy has come through and made a Grand Finals appearance. So those are 2 players. Torzy also came out of the same Academy League, playing for Mousesports, and has gone through the system of developing new talent. So I think that has made it a lot easier, I think, to find a lot more new talent.
And I just want to echo the praise for Monacy. I know that getting 0-3 probably doesn't feel very good in your final, but he did have some clutch moments, especially to start this one out. It was pretty back and forth, but it was interesting. It felt like as soon as G2 had their foot kind of kicked off the gas and really started to slow down, I was wondering if that pressure would make such a young, inexperienced player crumble. Do you guys have an opinion on that? I know it's going to be going back and forth about, is this an experience thing? Is this a pressure thing? Or was this just an individual outshining?
I know before the tournament, when he was first making the jump up to G2, right, gave an interview where he said, I don't feel pressure in big matches. And everybody in the community clowned on it and said, you've never played a big match. Like, you don't know. You can't say that. You haven't. Well, now he has. And frankly, I don't think he feels that much pressure.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, maybe they choked a final, but let's be honest, his teammates have plenty of experience doing that without him. This is such a showing for Monacy. I mean, this guy was unbelievable. He's so fast. He's so quick. It looks like he's playing with the op pre-nerf, and that's not been a thing for a very, very long time.
In some ways, he was set up to fail more than anybody else because people were just trying to goad him into saying something, to make him look silly before the tournament started. All this pressure, no results. People are doing interviews. Oh, are you scared of Simple? Can you take down Na'Vi? Like, do you care about this match? He's like,
trying to
no
get the
problem,
sound
whatever.
bites.
Yeah, and he was just like chill about it. And for the people who watch the Academy League, you look at a player who is perfect versus the teams that he played against. We didn't know how good he'd play versus Tier 1 teams, but in a vacuum, we knew he's near perfect as a CS player.
And then, of course, on the other side, you have the actual MVP winner in Brokey, who also had a great pop-off performance. I believe we also have some clips for him. How would you kind of rate these two guys coming up together? Would you say that who had a better tournament? I mean, obviously, Brokey gets the MVP. Do you think that there was a fight for Monase? If G2 had won this match, do you give that to Monase, or do you think that Brokey still overall was the superior candidate?
Still going to be Brokey, I think. It would be if G2 won, then you'd have to consider who would be the best player on G2 most of the time. Once in a blue moon, you get a player like Simple who can win the MVP over the team who wins. But overall, Brokey was just too far ahead of the pack consistently throughout the event.
And I think it speaks to the different point that they're at, right? Monaste's just moved up to this level. Brokey's had a while in this FaZe Clan roster to sort of get seasoned, to get experience, to get comfortable with his teammates, and to get comfortable with what he wants to do. This year, we're seeing him maybe be a little bit more assertive, right? That's been one of the things before, is just Brokey's excellent when the fight came to him, but now he's seeking out that fight a little bit more. He's doing a little bit more with it. So I think it speaks to just like a different point in the seasoning of his career. Brokey's ready to be that focal point for the team. Monase can be that, but it's so early. It's so early. He's just come up.
So we've kind of covered two of the standout players of some of the crowning jewels that are coming up or being polished off to come up. In terms of any players that you want to highlight that you don't think necessarily got the praise that they should have deserved for their performance, who would be some names that you would throw out there?
I would probably throw out Hunter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he had an amazing series. I mean, he completely overshadowed his Kovac cousin, and that's not normally the way this is supposed to go.
It was like Caster's talking about Nico, Caster's talking about Monase, everyone tweeting about Nico, Monase.
They set Nico up for failure so many times. They'd be building him up, and then he'd completely, I was like, no, he doesn't miss those.
He had a couple of big moments in the wrong way, for sure, with that op. That was very unfortunate. I don't know why he keeps trying it. I've actually never seen a worse Tier 1 op debut than Nico picking it up for his team, and he's done this before. First, he's an anomaly in the sense that he plays what people would argue is the harder gun, a rifle, and pulls off top 3 level player stats over an entire year, which no one else can do. But as soon as you put an op in his hands, it's like he's never played CS before. And you're like, totally unaware of fights, doesn't know how to clear angles. It's the funniest thing. It's kind of cute.
Okay, so we have Hunter. Are you sticking on Hunter?
No, it's got to be JKS. I think he's getting the praise. I think he is getting the praise. I think everyone has recognized how absurd the situation is. But JKS comes in as a stand-in for 2 different players in the roster, right? Like, he does his stand-in stint. He gets them out of the groups. He does what he's supposed to do. And then Rops comes back and he thinks, okay, I'm done. I've made my debut. Suddenly, Rain tests positive. They can't play with Rain in the arena. JKS is back in there, thrust into completely different roles and abilities, different situations, and he still pops off. This guy was cold coming into the tournament. He had barely played CS for like 2 months. He didn't even have a PC.
He had like 2 days. So he spent like the entirety of this COVID online era in a hotel room in Copenhagen, playing for complexity, losing all his games, and like getting his brand ruined, honestly. Playing on a team that was that had nothing promising about it. And so he was an emergency situation. Olaf Meister flew to New York like 2 days before they knew they needed him. So he couldn't even come and play on the team. Everyone thought Olaf was for sure going to play. So JKS, there was an opportunity for him. But this is the first time, and Australia has won Kato. It's the first time we've seen JKS play well in like 2 years. And he has been talked about as the premier and best Australian player of all time. So off of this tournament, I guarantee you he's going to find a good team.
That can only be the hope. Super high praises for JKS, but obviously very well deserved, especially after that performance. It is time for a quick commercial break, but when we do come back, we're going to be talking probably more about JKS, but also about the standout teams of IEM Katowice and what these results mean for the 2022 season going forward. We're going to be right back, so don't go anywhere, please. Welcome back to the G4 Aftermath of IEM Katowice 2022. Now that the tournament is done and dusted, let's take a look at what it means looking forward to the 2022 season. Launders, I know that you wanted to talk specifically about FaZe. You now get to look godly because they, as one of the dark horses for the tournament, have now walked away with the tournament.
Yes.
Going forward, is this just going to be like free sailing from here on out? Because I do feel like there is an asterisk on this tournament.
There is a little bit in the G2 Na'Vi match, for example. Everyone wants a rematch now because of the circumstances for Na'Vi. It's not the most comfortable place for them, and it was still a legitimate win for G2. But we did see that they were a little bit weaker, and they were the favorite coming into the event. Now G2 and Na'Vi and FaZe are both dark horses, and I think for FaZe it was about showing if Rops could slot in nicely, they could survive the stand. This is the 4th tournament that Kerrigan has won with a stand-in. Another one was IEM. I mean, these are like tier 1 tournaments.
Yes.
I mean, it's actually insane to think about that. Kerrigan has a Polish girlfriend that he loves. She was there in the crowd with him.
I'm very curious how this is going to connect back, but
well,
I'm on
I'm not following this thread. It comes back to the emotions part, okay?
She's coming into the roster next.
She's coming
the stand-in next.
They could win with her.
Wait, do you think JKS will sub for her if she gets...
At this
Well,
point,
he'd be on
she could
standby,
play, he would win.
Yeah. Then they could win. What were we talking about?
The emotions.
Yeah, the emotions. They're so high right now.
Kerrigan's got a Polish girlfriend. She's playing.
One more thing that I called that was that he was going to cry. I knew he was going to cry.
He's a crier.
Yeah.
He's a crier.
I've never wanted to see
In a good
someone
way.
cry so badly. Like, I was just so happy for him, you know?
Reckless fans understand.
Yes.
Sometimes.
Okay. That's a league reference.
That is a league
reference. Because that's a
That's
league
a
player
game.
that she went to the league.
That's what do you do in that one?
Yeah, I think
How do you shoot in that one?
You have to, can you deny creep?
What's your crosshair settings in
You
League?
can't really click heads unless you're playing very specific champions.
Okay, sniper?
Oh, no, close. We'll work on it.
What's your sense? Yeah, no, I mean, it's talking about FaZe, right? Like, it's just, there is a huge asterisk on this as far as what they're going to look like for the rest of the year, because we didn't see them play with their 5, except for a few group stage games where Rain was playing from the hotel. When we saw it, it looked good.
Is it safe to say that it looked better than this finals performance?
No. JKS was incredible, right? Like, FaZe don't win finals. They haven't in like 850 days or some crazy number. It's been
4
ages.
years.
It's bonkers what they've been able to do here. I mean, JKS delivered a kick for sure. And maybe it's just that the calling style changed. Maybe it's just that they didn't feel the same pressure. Maybe it's that they knew they were playing with house money the further they got along, right? No one would fault them for losing. Everyone would celebrate a win. But whatever it is, they need to try and capture that lightning in a bottle even as Rain comes back, because I expect him to. Rain is incredible. He's a phenomenal player. He's been the rock of this team since this team existed. But holy cow, JKS is good.
Yes, he is really good. What are we talking about JKS again? We
Well,
can't
we
stop
started with
talking about the
FaZe and
first
then we went
Australian
around.
to win Katowice.
Yay!
Should we do a shoey? Is that what we're supposed to do now?
Sponge said he had one ready before the game is even over.
You know,
so.
we did them on the other show.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that this can be arranged somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm in.
I will say that there's always these intangibles. Like usually when there's community discussion about like player versus player, and especially as we're comparing kind of the original FaZe lineup now with the JKS iteration, that usually it's comparing stats, it's recognizing one person is just like individually skilled, and that's the mechanics are usually what the community really gravitate towards, because you never get to draw back the curtain and hear what's happening in comms, what morale is like, what mentality is like.
Yeah.
But even just a small change of putting in, like you're saying, a different voice calling for things, or even just a different energy can have just vastly different effects. And I always love to see it come to fruition in these, I love this coin term, lightning in a bottle moments, because it's like, was this a FaZe expected victory? Probably not, but it still feels amazing to watch.
Yeah, and this actually put even more pressure on Kerrigan to perform individually, okay? Because he went 9-28 in that last group stage match, and they probably lost because of it. You know, they were 15-10 up in the last map versus Na'Vi. It didn't come through. Coming into the playoffs, Rain was part of the entry pack, and when they brought in Rops, there was an idea that they might be stronger in the back now. They've got Brokey, who's an explosive but not aggressive opper, and then they have Twist, who's also kind of a mid-round player, good closer, and they bring in Rops, and again, strength in the back with the clutch. And with Rops and with Kerrigan and Rain, these are the two players that take most of the entry duels, most of the aggressive maneuvers. And then they bring in JKS, and it's like, who is going to entry now? So if Kerrigan ends up not converting a lot of duels, I mean, his attempt rate is really high. Success rate's not so much. But now they really relied on him to be able to open things up. because there was a point in FaZe where he'd be 40 meters ahead of his next closest teammate, die, and then they lose the round. Even though he's got 4 great players behind it, there's no way to connect that space and trade back material. So I think that he delivered on an individual level. That helped out a lot.
I think this was a really good reminder as well that Kerrigan is a crowd player, right?
Yeah,
like Kerrigan is an arena player. He is one of the most experienced in-game leaders we have in Counter-Strike, one of the most experienced players that we have in Counter-Strike, and he comes alive in front of a crowd in a way that we have not seen in a long time because we haven't had crowds for him to come alive in front of. I mean, this is a reminder of why Kerrigan is such a highly respected veteran, why he's such a valued player as well, and what he can bring to a team. The question is just always, can they get to that crowd first if he's not performing?
Yeah.
Now we have that reminder of what peak Kerrigan looks like, and it is.
I see what you did there
pretty
because
dang nice.
his carry is in the.
Yeah, it's a meme.
Did you have to like really workshop that one, or was it?
Twitter did it for me.
Oh,
nice.
Just ripping from Twitter.
I source Reddit.
Twitch chat.
Yeah. Twitch chat.
There's a lot of source material there.
Okay.
HLTV forums, if you really want to get weird with it.
Yeah.
We've sucked off FaZe enough. What about G2 on the other side here?
Yeah.
Tell me all the good things about G2 despite looking down the barrel of an 0-3.
Well, picking up m0NESY, they get potentially an elite opper that can outperform Simple, and Na'Vi was their biggest rival last year. In their 0-3s, their 0-2s, all the finals that they played against, their biggest problem was taking down Na'Vi, and the fact that Simple would just be the top performer in a world where they had Amanek, who was kind of opting as a part-time job, or Nico, as we saw what he could do with an op. Not very good. So now that they've got m0NESY, and we've already seen that he's played very well, they have a lot to look forward to for the rest of this year.
I think so. I think there are 2 huge question marks on this team coming in, right? Question mark number 1 is how is m0NESY going to translate? Question mark number 2 is how is Alexi B going to translate with a whole new roster?
Yeah.
The calling was pretty dang good. The opping was transcendent, phenomenal, shockingly good. So that translated well. Now it seems like the new question is going to be how do you give space to everybody to have them activated, right?
Yeah.
Because Nico obviously had some grinder games there in the final, which is maybe a little concerning.
And we can't forget about XTAS as well.
Yes,
They got
not
him,
having
but
him.
he popped a positive test, couldn't be there behind the players, and I thought it was very funny and awesome to have Amanek, fake coach, come in behind them and dab everyone up between rounds to keep morale up. But XTAS is a cream of the crop coach that came from Vitality and created one of the best systems of last year. A lot of people were saying he should have been coach of the year, so that's a really great reputation. And one of, just quietly an important roster move for G2 overall. So not having him be able to prepare closely with the team before playoffs, I think was a huge drawback. They probably could have closed that final if they had, a coach, especially for those grueling overtime moments where LXB might be out of ideas. I mean, Amanek is smart too, but I couldn't imagine him kind of contributing kind of as an IGL.
So as far as expectations, like if I'm a viewer, and especially a newer viewer looking at these teams going forward, there's obviously an asterisk over the Na'Vi versus G2 matchup. But is this going forward that, like, how long of a runway do you give G2 to make this roster or these young players or kind of these getting their coach back in work before you say that this is a failed or not failed roster assembly?
This is such a tough one.
Because the thing
Who
is,
can you cut?
They keep making finals, right?
Yeah.
And it's
But they
just that
keep losing
they
finals.
need hardware. They need a trophy. They need something they can pin themselves to as the big win. So, I mean...
And no tournament's going to be free this year.
No. I think the only change you can make, it's literally, this is going to be the prove it for Alexi B.
Yeah.
It's the IGL. It's on him. He's got every possible piece. He's got the superstar rifler. He's got another superstar rifler.
Yeah.
He's got Jax, who is stepping up huge in this series. You've got the star opera. Everything is possibly working. You've got the guy who everyone regards as one of the top tier coaches. There is no piece of this that isn't the ideal situation as an in-game leader. So this is the prove it. This is, can you win a trophy? Can you take it home? Because if not, I mean, it'll be a long time. I think they'll give him a lot of runway, but I think his will be the head to roll if a head does eventually roll.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That got brutal very quickly.
Yeah, what the hell, man?
Okay, so
it's a game about shooting people. It's rough.
Clicking heads. Okay, we've covered FaZe and G2. Now let's open up the topics. We're now going to talk about all the other teams. Now, there were a few tweets that caught our eye over the last 2 weeks, and I was hoping that you guys could help me clarify a few of these. And also in the chat, I believe if you keep spamming or tweet at us, we may throw them up.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so this one is, I didn't know which one they were going to throw up first.
Moment.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you guys haven't seen this yet, it is all over the internet. You can check Reddit, any of the accounts. Simple made a very emotional speech, I would say, at the beginning of the event, which obviously, again, I like to say that not all championships are created equal.
Yes.
You know, sometimes for the League fans, you get the Fnatic versus G2 final, and sometimes you get the G2 versus Unicorns of Love final. One of them is significantly more hype, but obviously with the current geopolitical climate, Simple made it very clear that it was weighing on the team and probably, I'm going to say, impacted performance. So not having Na'Vi at full capacity definitely does put a bit of an asterisk on a FaZe Clan achievement, despite how incredible a run it was.
I think a lot of people were looking to Simple to kind of say something. I guess, you know, he's kind of the biggest superstar in the game. He's Ukrainian himself, and the organization is Ukrainian as well. You know, the social media guy was in a shelter tweeting about the match.
Literally said in a bunker.
Yeah, literally. So for Simple, I think he put it so well. I mean, it was, you know, considering, like, English isn't even his first language, but I feel like he conveyed the emotions exactly. And the best part about Na'Vi is that they are an example of having people from different places working together without thinking about it. And, you know, to do that in Counter-Strike, that's incredibly impressive, okay? It's already hard enough to get your best friends to work together. So to get people who have come from different cultures or slightly different backgrounds or whatever, and Na'Vi are a great example of that. Best team out of last year, major winner, Simple playing his best on that roster, and he just called for everyone to be appreciative of humans. And I think that message came across very well.
I think it did. I can't imagine trying to play in that situation. You know, obviously, sleepless nights, his home being shelled and bombed, you know, his family under threat. I can't imagine trying to concentrate on match prep in those circumstances and trying to deal with it. And
if they didn't show up, it wouldn't have been a problem. You know what I mean? Like,
no one would have been.
We weren't even sure if he would have, and
Yeah.
that's fine. You know?
They could have pulled from the tournament. It would have been reasonable. I mean, it was the fact that they showed up, that they still competed, that they tried to deliver their best performance, and they did. They were still good. It just wasn't, you know, it understandably wasn't the absolute peak Na'Vi. And I do think the words from Simple were incredible. Also, Carmack as well gave an impassioned speech before the start of the show for playoffs. That it's such a tough situation, but esports represents a unifying factor for a lot of these players. You know, it doesn't matter where you come from; it matters what you love and what you spend your time doing. And I think that message did come across very nicely.
Yeah.
If Na'Vi are in top form, do you think that they're still definitively just the strongest CS team right now, looking to the future season?
But it's just that the floor has risen. So behind them, you know, Na'Vi, even in what people call their era out of last year with the major, you know, undefeated on LAN, pretty much 6 months of dominance, they still had so many close maps, lots of comebacks they had to defend against. G2 in the major final, they had to, you know, come back to from a 15-7 scoreline or something on Nuke and close that map out. And that's something that we haven't seen from other teams who have had an era, so many close games. And this year, coming out of it, with the Vitality roster changes, the G2 roster changes, it's now even harder for Na'Vi. Even if they stayed at that level, they wouldn't be able to have the dominance they had out of last year. So it's not so much that they are worse.
It's not everyone caught up.
Everyone caught up. That's the tough part.
We're also going to wind up with kind of an interesting question, both for Na'Vi and for other teams with Russian players, which is, are they going to be able to attend events? You know, if the situation in Ukraine continues, visas are being denied, transport is being denied.
Yeah.
There's the possibility that teams are going to have to sit out some events, and time without playing at the top is frequently, it's a huge impediment to keeping an era going, to keeping a roster going, to keeping momentum going. It's definitely going to be weird to see how this develops in terms of Counter-Strike terms over the next coming months.
Maybe we can do it on Mars. Yeah.
Obviously, devastating everywhere, and then, like you said, bringing into the fact that it can hit CSGO so hard in particular because there are so many talented Russian and Ukrainian players. I think the only other esport that I can think of that may have the same impact is something like Dota.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, CSGO, and as like the crowning jewel and tier one of like all esports, it is just such a ridiculously devastating situation. So. Looking towards Vitality and all of the other teams, since we've now praised Na'Vi, is there any other standouts? Am I correct in thinking that, okay, so it's probably Na'Vi and then G2, FaZe Clan, where does Vitality sit in that? Is there anyone else that you would put up in kind of that top four?
I think Vitality is a real stand down for the second, right? Like, it's just one event. It's very early on.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to be throwing the panic button yet. There's some legendary names on that. You've got Zaiwu, the two-time world #1, recent world #2. Like, there's still a lot to be excited for. He had a rough tournament.
Yeah,
man was coming outside of French for the first time in his life, and he did not translate it real well.
Right.
So I think that's one where maybe this tournament isn't where you hit the panic button, but the next 2 tournaments, if they don't have a performance, they don't have to win something, but they have to look like what we hope this team does at some point in the next 2 or 3. Otherwise, you start to get very nervous that maybe these 2 magical projects coming together isn't actually going to make what we hope it can be.
International teams are always difficult, and there are very few examples of successful ones. FaZe are one. Though we had a final with 2 international rosters, and they made that work. But that takes work. And Alexi even talked about...
have one of their players.
Yeah, and Alexi has talked about when he has an international lineup, he doesn't want one that has 3 people from the same region so that they don't end up speaking their language most of the time. Culturally, it's more balanced out. People have to find a common ground. And on Vitality, it is 2 and 3, right, with the Danes and the French. So that part can be kind of hard. And you're also forcing the people who have been speaking French as a majority to switch to English. And we know how much French people hate English.
And even with Zonic, I mean, it's 3 and 3. It's even split. And they're apparently calming some things still in French, like positions are still getting calmed in French sometimes, which the Danes are having to learn and adapt to. So if you're the Danes, right, it's not even just 2 languages, it's 3 languages. You've got your brain working in Danish, you're speaking English, and then some of the position calls come in French. I can't imagine that jumble is going to take a little while to adapt to.
Your fingers trying to play CSGO all at the same time. But plenty of great teams to choose from if you wanted to become a fan of CSGO. I know I am after that final. But it is time for another commercial break. But please stick around because after the break, there is plenty more aftermath coming your way. I wish I could read. See you then. Welcome back to G4's Aftermath. I am here with Launders and Mike, 2 people who know much more about this game than I do, and thankfully have been really laying down some great knowledge bombs. I feel like
we're all pretending.
Like osmosis that I've gained a lot.
Nice.
Well, so normally I've been doing a lot of the hosting side, right? So I have brains like his to just sort of plug into and let them roll. So I'm trying to just drag some of that knowledge out of the memory bank.
Yeah, it's funny because I was stealing all your stuff. Now you have to be the smart one.
It's so much harder.
But we are taking more tweets from you guys. We're basically waiting for our producers to just throw them on the screen and react to them. I think we asked for specific hot takes. I don't know if that's the hottest take.
Well,
no, I think that's pretty accepted in the Counter-Strike community. It's just
the thing is they are sometimes majors.
Yeah,
but
sometimes officially.
Yes, sometimes officially.
Always.
Sometimes, I mean, it can be harder to win Cologne than it can be to win a major because when you bring only international competition, that actually lessens some of the competition. Whereas like a pure Cologne with just like all the qualifiers coming in can be really difficult when there's so many better teams in Europe than any other region. So it's an achievement. We'll put it that way. It's a big deal to win in Cologne.
It's one you remember. It's one you definitely put in the hardware cabinet. If you're a team that's fortunate enough to have some options for their hardware
Cologne's the
cabinet.
disc, yeah.
You put it up. Cologne's the disc, yeah. What is it, the chalice or something? But yeah.
Do you like the big one or the disc?
Yeah, I like the driving one.
Yeah, or the driving one.
You like the drive?
As far as the significance of using Katowice or Cologne as the two of it, I'm unsure. I don't actually know the history of ESL there. It's either always been in Germany or always been in Poland.
Yes.
So this was the 10th anniversary of Katowice specifically. And so it's really kind of a cool relationship that they've built with the city of Katowice, because it's not, whenever I tell somebody that I'm headed to Poland,
they're always like, why?
Krakow, Warsaw, no, Katowice. No one, it's not exactly
it's
what
an
you
industrial
immediately think
town.
of. Yeah, but they've really embraced the esports scene. They're really excited about it. And obviously the Spodek's become a legendary venue in CS, and we built that history there, and really it's become a piece of the town, and I think that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and I think even over the years that we've gone to Kato for different things, we've seen Kato improve and grow and, become cooler and younger. And that you don't have to become younger to become cooler, but it came with it in this case. Taz was on the back of every bus. He had posters on the side of apartment buildings.
And younger.
And then you go for Taz, one of the older players.
That's true. That was weird.
It is awesome. Like, just walking around to get a bagel in the morning when I was there last week, you just see a giant building-sized poster of Taz advertising hats or hard drives or something, and it's just...
Yeah, and I want to buy it, whatever it is.
Yeah. Immediately.
And is Cologne just because ESL has their studio there and their office is there?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Again, venue as well. Like the cathedral of Counter-Strike there.
Yes, and a good nickname that's really stuff.
It is a cool nickname.
Yeah.
It's also a cool cathedral. So.
Yes. And some say really great crowds, because Poland and Germany just don't have good
Polish crowd
teams.
is so good.
Yes, but they just don't have good teams. So there's no bias. They have to get excited for pretty much everything, which is why you actually get really good, unfortunately for Big, I mean, they're just not that great.
Apart from that 1 year.
They had one great year.
1 year.
And everyone's been chanting Smooya since.
Yes.
Which is, funnily enough, the
he's
only
not German.
And Poland had a big major win from Virtus Pro way back in 2014. People have been thinking about that one for a long time. And ever since then, the stadium's been full, waiting for them to return.
One day. I swear you can make a full Polish lineup that would absolutely slap.
You should be able to.
They haven't figured out the alchemy yet.
Yes.
I was super lucky to get to cast Jankos on H2K, and casting a Polish player in a Polish crowd was amazing.
Right.
But we have another tweet. Third time is the charm, but for who?
That was a banger, by the way, by HLTV.
That actually is painful to see. That's his fourth loss now?
Yeah.
In finals?
Yeah, I mean, it's only L. It's been a series of L's. And, part of it was that last year, Na'Vi literally won every event. Yep. Nobody won a LAN except for Na'Vi, except Vitality.
Gambit.
Vitality won IEM. Right. That was the only LAN that Na'Vi didn't attend. So that's pretty much what it was. Out of the 6 LANs we had last year, Na'Vi won everything. So basically nobody remembered what it was like to win in front of a crowd last year. So...
Was there, did you guys have the rise of the online players where guys who normally are quite timid or maybe not arena players don't perform under pressure?
Yes. I think there's one you want to talk about.
Yeah, there is.
Shall we?
Oh.
Heroic.
Heroic.
You talked about the Danes.
Okay.
These are the other Danes. People know them less, but they're still actually they're much better than the other Danes, the Astralis players now.
Currently.
But much better online. 4 out of 5 of them fall off a cliff as soon as they get in front of a crowd. And out of this group stage, I made a prediction video. I predicted both Gambit and Heroic to win their matches in front of the crowd. This is the time.
Yeah.
They're going to overcome it. They look too good out of groups.
Happen.
Same exact story. Fell off a cliff, got 10 rounds in 2 maps. Gambit played a bit better. But Gambit were a team who, in 2020, the Ultimate Online, this is also a great story. I mean, I don't want to take away from the fact that these matches are still hard to win. They won $1 million by July in 2020, just playing online games.
They won Katowice.
And then when they went to LAN, they still got top 4 at a number of events. They still got top 4 at the Major, top 4 at Cologne. Those are still decent results, but they weren't one-to-one with their online results.
Yeah.
So there's a drop-off, and it does have to do with people looking at you in the eye when you're playing.
And you just got to season them a little bit more. One day they'll crack through. I'm so hopeful that one day we'll see the Gambit of the online era on LAN. That's what I want, because they're such a fun team to watch when things are working for them.
Oh yeah.
And it's just, you keep hoping it's going to happen. They've now gotten to the point where they're comfortable playing, studio LAN, for the group stages and that. They look like the game, but we expect them to be. But then they hit a crowd, and it's a different story. And we need to see just one breakthrough match. Just one breakthrough.
Yes.
So they look like the guys they are online.
Do some more probing into this, but I need to make a call out to the audience because apparently my producer asked me to and is failing. You guys, the producer wants you to put your hot takes in chat. I have no idea what a hot take in Twitch chat looks like. Wait, I'm being told no. Producer, tell me. I will be your mouse.
Oh, let's go do our hot takes.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Do our hot takes.
So what I'm told from the producer...
Heroic won't win a LAN.
Heroic never? Never?
Well, if it has to be hot, I'll say that.
Wait,
never.
For the audience, I need to clarify. The producer doesn't know how to get your guys' hot takes. You can keep spamming them. He can't help you. He can't figure out how to get them off of Twitter. Okay. So now these two need to give me all their hot takes, and I'm going to figure out how quickly I can ruin their career in the next 30 seconds by getting them to say something very controversial.
I'm going to try to be pointed about this. They won't win a LAN They won't win a LAN this year. Heroic will not win a LAN this year. Go ahead.
I'm going to ask for a clarifying statement on that, though. How many do you think they need to make? One roster change? Multiple roster changes? Or do you just think that whatever this iteration of Heroic is not going to win a LAN this year?
Name names.
Probably two.
Two roster changes?
I think, I honestly, Stone is the only player who doesn't fall off on LAN, just looking at stats. So, what do you think? Are they going to be able to win a LAN this year?
No, probably not.
So
I don't think it's that.
Gets to spam if they think that this is actually a hot take or not.
Is that hot? I think that's pretty hot.
I think they're saying
not.
Very mild.
Faith in Heroic is
what about,
the
okay, what about
all right, here's my hot take. You want my hot take?
Go for it.
I think this is genuinely a hot take. I don't think the Vitalis Stralis roster will work. I don't think it'll work.
Wow.
I don't think this. I think it'll be fine.
The Scovilles are up.
Wow.
I think it'll be fine.
But
it's not supposed to. It's not supposed to win. Like it's not supposed to be fine. It's supposed to win. And
they made two clear upgrades. They made two clear upgrades.
Is it a super team?
In a sense, yes.
That would never work. That has never once worked.
It's like a Frankenstein team in that they took two teams and glommed the best parts together to try and make a super Frankenstein team. And if it works, Zonic is officially the GOAT coach. Like, that's the thing. If this roster works, Zonic cements himself.
I would like to say this, first of all, Zonic is already the GOAT coach.
I agree with
that. And anything beyond that is revisionist history, okay? But people are trying to dethrone Glaive when he already won 4 majors. Like, yeah, maybe he's not trying as hard anymore, okay? He did everything.
I get it. I get it.
Zonic's the GOAT. Is that hot? How hot is that?
Zonic being the GOAT is not hot.
Okay.
I don't think.
No, we're still on the you talking.
We're still on Vital Stralis.
You know what's hot?
I don't think it'll work.
Zonic is not the GOAT yet. That, like Mike said.
Okay, so no, this is a new one. So now they're thinking both those are hot. Okay, let's see if we can get this like.
I didn't say he's not the GOAT. I say it cements him as the GOAT.
You need to have another GOAT if you're going to say he's not the GOAT.
No, but cementing it is like so for posterity, right? Yeah. Like if you're the current GOAT, but your legacy is potentially challengeable, going to a completely different roster so that no one can say like there was just a variable there doing it. That makes it more cemented. All right.
Okay, here's a dumb question because again, I'm very new to the CS world. I understand that like the coaches are more important or more hands-on, especially in-game in CSGO, than necessarily a game like League of Legends where the coaches like send you out onto stage and then pray to God that they get the win. They're like, Jesus, take the wheel, don't run it down mid. How important is a coach in CSGO? Would you say it's the same as a shot caller? Is it the same value as literally another player? How quickly do coaches get chased around?
It's so much hearsay that we don't know for sure.
It's so hard to quantify.
No one knows what coaches do. Okay, quietly behind the scenes for people who are at events and stuff, we get reviews, of how good coaches are, but that's pretty much the breadth of our knowledge as to like exactly how good they are.
I've talked to pro players. This is what they usually say, like, that coach is great, that coach is shit. It's never like a paragraph of them. It's just literally like, yes, good coach.
Yeah. The other thing is, right, like, coaches are so much less impactful now than they were not even that long ago. Because
they've been
Valve is trying to basically get rid of them as much as possible.
Why?
They made a ruling that said
they did this,
you could no longer have physical contact with the players or shout behind them.
You can't even fist bump.
Oh, wow. Really? No fist bump?
At a Valve event, you can no longer fist bump.
They're coming for the fist bump.
You can't get excited if you're a coach. You have to
That's
stand
literally
there
was what was written.
If you get excited, the admins will come along and give you a warning.
Were they afraid of shit talking? Were they afraid of cheating?
Hand signals. They're afraid of hand signals.
They're afraid of
Okay, I will
hand signals, and they just hate coaches.
Cheating is so intense in this that Valve is like really clamping down on the fun to keep you guys alive.
They did. They were very naughty during the online era. They were very naughty with the coach bug, and so Valve said,
we get 2 updates a year and like 10 rules. Let's balance this out a little bit, huh?
Yeah.
Less rules, more updates.
It'd be nice.
Yeah.
What's a hot take for a rule that you would remove or put on? And you have this has to be a hot take rule.
Yeah. Okay, let's do a hot take. If it's
feel like
possible
fist
to,
bumps.
if it's possible to do it on the map, you should be able to do it. It's up to the map to change that.
I agree with that. I think banning smokes or specific things or pixel walks or all that stuff, fix the map.
Fix the map.
Oh,
If
you're
someone
saying
finds
if
it
the
and they can
game
do it.
allows
Where's the
it, that
accountability?
it's not. Okay.
Theoretically, there's exploits that get banned by TOs,
you know.
because they are exploits, but they're exploits of things that are wrong with the map.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is
blame
Olaf,
the devs.
Olaf did nothing wrong.
Olaf did nothing wrong.
That's what I'm hearing.
Replay it. Replay the major.
Replay the major. Go back.
People don't think that that's a hot take. Guys, how is that not a hot take? In League of
We're just good
Legends,
take machines. That's the problem.
if a champion
Twitch chat just loves us.
breaks a game or has a bug that you can very easily replicate, that, I don't know, let's say makes them invulnerable.
Yeah.
I'm like, ban that champion. Don't ban the game.
Right.
And I understand that that's still like a dev's fault, but that's why I'm like, that's a really big hot take.
Yeah.
Like anything. Obviously, the ones that you guys are explicitly talking about is, it sounds like smoking angles or maybe getting over walls or glitching up into
Our game is
spots.
baseball too. Like it barely changes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you know, in a game like Valorant where there's so many updates, there is a huge chance that in every update something major could break, and they've got to take it. I mean, we've been playing Vertigo for like 4 years already. That's like the newest map. So there's no excuses. You know, if you can pixel walk on Vertigo, you can pixel walk on Vertigo, and no one can stop you. Well,
There's actually a debate right now about a spot. That's the pixel walk, the one behind sandbags on A ramp that a lot of people are talking about. It's technically a pixel walk. Admins have gone back and forth on whether it's allowed or not in specific tournaments, and it's very much contested.
Blame the devs. Hashtag blame the devs.
Hashtag blame the devs. I agree with that. If it's available, if you could figure it out, until someone explicitly tells you no, it should be completely fine.
Facts.
Figure out how to break the game
Disagree,
as quickly
Frost?
as possible. I think in these very specific circumstances, I'm okay with that. I play MOBAs, and so usually when something's broken, it's again like something becomes untargetable and is completely invulnerable. To which case I'm like, ooh, that one's probably not great.
What about fountain hooks? I don't know. Do you play any Dota at all? That's like the last thing I can remember from Dota.
Unfortunately, like having over like 10 years of MOBA experience, I still look at Dota and I have no idea what's happening in that game.
And I want to learn TFT. I just want to learn TFT because Dota Underlords just died, and I love that game, and now I have to go to TFT, but I don't know what I'm looking at.
I know what some of these words mean.
Oh, right. That's even we're one step removed.
Do you only play CSGO?
No, I play lots of games. I just don't play MOBAs. I like dabbled very briefly, realized probably not my cup of tea.
I feel like I like myself too much for this.
Yeah. I don't hate I only hate myself enough for CS matchmaking. That's the extent of it.
See, this is actually why I love going into CSGO and shitting the bed, because I can't understand what anyone's yelling at me when they're so angry.
Right, yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's a release, but it's a toxic cycle at the same time.
We have a rule here that if for it to be an esport, it actually has to have a toxic fandom.
Yes.
If the fandom's not toxic, it's not a real esport.
Action Slacks had this theory about Dota that like it's purposefully difficult so that it makes for a better viewing experience, because you remember how hard it was to get through matches and remember how hard it was to execute on things, which is the biggest cope I've ever heard, right? Obviously, you know, Valve are trying to make their game fun, but like he's just saying they're failing without saying they're failing.
It's supposed to be like that. It's a feature, not
no, that's
a bug.
perfect. Yeah, great.
No, we were having a discussion. I actually would love you guys' take on this. So I think CSGO is the more strategic, a more entertaining game to watch comparatively to Valorant, but I find Valorant much easier to look at and watch. And I think that something that Riot has done really well with their games, again, if you're comparing like League of Legends to Dota, is clarity or ease of watching. Because again, I look at Dota, and this isn't me being like, Dota's a shit game or anything like that. Like, I see a lot of value in Dota. I recognize it's the harder game, but I can't understand what I'm looking at because to me, there's no clarity in the design. I just see giant explosions on the map, whereas in Valorant with like the color scheme and reading skills, CSGO is still very difficult for me to read.
I'll say CSGO for me is quite clean. In Valorant, it gets actually messier to me, but I will also agree that the colors help a lot with the vibrancy. And in CS, like we have programs that will just automatically crank your digital vibrance to 200% on desktop so the game looks better. I mean, because it looks so dry. It's like a bowl of oatmeal basically when you get onto a map and everything is just, you know, brown or gray. And so
actually New Cache is pretty, but Mirage.
Yeah, but that's like Cope. Like we get like a little bit of green on a map, and he's like,
we get excited.
Beautiful.
There's water.
A single
Valorant
tree.
are doing great in that regard with the colors, I would say.
Yeah, I will say, like, first of all, Valorant children game, cartoon graphics. But also, yeah, I think the issue with Valorant is going to be something that's very difficult to bounce as they continue to add new agents into the game, which is just visually, you can't just sit down and start watching it and get what's going on, because there's a million different abilities and there will only be more. In CS, you sit down, you have someone watch 5 rounds, they'll get the basics. They won't know a lot of things, but they'll get 5v5, plant bomb, bomb go off, boom, happy.
Or if you play for a year, come back 5 years later, it's still the same game.
Yes.
I mean, we had the whole
eternal.
crew in here. We all had seats and everyone was watching it. Again, we have like various different backgrounds and various different experience of people just not knowing anything about it. And by like the 5th round, we had our COVID compliance officer like, yeah, you get him. Good hustle, lads.
Right, yeah.
So it always goes back to like the mainstream argument of like, is esports real sports? And I'm always like, if you just take those people and put them in an arena, they very quickly understand and like get the vibe, because it's exactly the same.
I remember for me the moment where I sort of realized that appeal was back when like E-League was on TBS, right? I went into a Buffalo Wild Wings and sat down, and it was on television, and that was one of the first moments where I watched CS on television.
Sit back at Buffalo Wild Wings like, we have made it.
Well, I had like my coworkers who had never seen a game before in their life, and it took no time at all for them to figure out what was going on and to really fall in love with it and get excited and understand why I was excited as well. And that to me, that instant translation of why competition is exciting and why people are invested in it, that to me is what makes CS great, is that it's, I think, one of the most easily watchable esports. It's super easy to just sit down and get it pretty quick.
I always say the 2 esports that people should watch to like get them into esports is CS and Rocket League.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're really easy to watch and very high action, or I guess high octane would be like the word. But I look at what the analyst desk does and what the casters say about CSGO, and I'm like, I have missed the CSGO window of understanding anything that's happening at a high level.
It's getting sweaty out here.
20 years.
Yeah, it is getting sweaty, and it's just because it's so simple, but now it's nuance that separates teams from other teams, and that's the most difficult part. Ooh, that smoke landed 2 inches differently than it did like 3 maps ago or whatever.
It's like earlier we got really excited at a highlight.
Just barely in that game. That was completely the difference of it. Just like this guy walking through the smoke as the other guy appears, and you just didn't see him walking through.
And honestly, like we have X-ray on for most of the games. If you turn X-ray off, you go into a demo, and you just see what these players have to put up with. Like, they just get one bulleted. Like, they can't explain how they die most of the time. Like, if you see someone on your screen, you're dead in less than half a second almost every single time. And so that can just be, like, that explains how Kerrigan can go 9-22 after, like, spending 140 hours in the last 2 weeks to, like, try to make up for his lack of mechanics, to, like, learn everybody's just making this stuff just because people are so damn good.
Crazy the amount of skill that goes into CSGO, but we will continue to talk about it. But we have some bills to pay, so when we come back, we'll be oh no, we're playing this game. When we come back, we're going to be playing The Cost is Correct, where we will compete against chat to see who knows their CSGO skin prizes. I'll let you guys know, I don't know any of them, so you're going to win. But stick around to win. Welcome back, everyone. Launders and Mike are joining me to help play a game that makes me feel way better about the money I spend on sneakers. Thank you for putting that in the prompter and shaming me live. That's right. It's time to see how much CSGO skins are selling for in another installment of The Cost is Correct. Now, the game is very simple. Our production crew will put up different skins, and we will do our best to guess as close to the dollar amount that they are listed for. And this time, chat will be competing too. Once the skin is up, we will put up a poll with 4 categories of dollar amounts, and chat can spam which category they think is closest, and I will definitely be cheating off of chat, so please, guys, don't lead me wrong. Got it?
No promises, but no problem.
Okay, perfect. Can we see the first skin?
Yeah, I'm down to make a fool of myself.
Okay.
Okay.
Are gloves always the most expensive?
Knives.
Knives are the
most
peak.
Because of the animation?
Yeah, and they just have a certain prestige.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Like, you know, a watch. Think about it like a really expensive
Or like a nice
watch.
pair of shoes for Osk.
Okay,
You know what
I
I mean?
see. Yeah.
It's a prestige item. Do you need it?
Yeah.
No. Does it make you run faster? Sure.
Yeah.
Do you
We'll
get
say
to buy
that.
them at retail, or do you always have to buy at resale?
I mean, you can buy cases.
You buy cases
gamble.
and then you roll for them. And then there's like a 0.02% chance of getting something. And it could still just be like a $50 knife. So to get a very nice one is tough.
Oh my lord, by how chat is voting, I feel like I really have to push up my number.
I think that, yeah, this is, you know, it's funny because we don't even have brackets for like $1 to $50 or like
right?
$100 to $200.
It tells me I know what kind of skins are coming down
It
here.
just gets out of hand. There's a couple $8,000.
So wait, do I have to guess in that bracket or do I guess a pure number?
I guess you
you
guess
just
a
guess a
pure
number.
number.
As
Oh,
close
we
as I
have
can.
to do as
All right,
close
we're
as-
doing a pure number.
Yeah.
I see.
And is it you know, without going over? Is that the rule?
I think.
Price is right.
Wait, we can go over? We just have to be close? Oh,
Isn't it
this is.
closest without going over, I thought? All
I
right,
got
interesting.
1,500.
Okay.
1,400? Oh, I did
14. Lower's a little bit better.
I went for 1,000 money.
Okay.
Ah!
Oh, it's 1,400. Okay.
How dare you?
Let's go.
What determines the value of these things?
Hype and
Pretty much.
it's
You know how NFTs work?
hype and,
Like that.
and rarity. Like, okay, if a case has like a really great AK and certain knives, then that case is going to be very expensive, and then that drives the price of the knives up themselves.
Is it
Also,
ever
if certain players use knives, the prices go up.
That's what my question was going to be.
I
Has there
literally
ever been
bought a
just, like-
knife because Zywu used it. So,
I mean, that's fair.
and I don't have any regrets because
Did you drop off
it pumped my
New
bags.
Year?
What's that?
Did you drop off in the new year?
Wow, how dare you?
Hey.
Okay, so the knife should be
Still in the
more
hot take
expensive than the
section.
gloves.
Depends.
Well, some gloves are
Depends.
more expensive than some knives.
But I will say
So.
this one is probably worth big monies.
How much?
I
is big
actually don't even.
More than I could feasibly ever spend on it.
I am gonna do.
More than my rent. I'll put it that way. Probably. That's my guess.
Okay, big monies.
Do you live in a shoebox or a palace?
I mean, it's LA.
He doesn't.
I don't live in LA though.
Oh, where?
Yeah, he lives in Philly, so this could be anything.
Just doxed him live.
I
My
mean,
bad.
I don't think he knows my address. So.
Okay, I'm gonna go $8,000.
Oh, you went hard. Okay.
I went a little hard on this.
You guys scared me.
Oh, you went hard.
What
Wait,
the
you crazy?
You guys told me to go more than what?
AK is a lot. AK is a lot.
He's not paying AK for rent in Philly.
No, I'm not. If I paid AK for rent in Philly, I think I would own a block.
Yeah. Maybe a landfill.
What is the correct answer?
Oh, Jesus.
Wait, what? Answer is 8,800.
Oh my God.
8,800?
Okay, I was wrong.
What?
Yeah. No, it's possible.
No, it is possible.
Is
Some
it?
knives are bonkers.
It was factory new, so.
Well, let me tell you, I own a block.
Good
No,
float.
they aren't. They aren't
Everything's back
producer.
now.
That last one was definitely like field tested.
Yeah? You think those gloves had a lower float?
The producer was telling us that they were factory new and was called out live.
Yeah.
Okay, well, chat, you got it wrong. $8,000.
Even I got caught off guard by that.
Okay, that one's got an anime girl on it.
So what does that
Surely
mean?
that's worth a lot.
Some would think.
Yeah, that's a good question. Is this one
That's
new?
what you would assume.
Is this a new skin? I don't think I've ever seen this.
New skin, that's low.
Pick a number. You're trying to figure out how much anime is loved. That's basically the guess.
A lot.
In a number value.
The community is strong with the weeb ways.
This one's going to be kind of surprising because I know the answer.
Do you have one? I bet you have one.
What?
Really?
$8,000.
Really?
We're on such different
AUG?
wavelengths.
For an AUG?
I'm going to be closer than you guys. I know
I mean,
this.
probably.
Well, chat, you're now swaying them because they are dumping into D now.
I mean, I trust Launders on this one, but AUG skins? Really? No one even uses those anymore. Oh, meta also impacts it a lot. Like, the A1S got really valuable, and then skins go way up in
Also,
price.
there's certain guns that came from maps that don't exist anymore.
Yes.
And are out of supply. And I can't remember. There's something special about this AUG, and I can't remember what it is. So I went really high with it.
There's an anime girl on it.
Yeah, oh yeah. If that's what it
Okay,
is.
in 8 seconds. Wait, producer?
8, 5, 4.
Three,
I'm changing my answer to 4,000.
2, 1. He changed his answer. 7,000?
I'm changing it back to 8,000.
Oh my god!
I was right the whole time.
I should have known the power of God and anime was on that AUG side.
Who is buying these?
Weebs.
Weebs.
They're called weebs.
The weebs.
And it's uncurable.
Is it one of the
I have never
World
once spent
cases
more than
or something?
$400 on shoes.
Yeah, but your shoes, when you take them off the lot, lose half their value, so. You can sell these skins back for double, easily.
Depending, or a fraction of it.
And every time someone says CSGO is down, the price goes down. And then you buy a skin, and then you watch a tournament, the price goes back up. So.
Okay.
See, this doesn't, is this fact new?
It has scratches on it. Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, that ain't looking fact new.
That ain't
Even
looking fact
Frost
new.
is calling you
Are
out.
we
It doesn't even
assuming that
play
that's
CS.
fact new, though? Are we assuming that's fact new?
I'm not going to. Fact new prices.
Prices are fact new.
That is busted,
Images are not.
by the way.
Oh,
Prices
so
are
we're
fine.
you know
guessing
what?
the price off of factory new.
Okay.
People do like butterflies.
Okay, so butterfly, a hint for this one is that butterflies in particular are extremely expensive because there's only 2 cases out of the like million cases that you can buy that can get you butterflies.
Yeah.
At all.
So this one's going to be expensive.
It's going to be a pretty penny.
It's not going to be cheap.
But exactly how many
How pretty the
pennies? How pretty the pennies? I think it will be 6,000 PPs. Pretty pennies.
Pretty pennies. You do like to
PPS.
hoard the PPs.
5, 6. Let's go.
They're all monstrous skins. I keep thinking he's gonna throw in a curveball and go lower.
It's 7,500, guys, is what the producer
That's
just
a deal.
told.
That's a deal. If you guys are just starting to play CS, I recommend you.
Oh yeah.
Take out some loans.
It makes
You know what I mean? Take out some loans.
Don't. We are not financial advisors. Please don't do that.
Take out some loans.
Why can't you make rent? Well, you see.
Okay, do we have any more, producer? Oh, that one's shiny.
Okay.
Hyperbeat's 5.7.
Okay, this has to be a more humble. We can
Yeah,
get
it
specific
does.
down to the dollar, I'm sure.
So this is
Now we can go for like something.
low money.
I'm gonna say it has to be lower.
Very accessible. but
Lower
look,
than
it's-
what we had so
Its
far.
little trigger matches up with the vine.
Yeah,
Look at
it's
it.
amazing.
pretty sick. That's a good one.
It's a nephew of the other Hyper Beast skin, which got so famous that even SteelSeries put it on mouse pads and other peripherals. So
Yep.
it's a pretty important. It's a
legendary.
Yeah, it's a
I'd say
legendary.
that and that like the Howl and the Dragon.
But I'm still
legendary
going to
ones.
go with a very humble
That
price.
is a very specific. Did you just take my number and reverse it?
The hell? No, I didn't.
All right, I'm going higher.
What is this?
I actually kind of wish I went lower. No. So.
Is this the curveball? Is this where you condition us with all the knives and then you go low? Hey, $300! I'm the winner! Woohoo! I won one!
300?
On the board. Oh
Wait.
boy.
You're keeping score, Perry? What's the score?
Launders all of them. Mike won.
I still think you guys at home should buy the knife.
Okay, so chat, if you're keeping up, it's Launders 3, Mike and me 1, you 1. Desert Eagle Pilot. That
And
looks
we're
like a
assuming
boring
fact
gun.
new? We're assuming fact new on this?
Yeah, this is
I'm
factory
gonna
new.
assume fact new.
Is this rare?
Is it rare? It's a deagle. No, I don't. It's not like rare. I don't even know if it's a red skin. It's just old. So old
Yeah.
can help sometimes, because the old cases are really expensive now. Does that it make it harder or easier?
No, this is all imaginary money. This makes less sense than
Steam
NFT.
dollars are real, Frost.
Well, he says $8. You say 100.
Really? Really? For that deep?
It's
I mean, I guess
old.
fact new. Yeah, but it's kind of just a boring skin.
Yeah,
It's a boring
I
skin.
have like Dark Souls fonts when I write. It's not great.
I just have bad fonts.
My
when I
letters
write.
look like broken tree branches.
Oh,
let's go.
It was
$100?
Because it's a little older.
Yeah, but it's crap.
It's not pretty, but it's old.
It's crap. It's boring skin.
People pay for nostalgia, Mike.
It just looks like a default skin with a slightly different color.
You don't
Okay.
understand art.
Chat, there's no way that we can catch Launders, Mike, you and I are all tied at 1. This is the last one. So I say...
It's stat track as well.
Oh, boy.
For all stat matters. I just
Oh,
want you to know
big
that
number.
Before you go in here.
Okay, so this one's probably going to be pretty spicy, but...
I'm literally shaking my pen so I can write enough numbers here.
Yeah, it's
What?
big
Enough
numbers.
So I don't run out of...
Big numbers.
Yeah.
What is that? What is that word he used?
Just get ready, because...
Stat track, it means it keeps track of the number of kills you get with it.
Oh, that's fancy.
People like that, as it turns out.
You know, usually people
going
put
5
these in
figures.
games for free. They don't make you spend a house to have that ability.
Well, this game can get you a house if you make your investments correctly. Yikes! 50. Oh wait, you put 15K as well. Were you cheating?
No,
Last time I did a 54. You did.
I wrote mine first.
Well, it's irrelevant. Time is a flat circle for us. We don't know for sure.
I also put 98 and this guy guesses 101. Like,
still
I've
got
been
30 seconds.
cheesed. Okay, what do we got?
Oh,
woo! I'm taking this as the full win.
Okay.
I'm taking that as the full duck.
I feel like I got robbed by $3 in
Not
some
last.
cases.
That was
9,100.
$9,100
Wow, that's a deal, chat.
To tell you.
Get in there.
Get in
Launders
there.
thinks it's worth 15K, so
Exactly.
it's going up. It's going up.
Gamma Dop's on the rise.
What's the embarrassingly high number that you've spent on anything in CSGO?
I had a knife that was like $5 grand, but I sold it for like $8 grand. So
profit. That's investment right there, folks.
Anybody who bought
That's
skins
investment.
from like years ago, all those skins are just more expensive now. Like I bought a Deagle that cost $5. That's now $600 on the Steam market.
Especially if
and
it's
I didn't
like-
even know like.
If it's in a case that's gonna go away, just hold it.
Yeah, but
Just hold it for
the whole
2
deal
years.
is like back then people didn't know. Like so Katowice 2014 is part of the legacy. The stickers from that, since when you use them, you don't get them back. They don't go back into circulation.
Yeah.
And the capsules are gone or are really expensive. Cost 20 grand each.
Yeah.
For stickers.
They're bonkers.
That you want to buy. So.
And people don't even buy them. I mean, some people buy them to put them on things, but they're insane. Most people just buy them.
Some people
as an
make
investment.
$100,000 or more crafts. Where they put like 4 of one sticker on a really rare gun, and there's actually very interesting ways of like how they price it. Like if you put 4, legacy Kato stickers on a gun that came out in 2014, it's worth far less than if you put 4 Kato stickers on a gun that came out last year, because the sticker price went up in that time. So it means you had to put a more expensive sticker on a
Because it's less likely
gun.
that you would see it on that gun.
Well, and at the time, it might have been a $5 gun and $5 stickers. But you held those stickers until they cost like 15 grand each, and then you put them on a gun, and that's proof of that.
I have a new idea for a show. It's where we give you financial advice, but only through the language of
Buy
CSGO skins.
knives.
Buy, sells.
Buy
Okay,
knives.
we need to take a quick break. Do not go anywhere, because when we get back, Launders is actually going to show us how to get good at something, and it's some KZ maps, so stick around.
Let's go.
And we are back for some more Aftermath. Now, Launders is over there on the PC setting up to play some KZ maps, and Mike and I are going to pester him with questions. First and foremost, Launders, can you explain to me what a KZ map is?
Okay, so way back in the day, in like 1.6, like almost 15 years ago, was a guy named Creeds, which is what KZ is short for, made these movement maps, which basically have you jump up higher and higher to get to the top and hit a timer.
That is Minecraft.
And this is Minecraft, yeah. So I decided let's do something a little bit relatable and kind of show how much it's community focused, because people will mod the hell out of Counter-Strike and make it kind of, put in references from all their favorite games and everything like that. So this is a really cool one that's Minecraft inspired. And I've actually never played Minecraft, so.
You've never played Minecraft?
I never.
How?
I tried like one time with Scrawny showed me. But that's pretty much it. I have no history in Minecraft.
So, but this is Minecraft, or are you playing CSGO skinned as Minecraft?
Exactly, yeah. So it's CSGO, and then someone just took like Minecraft textures and put it in the game. So like it's got all this thing.
Okay.
And I don't know if it's all really true to Minecraft.
It's pretty true to Minecraft.
Yeah, so.
Okay.
They did a pretty good job.
But you're using the technique, this is what you use the kayaking metaphor here, when you are jumping in the air and kind of swiveling back and forth to push yourself through the air to go farther.
Right, so yeah, you kind of cut through the air and you paddle it basically behind you, and then that helps you go forward. So funnily enough, if you jump forward but let go of forward and just use right and left and move your mouse right and left, then you gain speed and you can go farther. And there's some things on certain maps that require you to air strafe for you to be able to do them. And KZ is the incubator. It's where you learn how to do all of it. And then all the movement bugs and stuff like that in the game all come into play on these maps.
And Mike, to get you involved in the conversation, Launders kind of tipped it off there, but there's certain points on maps that you can't get to without using certain movement techniques.
Yeah.
How important is movement at competing at the highest level of CSGO? Is it kind of like wave dashing that you must know how to do it if you're even going to enter there? Or are there some guys that are much better at it? Or is it like a standardized thing?
It very much changes, right? There are certain players who just have incredible movement, who like everything that they do is going to be the maximally efficient way to get to that angle, to self-boost in. There was actually a play from today's match that Launders really loved, where a guy self-boosted on top of Newbox in the back of Inferno B site.
That was JKS.
JKS did it, and you do need some movement for that. You need some skills. You need a little air strafing to get that. It's normally an angle that you boost another player into.
When they stand on top of each other's heads?
Exactly. So there's lots of tricky little things that you can do like that. Like on Mirage, the obvious example that most people know is making the jump out of window on towards catwalk to go for a fast cat peek, or getting in towards the ladder room. And the thing is, a lot of those jumps wind up getting made easier by map changes. Like they added a bench in towards mid and Mirage to allow you to get on towards the window a little bit more easily. That is a giant dude.
I don't know is this in Minecraft? I don't know what it is.
That's like a creeper, isn't it?
No, it's just disturbing.
Oh, so none of us have played Minecraft.
It is a creeper, but not in the Minecraft sense.
Oh, okay.
I played Minecraft
like a
when I was
creepy figure.
actually a child, so.
Okay.
A classic, a true classic. But yeah, no, I mean, top tier pros frequently do have pretty good movement. There are those who transcend, being good movement and have these really impressive plays. And then sometimes you'll have players who maybe make themselves look a little foolish at time. And
I have a saying that I just made up, and that's, I've never met a good opera with bad movement. Mike, take it away.
I'm trying to think if there are any.
Is it because you have to get in high positions that require these specific movement trades, or is it because you have to be so fast on peeking and flicking?
Yeah, you got to be. If you want to take a peek, you got to be in that angle as efficiently as possible. Otherwise, you're gonna get got.
Kids like Brokey and Monacy and stuff, they're at like top of their class when it comes to movement. Everything they do is just ultra perfect.
Is the technique to go into scope and then out, move and go in, or will you ever do a flick when you're in scope?
People flick when they're scoped up all the time. I mean, in particular, Monacy is doing a lot of that in terms of the flicking style, where he's not necessarily posting on angles as much. That's not the brilliantly impressive part of his game. It's just how quick he is to flick around.
And he's just map creator. So map creator, and I don't know, Jasmine and Marcel. Okay. And this map was made back in like 2014. So I don't know if they've made any other maps, but they went ahead and made a tribute for themselves here, which is awesome.
It's always nice, little details.
And then this is the end of the map, so that's it. And then they even put, so in Frost, we have this thing called Funk Vehicle, okay, that people have been calling for ever since 1.6.
Oh, God.
And that's allowing you to play with cars inside of Counter-Strike,
so cute.
which is something we haven't had in so long. But right now, you can only do that if the community basically makes maps where you can use these vehicles. So it's a little bonus game at the end. Look how amazing our little community is, you know, in CS.
I mean, esports built by communities. It would not exist without fans.
I mean, CS
was
is
just a mod of Half-Life.
CS is just a Half-Life mod.
League of Legends is just a Dota mod.
Dota is just a Warcraft mod.
It all goes back.
All goes back to Blizzard.
mods.
I always
keeps on cycling.
love the mod in Warcraft of like the little critters where they skid around. I guess it was a StarCraft mod, and you have to do little races. You ever played this one?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, it's so good. You have the little critters, and you have to get around the tracks, and they put you on ice, and you skid around. I love those things. But haven't played Minecraft in a hot minute. As far as like continuing back onto the conversation of opping and movement, I find like the technical, mechanical power of CSGO so entertaining, but I just don't even really know what I'm looking for or what I'm looking at. Is there just like the dumbest way that you can explain it to me of like what makes those oppers so good? And guys, when we're talking about op, we're talking about the sniper rifle.
The Zoom Banger, yes. The big green.
Banger.
The big green, the scopy boy. I mean, it really is the kind of thing where you can explain it with a specific clip, but at a certain point, it's like just knowing it when you see it because you've seen so many. Like I think there was a clip earlier where we were all watching, and Monacy hit some flick, and Launders and I both let out an exclamation. You're like, okay, so what made that so good? And it's like we had to stop for a minute and think about it, because instantly, you know, we watch so many hours of CS that you just know when something's amazing. But when you have to actually quantify why it's impressive, it's difficult. And a lot of it comes down to movement or speed, reflexes, reaction, recognition, or the other side is intelligent play. So like, especially when you look at like savvy in-game leaders, you know, a Kerrigan, you're looking more for the intelligent play as opposed to necessarily the nutty reflex, because they're putting more time into thinking about their opponents and thinking about the gameplay than they are just the raw mechanics or doing KZ maps like Launders was doing over there.
What's wrong with that? Doing just KZ maps, Mike?
Yeah, you know. But the brainy plays also like when you realize the data that they're processing real time and the predictions they're making of what their opponents do. To me, those are the most impressive clutches. The mechanics are nutty, but like when you see the gears turning in a player's brain and you figure out their plan of action, that's really what makes it awesome to me.
It felt like, especially today, there were so many situations where I think it was Twists in particular would go for duels, but it was always the have to smoke or have to cocktail to flush them out, and then just very quickly, like, I have to predict or read where this guy is going to go and try to make the shot. I find those situations anxiety-inducing.
I mean, so much of that comes down to demo review as well, right? Knowing your opponent's tendencies, which actually is an underrated thing that we didn't talk about in this G2 FaZe matchup, which is that when a team's playing with a stand-in, tendencies
you have to throw
shift.
all of that out.
Yeah, the players still have their individual things and their tendencies that they want to go for, but maybe some positions are getting swapped. Maybe somebody's playing something else to allow JKS to play something he's comfortable with. And so there's a lot less that you can do in terms of predicting what players are going to do. Whereas G2, again, a newer roster, you know, Alexi B coming in, there's going to be some tendencies that carry over from their old rosters and some of their early games, but there's also going to be things shifting all the time.
Is it a really tight-knit community for the pros, though, or is it just too large now? Because I know in my competitive experience working in, like, smaller communities, even if you don't, like, even if someone's standing in or filling in for a tournament, you still, like, because you play each other so much, you still know, like, when someone's egoing or what someone's tendency is going to be, or a player or a style that they really like to go for.
Definitely
so
in 1v1s, people hit tab and they see who's playing, and then they'll anti-strat in 1v1s. That's actually, that's how sweaty it's become, actually.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think it depends on the player as well, right? And the thing is, for a guy like JKS, one of the things is that he hasn't been himself for a little while, right? So there was that okay, maybe some of the tendencies from complexity or bad habits or that kind of thing where he's going to be trying to get rid of them just because obviously that roster didn't have the success they were looking for, and he didn't look like the player that we just saw he can be, clearly. So there's an aspect of that, and it's also just familiarity where, yeah, it's a big ecosystem, but if you're in the top 10, you're playing a lot of the same tournaments as the rest of the top 10. So provided you have those teams coming through, you really get familiar with some of the rosters.
Are you demonstrating any new or different techniques here, or is this just more so as soon as you get the air strafing down and the bunny hopping?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, those are the two fundamental aspects, is just kind of air strafing, and then B hopping is just chaining your airstrafes. So the only thing you're doing is timing your jump in the middle of your, when you land. And if you like jump with mouse wheel, then you generate more inputs and you have a better chance of lining up that input with when you hit the ground. So like a nice like long scroll when you land will help you like chain the B hop so that you basically keep your speed from your airstrafe when you were kayaking, and then you know, go even faster. So.
And for all the G4 people who may not be familiar with these terms, a B hop is when he's.
I have tutorials on YouTube.
Exactly.
Go to YouTube.com/Launders and learn how to kayak.
It's when he's hopping and jumping up and down, and you have to time it right, and you can kind of keep your hop, and it makes you go a lot faster, very similar to wave dashing in Melee. And then his kayaking is that little fishy move where you, yep, that one, right there, a little wiggle.
Swim back and forth.
Yes.
I mean, they're all basically unintended consequences of the physics of Source.
Yes.
They are, none of these things were supposed to be in the game or designed for. It's just how the physics wound up working out, and then people figure out how to extend what you're supposed to be able to do.
Do you think if Valve came through and patched this out, that there would just be massive?
They would never. Yeah, not at this point.
It's
part of the
quintessential.
They even added they added a command that's SV_enable bunny hopping. So they kind of recognized it officially, like with a term. And they've tried to limit it in the past, but yeah, there was one dev a long time ago in a Gold Source engine game, which is one of the predecessors to like the Source engine, and it was like Alien versus Predator or one of those games, and bunny hopping they realized was in it, and the dev made the decision. He just said, "This makes the game more fun," and they left it in, and that's where it all began for us. That's why we're here sitting with you at G4 today.
That moment.
Yeah.
Realization.
I'm just imagining. Okay, wait, my producer's telling me something. Say again right now. Oh, you killed the shoey. Guys, they were gonna have me drink a shoey, and now I don't get to drink a shoey.
Oh,
for shame.
We're gonna have to use your own shoe?
I was gonna have to use a tiny little booty.
Oh, okay.
That's cheating.
But
that's a shoe-shaped cup then.
I lived in Australia for a couple of years, and I've done plenty of shoeys, but the other one that is less common that I see sometimes at like Australian lands is the wizard staff. You heard this one?
No, is that where you chain the beers together?
Yes, it's where you, every time you finish a beer, you have to put it, and then and whoever has the longest, tallest wizard staff wins, and then once you're done with it, you have to battle. So it's like not only the tallest one, but then you just have to whack one of your buddies
integrity.
with it.
Have you, I mean, are you familiar with like cup snakes at baseball games?
Yes.
Yeah, same vibe. Similar vibe. I think they got banned in most places, which is confusing to me. It seems relatively harmless.
Australia is really trying to crack down on like
I think that's a good
outside
place.
designated areas.
It's just more. It's just you do the same thing. You got to try to get to the top.
I was
on blocks.
Entranced.
Were you?
It's very hypnotic.
Yes.
It's
dance,
like surf
monkey
as well.
dance. Keep going.
I hear the symbols in my head right now.
It's something that I admire, and my functional ability is like a baby hamster. It's just not there.
You're the cutest baby hamster I've ever met.
Oh.
Like.
That's like the most backhanded
Heartwarming.
compliment I've ever heard.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Wait, hamster? You're not even gonna go for like a gerbil?
I'll take a baby hamster. Do you think gerbils are more desirable to be than a hamster?
Yeah. No one.
Why?
I had a.
Yeah, I want to hear this take defended.
Oh
I'm
wait,
curious.
no, I meant guinea pig.
Guinea pig. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
not a
very
gerbil.
different.
Sorry, gerbil's like a
so
like
you're
a rat
just going
hamster.
for mass, right? Yeah, it's basically a hamster with a tail, a little more,
No.
a little more ratty.
I respect mass.
What's cute with a guinea pig is when you pick up and you see its little chicken feet.
Yeah, hamsters have little chicken feet. They're just smaller.
No, but they have little claws. A guinea pig has weird feet.
Do they?
Yeah, and
They
they
don't have
chirp.
claws?
No, I mean
do
they
chirp.
kind of do, but they've got like they look like chicken feet.
Yeah, hamsters do too. They're like little naked hands.
I had a albino hamster.
We've really gone off the rail here, and I like it. I dig it.
I had an albino hamster, and I called it Snowy, and it had red eyes. And my mom hated it, but and I went to summer camp once, and
Oh, no.
my mom put the ball on the balcony, and it escaped.
It escaped?
I literally cried in the airport.
Here's the thing. Did the hamster escape, or did your mom get rid of
Kick it.
I mean, I wasn't there, you know.
Yeah, I think I know
So-
what happened here. Your mom was like, that cage always smells. He never cleans it enough. Snowy, you gotta
I
go.
think I was a bad hamster parent. I won't lie. I mean, I was like 7, but I take responsibility. completely.
Why does everyone name any white rodent they have Snowy, and any turtle anyone owns is always named Speedy?
Or any black and white cat is Oreo, right? Can we stop
named
that?
mine Tuxedo.
Okay.
That's another popular one.
Yeah.
That's what I would name my penguin, I think.
Are we getting penguins now?
I mean,
You can get penguins. Not in California, but maybe in Toronto.
Canadian government legalizes penguin ownership.
We can end the show?
What?
Oh my.
What? That's
Yep.
allowed? We did it?
Oh my
We did the
lord, we
thing?
made it. Okay.
We did the thing?
Guys, that does it for this episode of Aftermath. Thank you for stopping by and having some fun. It's this camera, having some fun with us after IEM Katowice. A huge thank you to Launders and Mike for joining me and putting up with GeForce BS. And a huge congratulations to FaZe on their hard-fought victory. Now, if you guys want to catch more G4 esports content, you can come over here, Launders, and say goodbye.
Okay.
We have the G4 Smash Ultimate If you guys want more G4 content, we have the G4 Smash Ultimate Invitational coming up on March 7th. Our variety show Boosted and is on Wednesdays at 2 p.m. PST, and Crash Course every Saturday on our linear channel. Thank you guys so much for watching. Do you guys have anything you want to say?
Be nice to everybody.
Be nice
to everyone. This
Yeah.
was great. This is great fun. Thanks for having us.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much, and have a great rest of your Sunday.
Smoke wall for Robs. Cadian felt like he had cover, but it just disappeared inside of the smoke. Heroic, again, they know what's going on. That's never been the question. That's never been the concern. They've had full knowledge, full info every one of these rounds, but still the clutches show up for FaZe, 14-2 on the Latvian start.
It's just insane, the consistency that he gets away with it, right? You see how the game feels like it changes. Time itself slows down for Brokey in those moments. And he becomes so calculating, so cold. Such a killer.
Yeah, we've got another PC swap. JK is still having problems, but not in the server at least. That much is proven. FaZe's map picking the series. Heroic go for nuke overpass to close. And no better time than after this tech timeout for Exist to come in with some words of wisdom.
Salt in the wound. And he disguises it with love. That's a Carrigan classic. I mean, imagine how it feels. You know, if you're Heroic, you know you're getting dealt a really rough hand here. And then at every moment of silence, at every little break in the action, everyone in the building is cheering for the guys against you, the guys that are wrecking you in the server. I really want to believe that this can turn around. I really want to believe that Heroic can give us something to get excited about. But thus far, it's just been swings and misses across the board. And I mean, with a grand final on the line, with a chance to go forth and face this G2 squad that looks so meaty.
What a story that would be, Harry. Carrigan v Nico, not together but separated in a grand final.
Yeah.
Two kings of second place. No one likes to call them that, but it's the truth. Second in line to the throne. Well, this time someone's got to win.
Yeah, Someone out of the two, right?
They've been here at Katowice before, back-to-back years in second place for FaZe with both those two players on the roster.
I mean, dude, like, you know, this kind of success that we're seeing out of Karrigan, having to bring someone in and you know, bring a roster together in such short time. That was his exact situation when Nico first joined this squad. Katowice was the first event they embarked on together. And we managed to make it all the way to those grand finals there. Look at this, a light show. I think that speaks for itself, don't you? I'm left kind of speechless.
Spodek's always a treat. Definitely packed out on the weekend. I can't wait to see who's going to show up for that grand final. Not just in teams, but in fans as well.
I mean, you know, this is one of the few CS cities around the globe, right? Counter-Strike runs so deep through the DNA of this place. And I mean, here in the Spodek, this is where legends are made. This is where you get your name put on that trophy. This is what you're playing for. It's not just the money, it's the prestige. I think the crowd I think they like Karrigan, if I had to guess.
That's a safe call.
Any Karrigan fans? Yeah, sounds like it. All right.
Things are looking good. Decent swapped out.
Seeing Justin Savage with a brand new PC.
Third of the day, man. He's working hard.
He's going through them, isn't he? That's what tends to happen with performances like this.
Yeah, we're going to throw the rest into the crowd. Good luck catching.
But I mean, man, you know, let's just run down the train of thought for the rest of this series, right? If Inferno keeps up like this, let's face it, it's feeling like FaZe could just run away with it. Nuke is where it gets a little more interesting, right? This is a real bread and butter map for the Heroic squad. This is a real classic for the Danes. And I've got some great news to share. JKS is back in the server. Ready's all around. Let's get back into this one. FaZe Clan, 9 rounds to the good. 2 for Heroic. And FaZe are on their way to one hell of a dominant timeline here on Inferno.
Still a few seconds yet.
Hello. I like that. Doesn't really feel like it's being reciprocated, but we do love it. Keeping everybody hyped, keeping everybody engaged. And when the game starts, that's where the fans really get crazy.
To think we came here 2 weeks ago with 16 teams and now we're down to 3, Harry. It's a little bit terrifying. $1 million on the line. And no second chances in these semi-finals. Heroic, we're still expecting more. We're still hoping for more. Maybe it's Nuke that has that in store, but you don't want to get slapped on the opening map on the stage. That's just got to do you any favors.
It's saying, you know, this can't be it. This can't be all it is. There needs to be more out of Heroic. And well, for real this time, JKS is back in. He's ready to go. The PC's been swapped out. FaZe Clan versus Heroic is set to resume. 12 rounds in, and most of them belonging to FaZe. They've got a Heroic right where they want them. Without further delay, let's get back into this. FaZe Clan. Ready to take to the skies. Just pistols in this one for Heroic. Very little to work with. And so this could be where FaZe stake their claim and lock in double digits.
Yeah, these rounds can always be dangerous. The Danes on the other side. We know what Heroic's Deeks can do, but FaZe are working their way silent up middle, and the stack has just been pulled apart. Cadian comes back. Oh, he's going to jump. That's a good spot. Can he get out for free? Yes, Karrigan still locks him out with utility. Cadian's got to go the long way round, but he's one step ahead.